Can everybody hear me out there? Let us know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Malcolm. You did, I see.
Okay, this is February 16th, 1 o'clock, a little after 1, Sabbath day. Excuse me, March 16th. I was a month behind. March 16th, 2013. Thank you, guys. I hope everybody's great. And y'all blessed, and hope you've been having a great Sabbath. This is the first time we've been on since February. And it's things that have taken place. I know mostly, probably all of you, definitely some of you, if not all of you, been watching what's going on in the world. And, we seen people expire, like Hugo Chavez, Venezuela. He passed on cancer. The word we got and heard is that he blamed it on the United States. It's been other Latin American leaders who have died recently with cancer as well. And all of these leaders were standing up against America's control, and in so doing, they're standing up against the Illuminati Edomites' control. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, have seen how Barack Obama now, he's added John Kerry to his cabinet, Secretary of State, taking Hillary Clinton's place. John Kerry, who's Edomite and Skull and Bones, the Edomite faction of the Skull and Bones. Now it's said that shortly he'll be adding Penny Pritzker, who was his campaign fund manager in the first selection in 2008. Now he's going to be adding her as his Secretary of Commerce to his cabinet. Penny Pritzker of the Pritzker family of Edomites here in Chicago, Illinois. Billionaire family. She's worth about $2 billion. So, he's got Davey Axelrod as his campaign spokesman and manager and confidant. So he's surrounded by Edomites, as he has been from the beginning. And we've got something that we're going to read later on today about Barack Obama. And as usual, I got just a few articles today I'm going to bring up and mention and talk about to whatever extent. You see what happened with the Catholicism. They've got a new pope. The previous pope, the first one to abdicate or resign in 600 years, something like that. They usually have to carry him out, right? But this one walked out, and it's not really known per se why. But one of the articles I'm going to touch on talks about how the Catholic Church is in trouble, because it's many people are exiting out of Catholicism, out of the Catholic Church. From a lot of it is because of the pedophilia and homosexuality and child molestation that is going on and has been going on and being revealed in the Catholic Church over the last 15, 20 years. And then, with the many people are losing jobs and underemployed, the funds are not coming into the Catholic Church like they used to. So who knows why he walked away? It was said that he was, when he was a cardinal, he shielded some of these priests who had been, outed, if you will, brought out that they had been committing these sodomizing acts and or child molestation. He shielded some, so but they've been doing that for a long time, time infinitum, really. So who knows why he walked away? Maybe that'll come out more likely than not in the near future. But we still see the economic collapse around the world and the ecological collapse around the world, and the dissipation of water, like we brought out in the past. Yah is drying up the water in the world, and that's Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 42, where Yah said he would dry up the pools, chapter 42, and I'll pick it up at verse 9 in the 42nd chapter of Yeshaya, Isaiah. Behold, the former things are come to pass, do I declare, before they spring forth, I tell you of them. That's why it's so imperative to read and study the book, and imperative to turn to Yah with all your heart and soul, so he can start illuminating you when you read these prophecies of what he said he would do, and we can verify, substantiate that he's bringing these things to pass, right? Verse 10, chapter 42, Yeshaya, sing unto Yah a new song in his praise from the end of the earth. You that go down to the sea and all that is therein, the isles and the inhabitants thereof, let the wilderness and the cities thereof lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar doth inhabit, let the inhabitants of the rock sing, let them shout from the top of the mountains, let them give glory unto Yah and declare his praise in the islands. Yah shall go forth as a mighty man, he shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. And we see that with the economics and with water and many other things, the jealousy of nations against nations, people of nations against their governments that have been set up over them to bring them into abject poverty. Jealousies. He shall cry, yes, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. Okay, because Yah is bringing forth his judgment. I have long time holding my peace. I have been still and refrained myself. Now will I cry like a travailing woman. I will destroy and devour at once. I will make waste mountains and hills and dry up all their herbs. And I will make the rivers islands, and I will dry up the pools. And again, the drying up of the herbs, we see that. We just heard again, we've talked about this in the past, about the dissipation of the butterflies and bees. And just yesterday, on the 15th of March, we heard about the monarch butterfly is almost extinct now. It's because of the GMO crops. Okay, and that's what was said. The GMO crops, because of their proliferation, is destroying the milkweed, which is the main source of food for the monarch butterfly. And so the monarch butterfly has dissipated greatly. It's not but a few of them left. Okay? So we see the no pollinators, which butterflies are. You won't get any crops. That's the drying up of the earth. So again, we've got an article here. I took out about the bat. Now the bat is not a pollinator, but the bat, as we've spoken of before, eats many insects. One bat, and I said in the previous one of the talks we did last year, talked about this on one of the shows we did with Mark Sims, Viewpoint Chicago, a few years ago. Eats 3,000 insects a night or a day. And in this article, it makes the statement, this comes out of Chicago Sun-Times, March the 3rd, 2013. The title of the article is White Nose Syndrome Hits Illinois Bats. We talked about these bats dissipating in the past and how they were dying in droves back east, in Pennsylvania and New York, I think it is, those states in the east of the United States. But now it's hit here in Illinois. And it says the inevitable arrival of white nose syndrome in Illinois bats was confirmed in February in 4 Illinois counties. Okay? And it says Illinois makes the 20th state where white nose syndrome, a disease-fatal bat species. Okay, so that's 20 states in the United States, or as they call it, WNS. And it's, this in this article it says the USFWS, which stands for the United States Forest. Wait just a minute here. Well, it's the United States Forestry, okay? Estimates bats might do as much as $3 billion in pest control. You hear that? The bats eat so many insects, it's tantamount to $3 billion in pest control. $3 billion, okay? And it says that might be most indicative of how interconnected we are in nature. Bats are the only major predator of night flying insects. A single brown bat can eat up to 7,000. 7,000. One bat. So now, without the bats, one bat, that's 7,000. You take 100,000 bats and multiply that by 7,000, okay? Mosquitoes and other insects now that are not being eaten, and now they're what? They're going to just ravish all of the crops, trees. Ought to be good for the pesticide business, right? But it's not good for human beings. Okay, and we got another article here, February 25th, 2013, out of the Chicago Tribune. And I just pulled this out again. This article says college degrees are not paying off. 5 million graduates in jobs that require less than a high school diploma. Underemployment, huh? They've got college degrees, but they can only get jobs that, you don't need anything. Maybe you don't even need a high school degree for, a diploma for. So they're these college degrees, going to college and paying all this money to go to college is not paying off. People can't find jobs, right? 5 million graduates in jobs that require less than a high school diploma. And if they say 5 million, it's probably 10 million. But again, this is the economic graduates with college degrees that are taking jobs that you probably only need a high school diploma for. What are those people who just have a high school diploma, those 5 million people, what are they doing to get work? Because, those jobs that normally they would take, they can't get those because the college, the ones with college degrees have gotten those jobs. So what does that relegate those 5 million with high school diplomas or, less or no high school diploma? What are they doing to make a living? Now, here's another article here. We've talked about this in the past about different restaurants around in different areas are selling lion meat. Okay? And this comes out of the Chicago Sun-Times, March 9th, 2013. And the title is Roaring Hungry for a Sandwich. That's a question, right? Roaring Hungry for a Lion Sandwich. And then it says, better hurry. And the reason why it says, the article has a big picture of a lion with his mouth open. And it's a representative here in Illinois, Springfield, Illinois, the capital of Illinois. And he's pushing the legislation to ban the sale and slaughter of lion meat in the state of Illinois. Okay? And it says he's injecting an offbeat and marginal issue into a spring legislative session dominated by gun control and crushing pension crisis. Because you have a pension crisis here in Illinois. Illinois, again, is the biggest debtor state in the country. And the pensions here in Illinois are near collapse. Hold on. Yeah, righteousness, peace. Did you get that? Okay, I'll go back over that.
Yes, can she hear now? Coming through now.
Yeah, but okay, can you hear me out there? Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, so bear with us because they're as usual they're trying to interfere with the message, right? But we'll go back over things if we need to try to do our best to get them in, and hopefully I'll allow them to get in. Okay. But the title of this article tonight, Chicago Sun-Times, is roaring hungry for a lion sandwich. And it says better hurry. Okay, because yeah, choppy, right? Again, roaring hungry for a lion sandwich. Better hurry. Okay, that's the title of this article. And I guess they don't want you to hear about this lion meat that again, this representative in Illinois is trying to ban the legislation of selling lion meat. Okay, representative of Illinois is trying to ban the sale of lion meat. And again, the title is Roaring Hungry for a Lion Sandwich. Better hurry. Okay. Because of inflation and getting harder to make a profit, okay, you have we'll you know, hold on. Yeah, he's really chopping it up. He's still chopping it up. Yeah, now, can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Okay? And again, you know, because you have this economic collapse, you know, the inflation of the dollar, it's harder for these restaurateurs, you know, these businesses to make money, right? So they're finding substitutes. I know many of you, if not all of you, have heard what's been going on over in England, okay, about the selling of the horse meat, okay, and how they putting horse meat into different meat products on the, you know, in the refrigerators, you know, like lasagnas and ground, supposed to be ground beef, but they spike it with the horse meat, because, you know, beef is highly expensive where horse meat is not. So, you know, if you use like half beef and the other half is horse meat and mix it in, right? Then you can, you know, have the price where you can make a ton of profit, okay? But, you know, the people just found out, you know, that they were eating horse meat over there in England, and so now they you know, banned, you know, they pulled a lot of these meat products off the shelf, out of the refrigerators and whatnot. They've hit one company, IKEA, I think the name of it, if I'm pronouncing it right. And again, you know, so the word has been here in America that horse meat has been being sold, you know, in a number of these burger chains. Because you think about it, how can they sell a quarter of a pounder for $2.50 if it's all beef, you know, and they got bread with that and pickles and mustard and, you know what I mean, onions, all that stuff costs, you know what I'm saying? So how can they do that? But they can do it because they you know, put it in horse meat, and in some of these businesses they put in soy. You see, you're not getting real beef. So this representative here in Illinois is trying to put this legislation forth to ban the sale of lion meat. Okay? So it says this representative Luis Arroyo said there are people that have them and raise them, talking about lions, right? But you're going to raise them and eat them. You know, that's like a question. You know, he says, he asks incredulously, says, it's just inhumane. Those are zoo animals. Then you talk about eating elephants, eating all kinds of zoo animals. There's other meats we can eat besides the lions. you see? So, you know, he's proposing a $25,000 fine and 1 year in jail for selling these type of things. That's in his legislation, you see. It says while certain species of exotic cats are considered endangered in the United States, lions are currently not protected, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Okay? So, you know, it's more here in the article, but again, you know, you see how ridiculous things getting how this in America. It's back to 1914, founded by Miriam.
Oh, Mike.
So okay, now we back on.
What else did she get?
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. God bless. Still shopping. Hear me? Let me know. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now again, this family business claiming to date back to 1914 when founded by Hungarian immigrant John Sizemers, right? According to its website, Sizemers, C-Z-I-M-E-R-S, or C-Z-I-M-E-R, okay? Sizemers Game and Seafood and Homer Glen sold anything from ostrich to black bear as of 2011, and at one time boasted $24.95 per pound African lion tenderloins. Okay? Might as well say $25 a pound for a lion tenderloin steak, right? So this is what, you know, and this person, says, but according to a lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court, the meat shop became enveloped in controversy in 2003 when its owner and general manager at the time, Richard Zeimer Jr., was sentenced to 6 months in prison for involvement in an animal trafficking ring that purchased and sold endangered tiger and leopard meat throughout the 90s. So you see what these you know, these people have been doing. This has been going on, you know, since the 90s, right? So, you know, you eat out, you just can't be certain what you eat. You follow? That's why it's best to go to the store and just concerned with what you buy and bring it home and eat it. I hope you got through. Okay? It's choppy, huh? Well, you know, they don't want to hear this. And you've still choppy. Put it up for attention. Can you hear me out there? You can hear me, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because again, the best thing to do is eat at home. You know, buy your food, come and prepare it. Because it's going to get harder to eat out and get something that's conducive, you know, for your consumption. It's going to get harder because in economic collapse again, you know, these businesses are trying to make a profit. And with higher meat costs, as well as everything else getting higher and higher, they're trying to find a way how to cut costs and, you know, up the profit margin. Okay? So keep that in mind. Now, as I mentioned earlier, right, about Hugo Chavez's death, and it was, I got an article here, and it's not real big, right, but it comes out of Chicago Sun-Times, March 9th. It says fiery funeral for Venezuela's Chavez. And this is out of Caracas, Venezuela. President Hugo Chavez was lauded as a modern dictator, Simon Bolivar, and a disciple of Cuba's Fidel Castro at a fiery, foot-stomping state funeral on Friday that at times smacked of a political rally as presidents, princes, and left-wing glitterati, as they got here, looked on. Chavez's hand-picked successor, Nicolas Maduro, emotionally eulogized the fallen leader at the military academy where the funeral was held, his voice booming over Chavez's flag-draped casket as he pledged eternal loyalty. Okay? And says in the funeral hall, more than 30 political leaders, including Cuba's Raul Castro, Spanish Crown Prince Felipe de Bourbon, and Iran's Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, stood at attention before Chavez's flag-draped coffin, which was closed for the ceremony. And then it says television cameras captured Hollywood star Sean Penn in attendance at the funeral, while the Reverend Jesse Jackson preached rapprochement between his country and Venezuela. And this is what the agent Jesse Jackson, Illuminati agent, right? This is what he said. They will heal the Jackson. We pray to God that today that you will heal the breach between the U.S. and Venezuela. While it may be politically difficult, it's the morally right thing to do. Unquote. Jesse Jackson, right? I know they don't want you to hear that about their agent, right? But I'll read that again, okay? This is out of Chicago Tribune, okay? Jesse Jackson's quote, what he said when he went to the funeral of Hugo Chavez, right? We pray to God. Now, this is a quote from Jesse Jackson, the Illuminati agent, right? We pray to God today that you will heal the breach between the U.S. and Venezuela. While it may be politically difficult, it's the morally right thing to do, unquote. Okay, that's what Jesse Jackson said, the agent for the Illuminati Edomite, right? He's over there to try to mend fences, and they should have ran him out of Venezuela on a rail. soon as he said it. I mentioned earlier about the Catholic Church, this is Thursday, this past Thursday, March 14th. The new Pope, they call him Pope Francis. He's out of the first Latin American Pope. And he's probably a Edomite, as most of them are, a lot of them anyway. And the title of this comes out of Chicago Sun-Times, for the church in Chicago. Okay? Trying times for the church in Chicago, because again, you got many who are exited from Catholicism, from the Catholic Church. And it says here in small caption that Cook and Lake counties, home of the Chicago Archdiocese, have seen a decline in the Catholic population during the past 30 years. Okay? It says, but yet some areas have seen a rise in Catholics as a percentage of the population. But they still buying into this Catholicism, but they're not going into the Catholic Church. And again, because they see on in the Catholic Church over the years, and the fact that many of these Christians losing their jobs, right, foreclosed on, out of work, so they can't contribute to it, even if they will work, if they had money, if they were about it. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Mm-hmm. Okay, now again, trying times for the church in Chicago, and the Catholicism, is collapsing, right? You got many people, because of the debauchery in Catholicism, and they've been leaving the Catholic Church here in Chicago over the last 30 years, you see. And again, it's the church is losing, they're not making the money nowhere near what they used to make, because people are losing jobs, plus people are totally dissatisfied with what they've come to see over the last 20 or so years with the Catholic Church in regards to all the debauchery, all of the pedophilia, all of the child molestation, all the homosexuality, you see, that's being revealed. Okay, that the church and its practitioners are involved in. And these different, the popes knew it. Like I said earlier about this pope that just exited, right? He knew different things were going on when he was a cardinal. And he shielded different priests. It's still choppy. They took the mic again. They don't want you to hear about this Catholic Church, but I know many of you know about it anyway. And again, there's so much homosexuality going on in the church that you've got so many people that totally, dissatisfied and put out about it, so they've left the Catholic Church. You see? So we see Catholicism, Christianity, at the height of Christianity, which Catholicism is the leader of it with the Pope and all of that, it's collapsing, right? I mean, just like Chavez and the Venezuelans, right? Most of them are Christians. They're in that Catholicist. That's one of the reasons why they could take Chavez out. Huh? And these other Latin American leaders with cancer or what have you, because they're all into idolatry. And when you're into this idolatry, you have no protection. You know, your protection is Yah. And if you're not truly, totally about Yah, you have no protection. Yah is not your shield. Now, you know, many of you probably heard about, you know, Obama, Muslim, right? The other day, Thursday, the 14th.
No, he's not. He wasn't in Jerusalem.
Oh,
it was an Edomite.
Okay, so he wasn't in Jerusalem. He was in a Edomite news outlet. Yada just corrected me, but I know he's supposed to go there. So you know he's supposed to go there the first time since he's been president, and he's already assuring them that you know America's going to be. But we're going to see. You know, Obama's supposed to go to Israel soon. If he's not on his way now. If you can hear me, I see they chopping it up again. But on his way to Israel for the first time ever in his presidency. And again, to reassure them that America is their protector and will protect them, right? But, you know, as we've spoken of in the past, what's going to happen to those Edomites in the land has to happen before 2016. And this is 2013, as we said earlier, March 16th, right? So what's going to happen with the Edomites? You know, it's near happening. It's going to happen, and it makes no difference that they're listening, and they've heard it before, right? And they're supposed to know what's going to happen to them. Okay. Now, many of you out there, I'm sure, know we just came through Purim, 14th and the 15th. Right, which was Thursday and Friday, just passed, right? Purim, the recognition of it, the acknowledgement of it. I hope many of you, in the acknowledgement of it, you know, broke the yoke, and you know, I'm sure you read about Purim and you read the book of Esther, okay? And in reading about it, you saw where it got all the way down to right, you know, the Edomites cast the lot for a whole year on when they were going to attack our forefathers. And it fell on that 12th month. Went a whole year, right? Fell on the 12th month, you know, and on the 13th day, they were going to attack us and wipe us out. And they had already sent word out throughout the whole realm of Xerxes Ahasuerus. Okay? You know, just like today, as I was saying to Yada earlier, you know, these governors here in America, they have conferences where all the governors of every state get together and have a conference, right? Just like the mayors of all these cities around the country, they have a conference where they all get together. You follow me? And that's what you see over in the book of Esther. The word went out to all of the governors of the provinces, you know, the lesser kings, right? And their deputies and whatnot. And they all knew about this, how, you understand, the word had come to them that when the time came, when they got the word, they were going to rise up and destroy us. Okay? And they would relegate this to the people in their provinces at the given time, and they would rise up on this particular day whenever they would get the notice and destroy the children of Israel. Okay? And this came about on the 12th month, on the 13th day of the month, which more likely than not is the reason why they call Friday the 13th bad luck day, the hard luck day. Okay, because more than likely they were going to attack us on the day right before the Sabbath. But we see in the book of Esther at the last, even though Yah had been, going about circumventing this situation, because remember, everything is before Yah, right? So this whole situation with Hadassah, who was known as Esther, right? Yah was in the process of moving to circumvent this situation, and understand that, the situation with Hadassah, Esther, that started years before this actually was to come about. You follow me? Where we were going to be destroyed by the Amalekite Edomites, led by Haman the Amalekite, right? Who was the prime minister to Xerxes Ahasuerus. So Yah started to move against this plan, this scheme to annihilate us long before it actually came into fruition. Okay? And again, also through Mordecai, her uncle, right? Because as we see in the book, as it was brought forth, later on in the book, Mordecai, you follow me, saved King Xerxes Ahasuerus' life by revealing this plot against his life before the book even opens up. And this was brought forth. And so this is Yah circumventing this scheme that hadn't even been thought of per se yet, but again, everything is before Yah. You understand? Everything is before Yah. So he already knew. You follow me? So he went about circumventing this scheme long before it actually came into fruition. And we see at the very time when these Amalekites had gotten other people in on the scheme and had planned to annihilate us, almost at the last hour, when this scheme was revealed to Mordecai, Hadassah, Esther's uncle, he put on sackcloth and went to the gate of King Xerxes Ahasuerus and started to wail. And when this word was brought to Esther about her uncle, she sent word to him to, she sent men to tell him, come on, you can't do this, you can't come to the king's gate dressed in sackcloth and wailing. And she wanted to, not see him get destroyed. But he would not move, and he sent word back to her, the reason why. You follow? And when she got the word, then she sent word back to him that, okay, you understand? Because he told her, he said, don't think because you up there, you understand, the king's wife living in the king's house, you know what I mean, that you're going to be saved and you're going to allow, and you allow your people to be destroyed. Who's to say that, in other words, we know Esau took Yah's name out of the book of Esther, but Mordecai said, who's to say that Yah has not put you in this position just for this purpose? And that's why she was in that position, okay, as he was. And so then she sent back, okay, well, the king hasn't called for me, right? Because again, if you go before the king and you have been summoned by him, it can mean your death, unless he holds out that golden scepter, right? And so she told him, you tell all the people who are confederate with us, that to fast for 3 days. Don't eat food or drink water for 3 days, and on the third day I'm gonna go in before the king, and if I perish, I just perish. And you know the story. That's what happened. And Xerxes Ahasuerus held out that golden scepter. And then you know the story, right? She wouldn't put her petition before him, as he asked her, she could have up to half the kingdom. She didn't put the main petition before him initially. She wanted Haman to be on the scene when she did. And she invited him to the banquet. And then on the second day, that's when she revealed her petition, and we see what happened to Haman the Amalekite. The gallows he had set up for Mordecai to hang him on, he was hanged on. Not only him, but his sons as well. and his house was taken, and given to Mordecai by Xerxes Ahasuerus. Given to Esther, and then Esther gave it to Mordecai, right? So we see at the last hour, what had been planned for Israel came back on the Amalekite Edomite, and the Edomites as a people, it came back and fell on them. That's why, again, when you look at that chapter 8 of the book of Esther at the back end, when it says many people, the fear of Israel came upon all the people, and many people became Israel. Well, you know what time that was. That was the Edomites, who couldn't flee, who didn't have the means to actually flee to Greece, because that was basically the only place where the Edomites could run to, because Greece was like the enemy of Persia, right, at that time. So the ones who couldn't flee, they had to disguise themselves and say that they was us. Isn't that what they doing today? Claiming to be us? And we see in their recognition of Purim, the Edomites today, what do? They treat it like Halloween. They put on a disguise, right? Because that's what they truly did. Isn't that what is signified in chapter 8 of the book of Esther? So we see all of these things bearing out, just like Yah says in Jeremiah chapter 23, in the latter days you shall consider it perfectly. See, we can look back and bring it all the way up to this very point in time, and we can see how all these things are underscored. How they're underscored, right? Because they're trying to be us. To this day, they're claiming to be Israel. Just like in Ezekiel chapter 35, they say both these two lands belong to us. Once, as it says over in Obadiah, they stood in the crossways and caught us and handed us over to the Chaldean Babylonians, that we might be removed far from our borders. And then they claim the land of Israel to this day. But you got so much confusion out here, you know what I'm saying? Because again, the children of Israel, basically as a nation, have been cut off. We were totally cut off for 2,000 years. We just started to awaken in 1896. So we're like in the 117th year of our awakening. And you got most of the children of Israel still to this day who are not awakened to the fact that they are the descendant of Israel. And again, we see in Ezekiel 35 that they're not going to come to understand, the majority of Israel are not going to understand they are Israel until Yah has judged the descendants of Esau that are over there in the land today claiming to be us. And that's what we're waiting on. That's what we're waiting on. But in the meantime, those of us who have awakened to the fact that we are Israel, okay, we are and should be preparing ourselves by what? Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31. Reading this book of remembrance, Genesis through Malachi, studying it, and in the process, Jeremiah chapter 10, learn not the ways of the heathen. So we've been raised in the ways of the heathen. Okay? We've got young brothers and sisters out here. Some of them are real young. 10, 9, 12, 14. But now they've come to find out that they are a descendant of Israel, because their parent or parents have awakened to the fact that they are Israel. And so now it's about turning to the law and discerning and recognizing everything and anything that is the way of the heathen. Proverbs 3:31. Envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. Now you have Many of us who've awakened, still a few to the whole, right? But more and more of us are awakening every day. Our so-called Palestinian brothers, wherever they are, you've got different ones of them who are awakening to the fact that they really are Israel. And that these people who they've been calling Israel are really the descendants of Esau, Edomites. But wherever Israel is, hold on.
It might not be that.
No, it's not. It's somebody else. Put it on pause.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're back. Got a call on, I had talked for a second, but again, we've got to let go of the way of the heathen. And that's Israel wherever we are. And not only Israel, but Gentiles, Hamites, Shemites, wherever people are that awaken to the fact that they've been steeped in idolatry, whatever shape, form, or fashion, that they've been taught in these institutions of miseducation called schools, colleges, what have you, daycares. They have to let go of the way of the heathen. And when Yah puts this forth in Jeremiah chapter 10, we literally have to do that. As I was discussing with someone the other day who told me that because he was turning to Yah, and listen to me well, because he was turning to Yah, he had lost his apartment. He had to move back home. He had come into a position where he could have had one of six different jobs, but none of them would hire him when he told them he could not work on the Sabbath day, the seventh day Sabbath. And he was telling me this, to see what my response was. And I told him, again, you're turning to Yah. You're still holding on to some ways of the heathen. And this is what many of us find ourselves in, this situation, because we are afraid to totally turn loose of the ways of the heathen, or we are addicted to some way or ways of the heathen that we do not want to turn loose of. Okay? And we've talked about this in the past, maybe not in quite this way. When you read Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 48, the first 11 verses, as we've mentioned in the past, are talking about the brothers in Dimona. And Yah is saying there that he would not and did not open their ear. He did not allow them to understand this word in its clarity, in its totality. Why? Because they would say their idol, their graven image have done it. And their idol and graven image is Ben-Ami. They have pictures of him everywhere. They follow him. They obey him. They call him the Father. They pray to him. They thank him for their food, their idol, their graven image. And that's why he did not allow them to understand this book in clarity. When you go to Ezekiel chapter 14 and you read, take it from the top, and you see there where these men who came to Ezekiel and asked him to inquire of Yah for them, you see what Yah responded. He would not be inquired of by these men. Why? Because they had their idols, plural, set up in their heart. And remember, whatever inanimate object, whatever living person, okay, dead person, mythical person, one is worshiping, they're also worshiping themselves as well. You're never worshiping just one idol, because you're worshiping yourself when you're in idolatry. Why? Because whatever idolatry you're into, you're in it because it allows you to do what you want to do. So you're violating the first commandment. And the first commandment is what? Not that you shall have no gods or strong ones before Yah. The first commandment was you shall have nothing before Yah, including yourself. Same thing what Yah said to Adam and Eve in the 2nd chapter Genesis, that they could eat of him, the tree of life, freely, but the day they went away from his law that he gave them in verse 7, right, chapter 2 Genesis, he breathed the breath of life in Adam's nostrils, he became a living soul. You're not alive till you get this law. Okay, same thing what Moses said to our forefathers in Deuteronomy chapter 30 and chapter 32, right? I've laid before you life and death, blessing and cursing. So choose life that you and your seed may live. This is not a vain or worthless thing unto you, O Israel. This is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations. And by this law, by these commandments and statutes and judgments and ordinances and the testimonies of those who are come before us, who have testified to Yah's greatness and to his uprightness, by this thing your days shall be prolonged. And it's because different ones of the children of Israel who have awakened today have not, will not turn loose of all the ways of the heathen. It's the reason why Yah, just like he said to Ezekiel, to tell those men in Ezekiel chapter 14, he would not allow them to understand. He wouldn't be inquired of by them, because he knew and understood that if he revealed whatever he revealed to them, they would give credit to their idol, because they still had their idols set up in their heart, the stumbling block of their iniquity. Whether it's silver, gold, whatever. And again, we've talked about this before. When I say silver and gold is just like a hammer or a saw. It's a tool to be used, not to be worshipped. Just like a lamb or an oxen, right? They're to be used, eaten. Their skins are to be used for clothing, right? For bags, right? The wool on the sheep is to be used for clothing, right? The lamb chops, right? The lamb roast is to be eaten, right? It's not to be worshipped. Just like in Deuteronomy chapter 8, chapter 9? After we receive, after we've eaten, after Yah has fed us, whatever it may be, after he's blessed us, then we thank Yah and bless Yah for whatever it is that he's given us that sustains us, right? But we must let go of the ways of the heathen. Not partially, but totally. And so, coming again back to this brother, when he told me, he said, Yehuda, I could have taken one of 6 different job opportunities, but none of them would hire me when I told them I couldn't work on the 7th day Sabbath. But in the process of him telling me this, he told me, and we've been talking for a while. He's been calling, different times over the course of about a good year and a half to 2 years. And he listens to the Power Talks. He's looked at the videos, because when he called, he told me that, he said, Yehuda, I've shown, different people, his people, right? He said, I've shown them many things that you have up on the internet, Yah Righteous has on the internet. And he said they had no problem with any of it. They could see it. They were in agreement. But he wanted to know about the time frame of how to, we arrive at this time frame that Yah righteousness would be returned to or be brought to Jerusalem before 2016. And what was going to happen to the descendants of Esau before that. He said, how did you arrive at that? And I explained it to him. But again, as he was telling me about how he couldn't take advantage of these job opportunities and how he had lost his apartment and he was back home, with his mother. And he was saying, his mother, she's all into the main idol of Christianity. And she told him the reason why this happened, because you're not about the main idol of Christianity, right? You all out there know what I'm talking about, right? The preeminent idol of Christianity, right? That they call Jesus or Yeshua, right? Who's supposed to be, according to the story, the Son of God, but they worship him. And many of them call him God, right? And that's again why Yah said he would, Malachi 4, he would bring forth El-Eah the prophet. Again, when you go back to chapter 18, 1 Kings, right? What did El-Eah say to the people? How long are you going to halt between these two different ideologies? He didn't say anything about opinions. I know what's there, but you always got to remember Esau's translated the book. If Yah is the Most High, serve him. If Baal is the Most High, serve him. But what Esau took out was what? Stop saying, and this is what Eliah told him, stop saying that Baal is the son of Yah. Sound familiar? And this is what she told him. The reason why this has happened to you, because you gave up Jesus for this cult that you involved in. You hear what I said? Cult. C-U-L-T. And when he told me that, I said, well, next time you talk to her and it gets this type in the conversation, you bring this to her. Yeah, you are in a culture. You hear me? Culture. C-U-L-T-U-R-E. Right? Cult is just the prefix to cult past. You're not a people unless you have a language, a culture, and a land. And when we awake, we know that the land of Israel belongs to us. We know we have a culture. It's the whole Israelite history. And quite naturally, we had a 2,000-year blackout from 104 BC to 1896. 2,000-year blackout, which was prophesied, Hosea chapter 6, right? Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 12, times time and a half and 12, times time dividing of time. You follow what I'm saying? From the time of the little horn, Augustus Caesar in chapter 7. Okay, but specifically Isaiah chapter 6 and Hosea 6. Because in Isaiah 6, what does it say? It says that Yah would leave our eyes open but not let us see. He would make our ears heavy where we couldn't hear, and our hearts fat where we couldn't understand, lest we see with our eyes, hear with our ears, understand in our heart, and convert. Okay? Convert to this culture. So when anybody says to you, you're in some cult, you tell them, yeah, I'm in a culture. You're absolutely right. I'm in a culture. And this culture has a history that goes all the way back to Adam. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Because that's when Adam got the law. That's when he became a living soul. And you can tell him, I have awakened. I know I'm Israel. 53:10, Isaiah Yeshaya, right? I've seen my seed. I've connected. Now you have to determine whether you're going to be, as it says in chapter 58, Yeshaya, Isaiah at the back end, right? You got to decide whether you're going to be a repairer of the breach, restorers of the path to dwell in. But if you're going to be that, you have to turn 180 degrees to Yah, our righteousness, the King, and submit to this law, the sure foundation, the tried cornerstone, Yeshaya chapter 28. Because like Yah says in Malachi chapter 3 verse 6, he changes not. He changes not. That's why the law that he gave Adam in chapter 2 verse 7, same law that he's talking about that Abraham would teach his children, righteousness and judgment, in chapter 18 verse 19 Genesis. The same law that he said Abraham obeyed in chapter 26 Genesis. The same law that Jacob had, that he cared about, that Esau didn't. That's why Esau sold his birthright to Jacob for some red pottage, bread, and something to drink. Because he didn't care about keeping these laws and rules and regulations and commandments of Yah. where Yaakov did. That's why Yaakov got the blessing, as it was foretold before the boys were born to their mother, Rebekah. The younger would rule over the elder, because Yah was telling her the younger is going to obey my laws and commandments with all his heart and soul. The same law that Yah gave Moses to give to the children of Israel after he brought them out of Egypt. The same law that the children of Israel swore that they would obey at Mount Horeb when they entered into an everlasting covenant with Yah, which they broke repeatedly. Until Yah says, okay, I see what I've got to do now. It's time. I got to, you understand? Put this whipping on you. And I'm going to put a whipping on you in a way where you're never going to forget it. Because that's the only way I'm going to be able to get some of you. After I put this whipping on you for a time, and the dividing of time, Daniel chapter 7, right? Even though the whipping started before then, because that's the time of Augustus Caesar, right? That's when the whipping exacerbated under Augustus. They started working us for no pay, okay? And it's going back to that now, right? That's what Esau wants to take it anyway, right? And he's doing it as we speak to many of us, right? Working us basically for no pay. Got us working for debt paper that's basically worthless, right? Getting more worthless every day. You know, we're going to his colleges, spending a lot of this debt paper to get another piece of paper, as I just read earlier, right? 5 million college graduates underemployed, can't find the job commensurate with that college education, right? Worthless paper, right? So now, you follow me? We've got to turn back to the law with all our heart and all our soul, Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2, and let go of the ways of the heathen. And coming back to this brother, when he told me, he said, you know, I'm back home, I lost my apartment, I can't get a job because I'm doing the Sabbath day, because I'm turning to Yah. And I told him, yeah, you're turning, but you haven't turned. See? A complete turn is 180 degrees. But again, as we find out, awaken and clear the sleep out of our eyes, right? And we start to awaken. We've learned to like different ways of the heathen. Some of these ways we've become addicted to. Whether it's sugar, whether it's promiscuous sex, whether it's alcohol, cocaine, marijuana, heroin, some kind of pills, whether it's pork, tuna fish, catfish, chicken eggs, turkey. We've become addicted. Whether it's going out on the seventh day Sabbath. And we come up with all kind of reasons why we can't do this or we can't do that of the law. When we hear about how you're not supposed to go out on the seventh day Sabbath, and it says that Leviticus 3rd chapter, It's a holy convocation in all thy dwellings. That's where you live when the Sabbath day arrives. That's where you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to violate it by going out. Everything is supposed to rest. Everything. Manservant, maidservant, your horse, your donkey, right? Your ox, your ass, everything's supposed to rest. So if you got cars or trucks, that's supposed to rest. The motor's not supposed to get turned on, right? It's supposed to rest. Not supposed to kindle a fire. Not supposed to cook. That's why you were given, you were told to make food that you had to cook on the 6th day. You cook enough for the 7th if you want that on the 7th day. Right? You can eat, but you can't cook. That's work. So we have to let go of all the ways of the heathen. But, with different people, that takes longer times for whatever reasons, right? Because of their addiction, because of what they like. Pride. They don't want to acknowledge out of pride that they were doing something wrong. They thought they were doing something right. That's what you see in Zechariah chapter 3, right? We've talked about that before. About the sons of Lewi, right? And this seed of Zadok that's out there, that Yah's bringing through that. Yahushua, who was back there with Zerubbabel at that time, when Zechariah was raised up, who will be high priest. He's out there somewhere. Different Lewites, they hear this message, but Satan's standing at their right hand, because in their heart, they don't want to do it. They're adversarial. Satanic, adversarial. They're in opposition to doing just what Yah says. Their men wonder that because they know they're Israel. Some of them are walking around, they got garments on, some of them got tassels, not ribbon or blue, right? And they're saying they're Israel, right? Some of them have got the star of Esau on their vesture, on their garments, right? On the literature that they pass out. They got the star Esau around their neck, right? Because they don't understand that that's the star of Esau, right? Some of them are still in the New Testament, many of them, right? They want to give the New Testament some credence. But again, it's the New Testament. It says that, doesn't it? And again, Malachi 3:6, what did Yah say? I change not. So where did this new stuff come from? I change not. Malachi 3:6. So where you getting this new stuff? That's a change, isn't it? If it's something new. Didn't Moses tell us about this something new in Deuteronomy chapter 32? Didn't he tell us in this book and told our forefathers that eventually your offspring are going to start worshiping new idols, newly raised up, not Yah, but what? Devils. So they still, many of the ones who have awakened, out of the few that have awakened of the children of Israel in the world, the majority are still holding on to the ways of the heathen. And so as I told this brother, you're turning, see? And again, when you start turning away from the ways of the heathen, again, it's 180 degree, makes a complete turn. About face. The circle is 360, right? Half of that is 180. So you have to turn away. You do an about face, 180 degree turn. And you've got some have turned 60 degrees. Some have turned 80, 100, 120, 160. Some have turned 170. But that's not 180. And as they turn, they want Yah, They want Yah to pour blessings upon them. But they haven't totally turned. They have not totally let go of the ways of the heathen. And when you've got different ones of us who've got these jobs paying them $30, $50, $70, $80,000 a year, okay? They don't want to tell their employer, I can't work on the Sabbath day, because they are afraid that they won't be making this $30, $40, $50, $70, $80,000 a year anymore. And all they can envision is their economic collapse. So they come up with reasons why you can't do the Sabbath day, or why they can't do it because I got to work a job. I got to feed myself. But now, who is the creator? Are you fearing man? Are you idolatrous to these economic, materialistic things that you've acquired, that you want to maintain? You want to keep driving a Lexus or a Mercedes-Benz when you can drive a Corolla? Okay? Or a Ford Focus? Or you catch the bus? If you're going to serve Yah, then you're going to serve Yah. There are no equivocations. There are no shades of gray. You're either serving Yah 100% or you're not. And you can't expect Yah to pour blessings on you and to come and help you when you're equivocating his law, when you're not totally turned, not turning, but turned to Yah. 180 degrees. Submission, commitment. And that's what's going on with many of the Israelites who've awakened. They don't want to let go of some ways of the heathen, for whatever their reasons. And in so doing, they're not showing a complete faith, commitment, submission to Yah of hosts, the King. Yah, our righteousness. There's nothing too hard for him. It's nothing that he can't do. But again, if you come to him and you've got any idols set up in your heart, if you're putting yourself before Yah in any shape, form, or fashion, then you're stunning your growth. You're stunting your illumination, because Yah's not going to allow you to illuminate in a full sense where you can see the picture in clarity, in totality. Why? Again, chapter 48, Yeshaya, Isaiah, what he said about the brothers in Dimona. The first 11 verses. What does it say in that 11th verse? Lest you should say, mine idol, my graven image. And then what does Yah say in that 11th verse? I shall not give my glory unto another. So we have to let go of all the ways of the heathen. And before you can do that, you have to be able to identify all the ways of the heathen. And how you do that is reading and studying this book. Again, Jeremiah 31:31, right? A new covenant. What's the new covenant? Not that the law is no more in existence. It's that the law is going to be written upon your heart and your inward parts. The only way that can be done is if you read and study this book, and read and study the law and the commandments and the statutes and the judgments and the ordinances and the precepts and the testimonies of those who obeyed Yah and were blessed, and of those who didn't obey Yah and were cursed. To this day. Never underestimate the power of prayer. You turn toward Jerusalem from wherever you are, and you pray to Yah. Talk to him. He's the king, not any human being. Quite naturally, we have some kings and queens of human, but he's in the process of humbling them. Because when Yah drives these Edomites out suddenly from the land of Israel into their land and burns them up, and that's what's going to happen. That's what's prophesied, huh? You just go into Yeshaya chapter 33, Yeshaya chapter 34, right? Yeshaya chapter 63, the first 6 verses, Obadiah, Yeshaya chapter 66, the back end of that, Ezekiel 35, Jeremiah chapter 49, he's going to drive them out suddenly. Verse 7 through 22 in Jeremiah 49, Jeremiah 49th chapter. The prophecy's already been spoken of. The only prophecy wasn't spoken of is the time frame, and that couldn't be arrived at until the two sisters, Ezekiel 16, Yah brought the two sisters back of Jerusalem that dwell at the right and the left hand. The brothers in Dimona, in their former estate, Dimona, right? The book of Yahushua, chapter 15, verse 22, you'll see Dimona, one of the cities of Yahudah, right? And the sister that dwells at the left hand of Jerusalem, so-called Palestinians, children of Israel, Samaria, of the 10 tribes. And that happened, that Yah brought the first one back, Dimona, January 1970, brought so-called Palestinians back in May of 1993. PLO, the PNC, Yasser Arafat. Okay? And again, for those where this today is choppy like in the past, hopefully it'll come through, and Yeshaya will put this up on the playlist in the YahRighteousnessHome.org site. So if it's choppy now, you can go back and listen to it. And again, when you're listening to these Pal Talks, just like the videos, watch the whole video and listen to the whole thing in Pal Talk. Go through it time and again, over and over. Don't try to pick and choose. I know it's certain frames, volumes, if you will. Okay, the volumes of 15 minutes each. I know it's certain volumes that hit you, and you draw from them more than other volumes. But don't discard those other volumes, because as time goes by, when you listen to those that don't seem to be so informative, you'll go back in there and you'll hear something that really will illuminate you. Yah, from hearing it, Yah will illuminate you. So don't just get stuck on a few volumes. Listen to the whole thing over and over. I had a brother, he called a few days ago. He told me, he said, when you going to do a new Pal Talk? I said, I don't know. And that's what I tell everybody. And I tell them that why? Because we know that Esau is sitting around waiting to try to disrupt the message. So we don't want to give him any forewarning. But we've come to see, as you see today, that he's going to mess with the message. He's always there listening. He's got somebody there, or somebodies, with their instruments of interference, disruption. Because, we're on this invention, that if he didn't invent, he's taking control of, right? But Yah still lets this get out because it's Yah. Okay? We have to let go of the ways of the heathen. Totally. If we want Yah to come to be our shield, our help, our salvation. And he's there, but we have to do what we're supposed to do to acquire these blessings. to acquire this illumination that we so sorely need. So now, because again, I got a couple articles. I'm not going to read them all. I just wanted to bring out that, we got a politician here in Chicago. His name is William Beavers. He was a commissioner, used to be an alderman. He was a police for about 22 years here in Chicago, and then he became an alderman, and then he became a committeeman, okay? And he gave up the alderman spot, and he became just a committeeman, and he's been in politics for many years. Like I said, he was police for the first 22 years of his city service, if you will, county service. And now he's being indicted here, and he's one of us. His name is William Beavers. He's an Israelite. He doesn't know that, okay? But he's been very outspoken over his tenure as a alderman and a committeeman here in Chicago. And now he's up in age, you know what I'm saying, near retirement, and they brought him up on charges of tax evasion, okay? And, they stacked the whole deck against him. The jury pool didn't have an Israelite male in it, so-called African-American male, not in the whole jury pool. First time, this one of Beaver's lawyers, he's been a lawyer for 52 years. He said he's never seen this in 52 years of litigation where he didn't have a black male, African-American Israelite male in the jury pool. But he's supposed to be tried by, how's it go?
Peers.
By his peers, okay? But it's all Caucasians in the jury. One African-American woman, right? And one Latino woman. Could be Israelite. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's sitting on the jury. So they're getting ready to, railroad him on some insignificant points. And my point in bringing this up and bringing this out is that, he was what? Part of the ways of the heathen. Remember now, envy not the oppressor. Proverbs 3:31. And choose none of his ways. See, and Beavers is not the first one that this has happened to. I mean, what happened to Martin Luther King, right? In the ways of the heathen, into idolatry, Christianity. What happened to Malcolm X? In the ways of the heathen, in Islam, idolatry. And that's just some, like I just mentioned, Hugo Chavez and some of these other Latin American leaders that were down there, they all died of cancer. Was that Kirchner and a couple of more? I can't remember their names. Some of you out there might know about it. Right? Because they get attacked by the Illuminati Edomite. Because they stood up. They didn't really possibly understand who they were standing up against. They just thought they were standing up against America, which is, Illuminati Edomites monster, right? Frankenstein's monster. Now, I got something I want to read to you. And this is out of the Midnight Messenger. November-December issue 2012, and it's by a person named Don Frederick. And the title of this is "Can It All Be Coincidence?" ? Okay, the title again is "Can It All Be Coincidence?" ? Okay, he wrote this October 1st, 2012. Here we go. You ready? As I noted in the introduction to my book, The Obama Timeline. You hear that? That's the name of the book. The Obama Timeline. A jury at a murder trial will often find the accumulated circumstantial evidence so overwhelming that a guilty verdict is obvious, even though there may be no witness to the crime. The jurors in the Scott Peterson trial believed the collection of evidence more than they believed Scott Peterson. Among other things, the jury thought that being arrested with $15,000 in cash, recently dyed hair, a newly grown goatee, 4 cell phones, camping equipment, a map to a new girlfriend's house, a gun, and his brother's driver's license certainly did not paint a picture of a grieving husband who had nothing to do with his pregnant wife's disappearance and murder. In the 4 years I have been gathering information about and evidence against Barack Hussein Obama, I have encountered hundreds of coincidences that strike me as amazing. None of those coincidences by themselves may mean much, but taken as a whole, it is almost impossible to believe they were all the result of chance. Consider the Obama-related coincidences. Obama just happened to know 60s far-left radical revolutionary William Ayers, whose father just happened to be Thomas Ayers, who just happened to be a close friend of Obama's communist mentor, Frank Marshall Davis, who just happened to work at the communist sympathizing Chicago Defender with Vernon Jarrett, who just happened to later become the father-in-law of Iranian-born leftist Valerie Jarrett, who Obama just happened to choose as his closest White House advisor, and who just happened to have been CEO of Habitat Company, which just happened to manage public housing in Chicago, which just happened to get millions of dollars from the Illinois state legislature, and which just happened not to properly maintain the housing, which eventually just happened to reacquire demolition. Or should I say, not reacquire, but requisition. Okay? Valerie Jarrett also just happened to work for the city of Chicago and just happened to hire Michelle LaVaughn Robinson, later Miss Obama, who just happened to have worked at the Sidley Austin law firm where former fugitive from the FBI Bernardine Dorn also just happened to work, and where Barack Obama just happened to get a summer job. Now, you know Bernardine Dorn is the wife of William Ayers. Bernardine Dorn just happened to be married to William Ayers, with whom she just happened to have hidden from the FBI at a San Francisco marina, along with Donald Wharton, who just happened to change his name to Khalid al-Mansour. And Warden al-Mansour just happened to be a mentor of Black Panther Party founders Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, and a close associate of Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. And al-Mansour, alias Warden, just happened to be financial advisor to a Saudi prince, who just happened to donate cash to Harvard, for which Obama just happened to get a critical letter of recommendation from Percy Sutton, who just happened to have been the attorney for Malcolm X, who just happened to know Kenyan politician Tom Mboya, who just happened to be a close friend of Barack Hussein Obama Sr., who just happened to meet Malcolm X when he traveled to Kenya. Obama Sr. just happened to have his education at the University of Hawaii paid for by the Labatt Literacy Institute, which just happened to have been supported by Elizabeth Mooney Kirk, who just happened to be a friend of Malcolm X, who just happened to have been associated with the Nation of Islam, which was later headed by Louis Farrakhan, who just happens to live very close to Obama's Chicago mansion, which also just happens to be located very close to the residence of William Ayers and Bernardine Dorn, who just happened to have been occasional babysitters for Malia and Natasha Obama, whose parents just happened not to mind exposed daughters making communists. Okay, now this section is called Saul the Red Alinsky. After attending Occidental College and Columbia University, where he just happened to have foreign Muslim roommates, Obama moved to Chicago to work for the Industrial Area Foundation, an organization that just happened to have been founded by Marxist and radical agitator Saul the Red Alinsky, author of Rules for Radicals, who just happened to be the topic of Hillary Rodham Clinton's thesis at Wellesley College, and Obama's $25,000 salary at IAF just happened to be funded by a grant from the Woods Fund, which was founded by the Woods family, whose Sahara Coal Company just happened to provide coal to Commonwealth Edison, whose CEO just happened to be Thomas Ayers, whose son William Ayers just happened to serve on the board of the Woods Fund along with Obama. Obama also worked on voter registration drives in Chicago in the 1980s and just happened to work with leftist political groups like the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, and Socialist International, SI, through which Obama met Carl Davidson, who just happened to travel to Cuba during the Vietnam War to sabotage the U.S. war effort, and who just happened to be a former member of the SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, which William Ayers and Bernardine Dohrn, they was part of that, right? And a member of the Committees of Correspondence for Democracy and Socialism, which just happened to sponsor a 2002 anti-war rally at which Obama spoke, and which just happened to have been organized by Marilyn Kotz, a former SDS activist and later public relations consultant, who just happened to be a longtime friend of Obama's political hatchet man, David Axelrod. Obama joined Trinity United Church of Christ, whose pastor was Reverend Jeremiah Wright, a fiery orator who just happened to preach Marxism and black liberation theology, and who delivered anti-white, anti-Jew, and anti-American sermons, which Obama just happened never to hear because he just happened to miss church only on the days when Wright was at his most enthusiastic. And Obama just happened never to notice that Oprah Winfrey left the church because it was too radical, and just happened never to notice that the church gave the vile anti-Semitic Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan a Lifetime Achievement Award. I hope you're getting this. Now, this next section is called $125,000 advance. Although no one had ever heard of him at the time, Obama just happened to receive an impossible to believe $125,000 advance to write a book about race relations, which he just happened to fail to write while using the cash to vacation in Bali with his wife Michelle. And despite his record of non-writing, he just happened to receive a second advance for $40,000 from another publisher, and he eventually completed a manuscript called Dreams from My Father, which just happened to strongly reflect the writing style of William Ayers, who just happened to trample on an American flag for the cover photograph of the popular Chicago magazine Obama just happened never to see, even though it appeared on newsstands throughout the city. Obama was hired by the law firm Minor, Banhill, and Gallen, which just happened to specialize in negotiating state government contracts to develop low-income housing, and which just happened to deal with now imprisoned Tony Resco and his firm Rezar, and with slumlord Valerie Jarrett, and the law firm's Judson Minor just happened to have been a classmate of Bernardine Dohrn, wife of William Ayers. In 1994, Obama represented Acorn and another plaintiff in a lawsuit against Citibank for denying mortgages to blacks, okay? Bucks Robertson versus City Federal Savings Bank. And the lawsuit just happened to result in banks being blackmailed for poor credit risk, a trend which just happened to spread nationwide and which just happened to lead to the collapse of the housing bubble, which just happened to help Obama defeat John McCain in the 2008 presidential election. In 1996, Obama ran for the Illinois State Senate and joined the new party, which just happened to promote Marty Young, a socialist who just happened to support a government takeover of the healthcare system. Hold on. Y'all righteousness, please. Okay, can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, now, again, in 1994, Obama represented Acorn, another plaintiff, in a lawsuit against Citibank for denying mortgages to blacks. Okay, Bucks Robertson versus Citibank Federal Savings Bank, and the lawsuit just happened to result in banks being blackmailed into approving subprime loans for poor credit risks. Okay, a trend which just happened to spread nationwide and which just happened to lead to the collapse of the housing bubble, which just happened to help Obama defeat John McCain in the 2008 presidential election. In 1996, Obama ran for the Illinois State Senate and joined the new party, which just happened to promote Marxism, and Obama was supported by Dr. Quentin Young, Y-O-N-G, a socialist who just happened to support a government takeover of the healthcare system. All right? Larry Sinclair. In late 1999, Obama purportedly engaged in homosexual activities and cocaine snorting in the back of a limousine with a man named Larry Sinclair, who claims he was contacted in late 2007 by Donald Young, who just happened to be the gay choir member, and Young just happened to be murdered on December 23rd, 2007, just weeks after Larry Bland, another gay member of the church, just happened to be murdered. And both murders just happened to have never been solved. In 2008, Sinclair held a press conference. Okay. Yeah, right. If you can hear me, let me know. If you can hear me, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, in late 1999, Obama purportedly engaged in homosexual activities and cocaine snorting in the back of a limousine with a man named Larry Sinclair, who claims he was contacted in late 2007 by Donald Young, who just happened to be the gay choir director of Obama's Chicago church and who shared information with Sinclair about Obama. And Young just happened to be murdered on December 23rd, 2007, just weeks after Larry Bland, another gay member of the church, just happened to be murdered, and both murders just happened to have never been solved. In 2008, Sinclair held a press conference to discuss his claims and just happened to be arrested immediately after the event based on a warrant issued by Delaware Attorney General Beau Biden, who just happens to be the son of Joe Biden. You hear that? In 2003, Obama and his wife attended a dinner in honor of Rashid Khalidi, who just happened to be a former PLO operative, harsh critic of Israel, and advocate of Palestinian rights, and who Obama claims he does not know, even though the Obamas just happened to have dined more than once at the home of Khalidi and his wife, Mona, and just happened to have used them as occasional babysitters. Obama reportedly praised Khalidi at the decidedly anti-Semitic event, which William Ayers just happened to also attend, and the event Obama pretends he never attended was sponsored by the Arab American Action Network, to which Obama just happened to have funneled cash while serving on the board of the Woods Fund with William Ayers. And one speaker at the dinner remarked that if Palestinians cannot secure a return of their land, Israel will never see a day of peace. And entertainment at the dinner included a Muslim children's dance whose performances just happened to include simulated beheadings with fake swords and stomping on American, Israeli, and British flags. And Obama allegedly told the audience that, quote, Israel has no God-given right to occupy Palestine, unquote, and there has been genocide against the Palestinian people by the Israelis. And the Los Angeles Times has a videotape of the event, but just happens to refuse to make it public. Okay, now, David Axelrod. In the 2004 Illinois Democrat primary race for the U.S. Senate, frontrunner Blair Hull just happened to be forced out of the race after David Axelrod just happened to manage to get Hull's sealed divorce records unsealed, which just happened to enable Obama to win the primary so he could face popular Republican Jack Ryan. You know who he was, right? Vice President to Mitt Romney, you know, presidential runner. Vice presidential runner, right? Okay, so again, Obama, it says, ain't that the same one?
No.
That ain't him?
This is Illinois, right? That's talking about Illinois, Jack Ryan in Illinois.
Okay, well, maybe that's not the same one. Y'all is telling me that's not the same. I thought it was the same one. But anyway, I'm going to continue on. Okay, y'all can check it out. You know, and I know y'all going to check this stuff. So look. Here we go again. In the 2004 Illinois Democrat primary race for the U.S. Senate, front runner Blair Hull just happened to be forced out of the race after David Axelrod just happened to manage to get Hull sealed divorce records unsealed, which just happened to enable Obama to win the primary so he could face popular Republican Jack Ryan, who sealed child custody records from his divorce just happened to become unsealed, forcing Ryan to withdraw from the race, which just happened to enable the unqualified. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know.
No.
Okay, now, again, in the 2004 Illinois Democratic primary race for the U.S. Senate, frontrunner Blair Hull just happened to be forced out of the race after David Axelrod just happened to manage to get Hull's sealed divorce records unsealed, which just happened to enable Obama to win the primary so he could face popular Republican Jack Ryan, whose sealed child custody records from his divorce just happened to become unsealed, forcing Ryan to withdraw from the race, which just happened to enable the unqualified Obama to waltz into the U.S. Senate, where, after a mere 143 days of work, he just happened to decide he was qualified to run for the President of the United States. Got that? All right, now here we go. $1 million mansion. Obama just happened to save $300,000 on the purchase of a $1.65 million Chicago mansion, for which he deposited only $1,000 in earnest money, while the sellers of the which was appraised at no more than $500,000, just happened to be sold at the inflated price of $625,000 to Rita Resco, who just happened to earn only $37,000 per year working for Cook County government. All right, can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Okay, so again, Obama just happened to save $300,000 on the purchase of a $1.65 million Chicago mansion, for which he deposited only $1,000 in earnest money, while the seller's adjacent empty lot, which was appraised at no more than $500,000, just happened to be sold at the inflated price of $625,000 to Rita Resco, who just happened to earn only $37,000 per year working for Cook County government, and who just happened to be married to Tony Resco, who just happened to be Obama's main money man for his political campaigns, and who only days before the Obama mansion purchase just happened to obtain a $3.5 million loan from wealthy Iraqi Nadmi Akchi, who just happened to have been kicked out of Iraq, who just happened to have been convicted of corruption charges in France, and who just happened to ask Resco to ask then U.S. Senator Obama to help him obtain a visa to travel to the United States. Rita Resco just happened to borrow the money for the $625,000 empty lot from the Mutual Bank of Harvey, which just happened to be run by Tony Resco's pal, Amrish Mahajan, whose wife, Anita, just happened to have been charged with fraudulently receiving $2 million in Illinois taxpayer dollars for drug tests never performed by her company, KK Bioscience, which just happened to have a no-bid contract with the state, and whose computers just happened to disappear right before investigators arrived to take them away for evidence. Okay, now check this out. You with me? Y'all with me out there? Okay, $1.32 million mortgage. Obama just happened to obtain a $1.32 million mortgage for his mansion, even though the payments of $8,000 per month plus at least $1,500 per month in property taxes. So we talking $9,500, right? Just shy of $10,000 a month, right? You with this? Okay. Exceeded 50% of his $162,000 $62,100 salary with the U.S. Senate income. And even though Michelle Obama was claiming that she and her husband were still paying off substantial student loans and were struggling to pay for piano lessons for their daughters, one of whom just happens to look remarkably like one of the daughters of Malcolm X. Okay, now, profitable connections. Obama just happened to obtain his mansion mortgage from Northern Trust Bank, whose board of directors just happened to include Susan Crown, who just happened to be part of the wealthy Crown family. You know, these are Edomites, the Crowns, right? Which just happened to donate to Obama's campaigns, and which just happened to have ownership in defense contractor General Dynamics Corporation, and the Crown family just happened to sit on the board of the energy company Exelon, formerly known as Commonwealth Edison, which just happened to have had Thomas Ayers as its CEO, and the Crown family also owned the Maytag Appliance Company, which just happened to move its operations to Mexico after its employees just happened to donate to Obama's campaign, after he just happened to pledge that he would keep their jobs in Galesburg, Illinois. In June 2005, just months after Obama became a U.S. Senator, Michelle Obama just happened to be named the non-executive director of the board of Treehouse Foods, a supplier of Walmart, for a salary of $51,200 in 2005 and $101,083 in 2006, and she just happened to be given 7,500 Treehouse stock options worth approximately $72,375, even though she just happened to know nothing about the private sector or running a business. In 2006, Obama pushed for a $1 million earmark for the University of Chicago, and his wife Michelle just happened to be promoted to Vice President of Community and External Affairs for the hospitals, with a salary increase from $121,900 to $316,962, and she just happened to receive public relations help from Obama's political strategist David Axelrod, whose mother just happened to write for a communist newspaper. In 2006, Sarah P. Herlihy, an associate of the Chicago law firm of Kirkland & Ellis, whose employees later contributed $87,722 to Obama's presidential campaign, and whose partner Bruce I. Edelson just happened to be a member of Obama's campaign finance committee, just happened to write a paper calling for the elimination of the natural born citizen requirement in the U.S. Constitution. You hear that, right? 2006 Kenya visit. Obama just happened to visit Kenya in 2006 to support his cousin Raila Odinga, a Muslim socialist candidate for president who just happened to have ties to both Al-Qaeda and Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, and who just happened to have been educated in communist East Germany, and who just happened to name his son Fidel, and just happened to plan on establishing Sharia Muslim law in Kenya, and whose activities prompted the Kenyan government to lodge an official protest of Obama's passport abuse and misconduct, and Obama's actions just happened to have been denounced by the U.S. State Department as being in direct opposition to U.S. national security. And after Odinga, for whom Obama just happened to have raised $950,000, lost the election, his Muslim followers just happened to burn Christian women and children alive in a church where they had sought refuge. In 2006, Obama endorsed Alexei Giannoulis in his race for Illinois State Treasurer, and stated that he is one of the most outstanding young men I could ever hope to meet, quote unquote, even though Giannoulis just happened to be only 29 years old, and even though his family's Broadway bank just happened to finance Chicago crime figures like Michael Jaws Girango, a Chicago thug with convictions for bookmaking and promoting prostitution, and even though virtually all of Chicago Democrat politicians were keeping their distance from Giannoulis, his reputation was so questionable he even failed to get the endorsement of the Chicago Democrat Party, which just happens to almost never be concerned about questionable reputations. Okay, now, more qualifications. Obama's mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, once worked for the Ford Foundation's ASEA program, which just happened to be run by Peter Geithner, who's just happened to be the father of Timothy Geithner, who just happened to neglect to pay Social Security taxes on much of his income, which just happened to somehow qualify him to be Obama's Treasury Secretary, right? During the 2008 campaign, Obama's passport records just happened to have been illegally searched by an employee of a firm headed by John O. Brennan and Lieutenant Quarles Harris Jr., who was cooperating with federal investigators in connection with the incident, just happened to be found with a bullet in his head, and the murder just happened never to be solved. And Obama later just happened to make Brennan his terrorism and intelligence advisor. Dressed in Black Power colors. On election night in 2008, in Chicago's Grand Park, Obama just happened to wear a black suit and a red tie, and his older daughter just happened to wear a red dress, and his younger daughter just happened to wear a stark black dress, and his wife Michelle just happened to wear an arguably unattractive black dress that appeared to have a giant red X design, which just happened to prompt some to wonder if their clothing just happened to denote Black Power, communism, and Malcolm X, and at the very least prompted others to wonder why anyone would have his daughter wear a jet black dress for a celebratory occasion, or where one could even just happen to find a store that sells black dresses for little girls. From election night forward, there are hundreds of other just happens, not the least of which is the long-form birth certificate released by Obama in April 2011, which just happened to consist of multiple image layers, which including various objects which can be separated and rotated with computer software, which just happens to be impossible. The birth certificate is merely scanned and not computer constructed by a forger. I could go on, but you get the idea. And then he's got a PS. Since Obama just happened to win re-election on November 6th, remember that hyperinflation just happens to be the inescapable consequence of printing trillions of dollars to cover massive government deficits. And he's got here, he's got 2012 facts not fantasy.blogspot.com/ So what was choppy? What was last part that was choppy? Let me know. Okay, well, like I said earlier, this comes out of the Midnight Messenger. Okay, the Midnight Messenger. Okay, I'll just go back over that last little bit again. Wait just a second. Okay, now again, it says from election night forward, there are hundreds of other just happens, not the least of which is the long-form birth certificate released by Obama in April 2011, which just happened to consist of multiple image layers, including various objects which can be separated and rotated with computer software, which just happens to be impossible if a birth certificate is merely scanned and not computer constructed by a forger. I could go on, but you get the idea. P.S. Since Obama just happened to win re-election on November 6th, remember that hyperinflation just happens to be the inescapable consequence of printing trillions of dollars to cover massive government deficits. Okay, and he's got a 2012 factsnotfantasy.blogspot.com/. So you can probably go on there, bring that up, and see his site. Okay? But that's the president of these United States. And if you go back over this, and you get a copy from the Midnight Messenger, which is the, wait just a minute, which is the November-December copy of the Midnight Messenger 2012. Okay? And you go and if you get that, or you bring up his blog and look at it on the internet, when you go back over this article, you will see all of these different Edomites, okay, like Edelson, huh? You follow what I'm saying? And some of these Edomites you probably won't be able to discern that are Edomites, right? But again, like I said earlier today, Penny Pritzker's getting ready to be his Commerce Secretary of Commerce. This came out in the paper the other day, okay? Said it's a done deal. All right? A done deal. You know, he hasn't announced it yet, but it's going to be forthcoming shortly. You follow me? So again, you know, how did this person that came out of nowhere, you follow me, end up being president? Was only United States Senator for 143 days. 143 days. Okay? Was the Illinois senator for a little bit of time, but you know, came out of nowhere. Nobody knows where he came from per se. We know he's got what they say, where they say he came from. We know who they say he is, but is he really that? Like I said before, you know, these Edomites, you understand, they make babies, and they make babies coming out of other nationalities. You know, like Edita pointed out here the other month, you know, we were talking and she told me, she said, Yuli, she looked it up on the internet and she saw that, you know, these Edomites is intertwined with the Hashemites, you know, the Saudis over there in Saudi Arabia, the Hashemite dynasty. But, you know, I thought about it later on. You go all the way back, right? You go all the way back to Genesis, right? And we see when Isaac sent Jacob to get a wife of his own people, right? What did Esau do? He went and got an Ishmaelite wife then. And that's who these Arabs, you know, these Saudis and whatnot, these Arab Emirates, right? Bahrain, Yemen, that's what they are. They're descendants of Ishmael. So Esau he been hooked up with these Ishmaelites all the way back to the original Esau. See, and when you go into that 83rd Psalm, who do you see there in the 83rd Psalm that was hooked up with Esau in the conspiracy, huh, against us to keep us cut off forever? Huh? Don't you? I'll read it to you. Wait a minute. Okay, now in the 83rd Psalm, we see in verse 6, you see what it said? The tabernacles of Edom and the who? The Ishmaelites. So they part of the conspiracy with these other nations against us to keep us from knowing who we are. Remember what it said in that 83rd Psalm, right? Keep not thy silence, O Yah, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Yah, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that what? Hate thee, have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. See, because they wanted to keep us cut off from Yah forever. And we see all these nations here who was complicit in this conspiracy. The Assyrians, they the last one mentioned, right? Asher, verse 8. That's the Assyrians. Today they call it Iraq, right? We see the Tyrians, the Hittites, right? The so-called Phoenicians, right? And we see what Yah said about the Tyrians in chapter 26, 27, and 28 chapters of Ezekiel, right? We see Amalek, our main enemies of the children of Esau. Our main enemies, not only our enemies, but the enemies to the people of the world. Isn't that right? The Amalekite, what did y'all say in Exodus chapter 17 at the end? He was going to have war with Amalek from generation to generation. And you out there who's reading, don't get the Amalekites that you see in early part of Genesis before Esau was born. Don't get confused. Those Amalekites was Hamites. Okay? We talking about here, this is Amalek of Esau, the descendant of Esau, that you see in Genesis chapter 36. Okay? The original Esau's grandson, Amalek, who spawned the Amalekites. Remember now, these Edomites mixed in with the Hamites. They mixed in with the Ishmaelites. They mixed in with everybody. Because you got different. They've taken, a different one of our, ones of our daughters of Israel had babies by them. You understand? That's what Farrakhan is. He's Edomite. Didn't you hear him mentioned in this article? Because Barack Obama, many of you probably might not be acquainted with Chicago, but Barack Obama lived right around the corner down the street from Farrakhan. I'm acquainted with the area. And they just mentioned it here in this article. When you go back over this, you listen to it when Yeshaya puts it up, or you get the article, okay, and you look at it. They all hooked up. They all live in the same vicinity. William Ayers, Bernardine Dorn. Did you hear about the hookup when I read it about how, you understand, they was hooked up with this boy named Warden, who changed his name to Al Mansour, who was the mentor to Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale? Can all this be just coincidence? Remember what the title of the article is now. You remember what Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, right? We've mentioned it a few times in the past. We did shows with Mark, and I think I'm pretty sure I mentioned on this Pal Talk, right? Whatever's done in politics, you can be sure it was planned that way. Okay? They're not throwing darts at a dartboard. This thing is not, crossing your fingers and your toes, and you understand what I mean? By chance. This thing is all planned out. For those of you who are acquainted with Gary Allen's, none dare call it a conspiracy. What does he start out in that book saying? He says, can all this be a coincidence? He said, if this was all, by chance, some of the time things would have to fall for the people.
Given the law of averages.
Given the law of averages, some of this stuff would have to fall in the favor of the people. He said, but this is not by chance. He said, this has all been done by genius. Genius. Now understand when I say this, remember Jeremiah chapter 25, right? Okay? Jeremiah the 25th chapter. We've spoken on it before. And what did y'all say? What did y'all say there? I'm going to pick it up at verse 14. For many nations and great kings should serve themselves of them also. Now, Yah has gone beyond the original Babylon. He's talking about now these subsequent three kingdoms. Right? Media Persia, Grecia, and this fourth kingdom that was going to be diverse. Daniel chapter 7. He's gone beyond the Babylonian kingdom in verse 14, Jeremiah chapter 25. Now he's talking about how he was going to scatter us to the four corners of the earth in these subsequent kingdoms. And for all of these Israelites out there who claim that the book of Daniel has no veracity, has no validity, where do we find out about these subsequent kingdoms? These subsequent kingdoms are not talked about per se by name, by number in any other book other than the book of Daniel. So when you go back here to this Jeremiah 25, right? You see what it says? and I will recompense them according to their deeds. That's why you got to let go of all the ways of the heathen. Because you're being judged by Yah according to your deeds, what you do. And there is no equivocation. There are no shades of gray. It's black or white, wrong or right. You either with Yah in harmony, submission to that law, or not. And according to the works of their own hands. You see that? Verse 15, for thus saith Yah, the strong of Israel, unto me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink it. And they shall drink and be moved and be mad. Why? Because of the sword that I will send among them. You see that? Because of the sword that I will send among them. Now just skip on over to verse 27. Same chapter 25, right? You can read all this other on your own, but just skip to verse 27. You see what it says there? Therefore thou shalt say unto them, thus saith Yah of hosts, the strong of Israel, drink ye and be drunken, and spew and fall and rise no more. Why? Because of the sword which I will send among you. Now just go back to chapter 27 Genesis. Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna get this. I agree. Just don't put it back there. Now just go to 27 Genesis. Y'all say that, but y'all did that. Okay. Okay. Now you go to chapter 27 Genesis. Okay, and read what Isaac, when he said to Esau. Huh? I'm going to pick this up at verse 39 in the 27th chapter of Genesis. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, talking to Esau now, the original Esau, behold, this was Esau's blessing. Thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and of the dew of heaven from above. And by what? And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke off thy neck. But I also know that it said, because of what it says in the top of verse 41, what? Esau hated, you understand, Jacob, because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. Well, why did he hate it? Because Isaac also told him, and Illuminati Edomite took this out. When Isaac told him, said, you know, you shall break his yoke from off thy neck when you get the dominion. But your dominion is not going to last, and you're going to come back up under your brother forever. That's why Esau hated his blessing and hated Jacob because of it. That's why he says here, what? And Esau said in his heart, verse 41, the days of mourning for my father at hand. In other words, when Isaac died, my father died, then I'm going to slay Jacob. I'm going to kill him. He wouldn't have said that unless Isaac told him, said, but your dominion's not going to last. And you're eventually going to come back up under your brother forever. And here we are. March 16, 2013. 117 years into our awakening as knowing that we the children of Israel. But only what? Only since 1986, September 28, the establishment of Yah righteousness that Yah spoke of in Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 5, verse 6, right? And then these other prophecies surrounding his arm, his movement. Yeshaya chapter 40, his arm. Yeshaya chapter 48, his arm. Yeshaya chapter 51 and 52, his arm. The Jerusalem movement. What does it say in chapter 40, Yeshaya at the top? Wait a minute. Comfort ye my people, saith Yah. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem. He calling Jerusalem his people. He ain't talking about all Israel. He's talking about Jerusalem. Huh? His people. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem and cry unto her that what? Her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she what? Had, past tense, received of Yah's hand double for all her sins. Double curse on the descendants of Jerusalem. And so Yah is telling us here, all right, you understand? The door is open now. You can come to me. You can offer up the calves of your lips, Hosea 14. You can turn back toward Jerusalem, from wherever you are, Jerusalem, that's scattered to the four corners of the earth, and scattered the fathers. Matter of fact, Jerusalem scattered the fathers per se, and that's the other side of the world. Because his movement was to be established in where? In the midst. Yeshaya chapter 52, of her, the daughter of Babylon, United States of America, the furnace of affliction. Because we see that in 48:9, right? He took the brothers in Dimona out of where? Out of the furnace of affliction. But he has not refined them with silver, because they in idolatry. That's why he refers to them in Ezekiel 16 as Sodom and her daughters. And like we said, it's come out now, right? They got sodomites among them. Just like we finding out of this article, Barack Obama is a sodomite. I remember when that choir director for that Trinity Church got killed. You understand? When he got killed, they say there was no forced entry. His front door to his apartment was left ajar. When they came into his apartment, he up in there dead. So they know right there, didn't nobody break in. He had let him in, whoever killed him, right? But they never found the murderer. They don't even talk about that anymore. Like you said in the article I just read, right? Both of these, all these murders hooked up with these homosexuals that was hooked up with Obama some kind of way, right? And they all unsolved. And you heard it when I read the article that one of these daughters that's supposed to be his looked just like one of the daughters of Malcolm X. Now we know Malcolm X been dead since 65, right? But what was going on back then, you know? You understand what I'm saying? We know what happened to Betty Shabazz, Malcolm X's wife, right? She got burnt up by her what? Her grandson, who was one, I don't know which daughter. You understand? I don't know if that's the daughter that looked like Barack Obama's daughter or not. You understand? It could be, because I know it was the youngest daughter whose son did that. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and again, you know, he's the one burned her up in the house. She died. But she was about Allah, right? But Allah must have been on vacation when she burned up in the fire. You know, we know Malcolm got blown away, right? He's about Allah too. You know, we talked about this before, right? No protection, no shield. Okay, Malcolm put up his grandson still missing, you know. Well, I don't know. Last I heard, he's out doing some kind of, he was out doing some kind of, he was talking about this, right? Wasn't he on something here not long ago? Yeah, he was on something, because he's an adult now.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's something, but I'm not clear on it. Okay, CIA took it? Okay, maybe so. I don't know. Okay, but nevertheless, the point being is, you understand? Look at all what happens to these people who's in this idolatry. Yeah, seemed like I remember something about that, Malcolm, Yedida, that he was, you know, going to Iran, you know, or something. He was on something that came out here not long ago. He was talking about this, but the deal is, look at what's happening to all these people who's in idolatry. Right, Yedida, the film festival, right. Okay? But look what's happening to these people who's into this idolatry. See, you got to turn this thing around. You got to think outside the box. You got to take your mind out of the matrix, right? And when you do this and look at this thing, that's why we talked about Farrakhan, Jesse Jackson. You understand? If Farrakhan was really against the powers that be like he claimed, he'd be dead. How all these other Muslims getting killed every day? You know, look at our brothers and sisters in the land, in Israel, the so-called Palestinians. They into Islam, what's happening to them? Esau killing them every day. Every day. Got million, a few million incarcerated. Huh? He's shooting them, he killing them, he got them all, incarcerated on the Gaza, right? Got them in an open air prison. Can't nothing, no food get in, can't no medicine get in, nothing, right? Well, why is this happening to him? Where's Allah? Where's Allah? How come he ain't helping them? But they still praying 5 times a day. When they gonna wake up and understand that they praying to an idol, an image, a rock, a stone, and come to understand that they Israel and turn back to the Most High? And again, back here to this Jeremiah chapter 25, right? The sword, Yah has brought the sword on the inhabitants of the earth to drive them mad. Look at all these nations in economic collapse, upset, mad, right? Well, who did it? The bankers, Illuminati Edomite. And what was his blessing? To live by his sword. The bankers, Illuminati Edomite, dropping the whole world in economic collapse. And again, how is he able to do this? Because Yah is allowing him to do this. Remember what we just read in Jeremiah chapter 25, right? The sword that he has brought on the inhabitants of the earth. Yah of hosts, he brought this sword on them. Do y'all all hear me out there? If you hear me, let me know. Put something up, let me know you can hear me. Okay? See? It's Yah that has brought this sword. Now, since we talking in that vein, y'all just hit me with something. I want everybody, you got your books out there, turn to Yeshaya chapter 10. Okay? Now listen to this. Chapter 10, Yeshaya. Warn to them that decree unrighteous decrees and that write grievousness which they have prescribed. To turn aside the needy from judgment, to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. And what will ye do in the day of visitation, in the desolations which shall come from far? To whom will you flee for help? And where will you leave your glory? Without me, they shall bow down under the prisoners, and they shall fall under the slain. For all this his anger is not turned away, but what? His hand is stretched out still. O Assyria, the rod of my anger, and the staff in their hand is my indignation. I'm going to read that part again. You with me? O Assyrian, the rod of my anger, and the staff in their hand is mine indignation. I will send him against the hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge, to take the spoil and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. Howbeit he means not so, neither does his heart think so, but it is in his heart to destroy and cut off nations, not a few. For he says, are not my princes altogether kings? Is not Calno as Carchemish? Is not Hamad as Arpad? Is not Samaria as Damascus? As my hand hath found the kingdoms of the idols, and whose graven images did excel them of Jerusalem and of Samaria, shall I not, as I have done unto Samaria and her idols, so do to Jerusalem and her idols? Wherefore it shall come to pass that when Yah hath performed his whole work upon Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, I will punish the fruit of the stout heart of the king of Assyria and the glory of his high looks. For he says, by the strength of my hand have I done it. I have done it, and by my wisdom, for I am prudent. Let me read that again. For he says, by the strength of my hand I have done it, and by my wisdom, for I am prudent. And I have removed the bowels of the people, and have robbed their treasures, and I have put down the inhabitants like a valiant man. And my hand hath found as a nest the riches of the people. And as one gathers eggs that are left, have I gathered all the earth. And there was none that moved the wing or opened the mouth or peeped. Shall the axe boast itself against him that hews therewith? Or shall the saw magnify itself against him that shaketh it? As if the rod should shake itself against them that lift it up, or as if the staff should lift up itself, as if it were no wood? Therefore shall Yah of hosts send among his fat ones leanness, and under his glory he shall kindle a burning like the burning of a fire, and like Israel shall be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame, and it shall burn and devour his thorns and his briars in one day, and shall consume the glory of his forest and of his fruitful field, both soul and body, and they shall be as when a standard bearer faints. And the rest of the trees of his forest shall be few, that a child may write them. And it shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel and such are escaped of the house of Jacob shall no more again stay upon him that smote them, but shall stay upon Yah, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. The remnant shall return, even the remnant of Jacob, unto the mighty strong one. For through the people, for though thy people Israel be as the sand of the sea, yet a remnant of them shall return. The consumption decree shall overflow with righteousness. Now, Yah is talking about the king of Assyria back in the past. Okay? With the situation with Sargon the second happened first, but this actually, when he destroyed his army, the Syrian army, this happened under Sennacherib, Sargon the second's son, in 705 BCE. And that's when Yah killed that 185,000 overnight. It was so few of them left that a child was able to write the remainder. But my point in coming here, okay, is, you know what they say, right? History repeats itself for those who forget it. Right? For those who forget history are subject to repeat it. But at the same time, what does Solomon say in Ecclesiastes? There's nothing new up under the sun. What's here today was here yesterday. And what was here yesterday will be here tomorrow. But the point being is, what makes these things come back around? It's because the people forget. The people don't remember that Yah is the Most High. They don't understand that they cannot circumvent Yah. Again, Malachi chapter 3 verse 6. What did Yah say? I change not. So if the people keep doing the same things over and over, I'm going to keep dropping the same drama on them. So again, what he did with the king of Assyria, who was the saw, who was the hammer, you understand, in his hand back then, when he took the king of Assyria around in his army and knocked off all those nations. Carchemish, right? He knocked off Samaria, because they were all what? They were all in idolatry. And so he was going up to Jerusalem to knock Jerusalem off. But because of what? Because of what Hezekiah, right? We've talked about this in the past in Yeshaya chapter 8, what Hezekiah had done. When Yah sent word to Hezekiah by Isaiah to tell him, say not a confederacy with these nations, because see, these nations was rebelling against Sargon II. Back in 714 BCE, he was over all of them. They was paying him tribute, and they got tired of paying him tribute. So what did they do? They was plotting a rebellion, a revolution.
And they knew Hezekiah, who was in harmony with Yah, he wasn't paying tribute to Sargon II. So they was all going to, you understand, they got a contingency, of ambassadors to go up to Hezekiah to entice him to lead this revolution against Sargon II and the Assyrians. You understand? That's why y'all sent word before they got there by Yeshaya, right? Say not a confederacy with those who say a confederacy. In other words, you stay out of this thing. This thing is from me. I'm the one that's taking the king of Assyria around and knocking off these idolatrous nations. And when I get through taking him around and he's knocking off all these idolatrous nations, right? Burning their idols up in the fire, breaking them up and burning them up, then I'm going to bring him up, you understand, on Jerusalem, on my mountain, and I'm going to anoint myself. Isn't that what we see here in chapter 10? Where is it? Verse 27, and it shall come to pass in that day that his burden shall be taken away from off thy shoulder and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed. Why? Because of the anointing. All right? 2 Chronicles chapter 32, 21st through the 23rd verse. 2 Chronicles chapter 32, 21 through 23. Because of the anointing. Because Yah, when you understand, when Hezekiah realized that he had messed up, because what happened when the ambassadors came up to him and they started backslapping him and flattering him, right? Because you know that's what people do when they want something from you. They start putting flattery on you. You understand? And Yah has told us in his precepts, we're not supposed to be moved by flattery. We're not supposed to be moved by gifts. Because gifts and flattery what? Blind the eyes of the wise and pervert judgment. So when they got up there and got the backslapping, and we see in the book, Hezekiah was what? He was prideful. He was boastful. So they got the flattering him, and he went on and disobeyed the command of Yah and joined them. Said, okay, I'll lead you, because they wanted him to lead them because they knew he wasn't paying tribute. See, you understand? Yahudah, Jerusalem, they wasn't paying tribute to Sargon. Why? Because at that time they had been in harmony with Yah. So Yah, he was their protector. He was their shield. And they understood he wasn't paying tribute to Sargon II. That's why they came to him. That's why they wanted him to lead them. You understand? And he went on and joined them. But when he went on and joined them, now he messed up. And Yah did what? He brought Sargon's army up. Straight up to Jerusalem. Put Jerusalem under siege. When you read it in the book, Sargon, he didn't even come. He stayed in Lachish, 30 miles away. He said, you don't need the whole army to knock off Jerusalem. He sent half the army, wrote a letter, put it in the hand of one of his generals, and when they got there, the general read it. Because, you know, one of Hezekiah's servants was up on the wall, and he hollered down to him. He said, don't speak to us in the Israelite language. Speak to us in Syriac, because we understand it. And the general, then he started hollering in the Israelite language. I'm going to speak in the language, so all of them up on the wall, all of them that's in this eating their dung and drinking their piss with you can hear me. It's in the book. And when he finished reading the letter, then Hezekiah sent one of his servants out to get the letter outside the wall. They went and got the letter, brought it back in, and gave it to him. And Hezekiah, he know he done messed up now. So what is he? He in sackcloth and barefoot with his head covered. And he going up to the temple to spread the letter out before Yah and started praying. Because in the letter, Sargon blasphemed Yah because he equated Yah with the rest of the idols, you understand, that he had broken up and thrown in the fire these other nations. He said Yah ain't no better than them. So when Hezekiah got through praying, right, and came out, you understand, Yah got Isaiah, Yeshua there waiting for him. And what did he tell him? Thus saith Yah, the daughter of Jerusalem laughs at the king of Assyria, because they're not gonna shoot an arrow up against this wall. By the way they came is the way they're going to return, because they came from Lachish. Because Sargon II, he stayed in Lachish, like 30 miles away from Jerusalem, right? He only sent half his army to knock off Jerusalem, because he looked on Jerusalem with disdain. But then what did y'all do? Y'all raised up Taharka, who was the king of Ethiopia and over Egypt, and the Sabians, the Ethiopian, right? The Egyptians and the Sabians. Isn't that what it's talking about in the 43rd chapter of Yeshaya? When Yah said, I gave Egypt, Ethiopia, and Saba for thy ransom, he brought out Taharka. And when Sargon got the word that Taharka had come out against him with this combined force, that's when he sent word to his army. He said, forget about Jerusalem, I need you with me. You understand? Because Taharka doesn't come out against us. See? Now Esau in the book, he tried to make you think this was Sennacherib, but this was Sargon II, Sennacherib's daddy, in 714 BCE when this happened. Because right after this, when they was pulled away, okay, now that's when y'all hit Hezekiah with the boil and told him, you know, through Yeshaya, Isaiah said, get your house in order because you're going to die and not live. And Yeshaya walked out. And that's when Hezekiah got up on the bed and started wailing and crying and pleading. And then y'all touched Yeshaya out in the inner court and sent him back to tell him, say, you know, I've heard your words, seen your tears, and I've extended your days 15 years. And that's when he got the 15-year extension. Because he died in 699, right? You subtract 15 from 714, that's 699, is it not? And he came on the throne in 728. He reigned 29 years. And then he died. But the point, again, is what? Yah is the one that brought the king of Assyria on these nations. Yah is the one that eventually, you understand, when Sargon died, 706, 705, and Sennacherib, his son, with the Assyrian army, Yah still did what he said he was going to do. Here in chapter 10, he brought him up on his mountain in Jerusalem. They put Jerusalem under siege, right? And they was probably going to attack Jerusalem the next morning. And that night, Yah sent his angel out and killed 185,000 of them overnight. When they woke up the next morning, they was just about all dead men. It wasn't but a few of them left. And Sennacherib had to go back into Assyria, with the scant army he had left, in shame. And just like the prophecy, right? You understand? In 683, two of his own sons rose up and murdered him and fled into Armenia. And then Esarhaddon reigned in Sennacherib's stead. Now that's the book, that's history, that's confirmation, substantiation. But again, the point is what? There's nothing new up under the sun. Yah said he was going to bring his sword on the inhabitants of the earth. Jeremiah chapter 25, 14 through the 33rd verse. Okay, again, Genesis chapter 27, who lived by the sword? Esau. And these Edomites, these Illuminati Edomites, got all the nations of the world right now today. March 16, 2013, they got them all what? They got them in debt to them. National settlements, the IMF, World Bank, all these banks, all these banks, they control them all. I know they choppy now. I know they choppy now. Can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. You know, they're the sword that Yah has brought on in the heavens of the earth to drive them mad. That's why you see the people in Greece, they in an uprising. The people in Spain, the Britain, France, Portugal, China, Prague, here in America. All around the world, they upset because they in economic collapse by the sword. These are international Illuminati, Amalekite, Edomite bankers. led by the house of Rothschild, far as we know. And they're the ones that brought Barack Obama into the presidency. They've been controlling the presidency lock, stock, and barrel since Woodrow Wilson. The only reason, you understand, they even though this boy Taft, you understand, the president that came on right after Theodore Roosevelt, right? Taft was a skull and bone boy, Republican, okay? But they didn't want Taft in there because Taft, he was against that, you understand, he supported that Sherman antitrust bill, okay? That this boy Sherman, who was a senator in Ohio back then, in the latter part of the 19th century, he came up with to stop, you understand, the Rockefellers and the kind of, for all this, control and everything taking over, just like the Rockefellers took over the oil industry. We talked about that in the past. See? And so they came up with, it was this boy Sherman came up with the Sherman Antitrust Act. And Taft supported that. He was for that. That's why they brought in Theodore Roosevelt to split the Republican vote. Like I said in the past, they were still kind of counting votes back then, right? And they brought Theodore Roosevelt in to split the Republican ticket, and that's how they got Woodrow Wilson in there, their boy. And we know what happened with Woodrow Wilson 100 years ago this year, December 23rd this year, it'll be exactly 100 years ago when they got the Federal Reserve Act passed. With a skeleton crew sitting in, up there on Capitol Hill, right? When most of the people were gone, worshiping their idols, Christian idols, right? Christmas. And they got the Federal Reserve Act passed, and Woodrow Wilson signed it. And that wasn't the only thing he did. They did everything through Woodrow Wilson. Used him just like an old rag, because they could. Because he was a sex addict, addicted to sexual intercourse. Yeah, I know they're going to chop that up. But that's the sword that Yah has brought on the inhabitants of the earth. These international bankers, okay, who set up the Federal Reserve Act December 23rd, 1913. And all these other central banks around the world. The Bank of International Settlements over there in Basel, Switzerland. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. WB. And that's the sword that they're in Yah's hand. So again, what does that tell you? Doesn't that tell you that they don't control Yah? Yah controls them. See, this is what they did not want us to understand. That's why in this 83rd Psalm, when you go in there and look at it, when they got a hold of the book, back there like around 330, 329 BCE, and these few Amalekite Edomites that came with Alexander, okay, about approximately 140 years, 42 years after they got run out of Persia, in the book of Esther, Hadassah, Mordecai, right? So here in 332 BCE, because that what happened with Esther and Mordecai is 473 BCE. So now 332, like 141 years later, here they come. Their descendants, they who they done raised up. Here they come with the Greeks. So like 330, 332, 331, 329, they get a hold of the book of remembrance. Remember now, Malachi, chapter 3, 15 through 18. It was a book of remembrance written up, put together. Okay, well, when was this done? During the time of Nehemiah. Nehemiah comes back about what? 427, 426 BCE. He come back the second and last time. And it's this time, again, Malachi what? 3:13? When Yah said, the people said it is vain, worthless to serve him. That it's worthless that we done walk mournfully before Yah of hosts, right? Let me read it. Okay? This is Malachi 3:13. And Yah says, your words have been stout against me, saith Yah. Yet you say, what have we spoken so much against thee? You have said, it is vain to serve me. And what profit is it that we have kept Yah's ordinances and that we have walked mournfully before Yah of hosts? And why were they saying this? Because when Nehemiah comes back that second and last time, he got the book of Daniel with him. They didn't have the book of Daniel before that. They had all the other books, but they didn't have the book of Daniel. Okay? Nehemiah's book is being written on the spot, right? Yah doesn't raise up Malachi until Nehemiah comes back the second and last time. When you read Malachi chapter 1 and chapter 2, Nehemiah is saying the same thing that Yah is saying in Malachi 1 and 2. Nehemiah is saying the same thing in the 13th chapter of Nehemiah. That's when Yah raised up Malachi. That's why when you read Malachi chapter 1 and you see what Yah says there, what does he say? What verse is that? Verse 8. Huh? I'm going to pick it up at verse 7. Chapter 1 Malachi. You offer polluted bread upon mine altar. And you say, wherein have we polluted thee? And that you say, the table of Yah is contemptible. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil? Offer it now unto thy governor. Will he be pleased with thee, or accept thy person, said Yah of hosts? Well, you know who the governor was. The governor was Nehemiah. Go in the book of Nehemiah and read it. Chapter 12, verse 26. Chapter 8, verse 9. You understand? Nehemiah, chapter 13, verse 29. Go in there and read it. Nehemiah was the governor because Artaxerxes, the great king, had made him governor over Jerusalem. And why did he do that? Because they was tight. He was Artaxerxes' cupbearer. They had a relationship. Artaxerxes liked Nehemiah. Just think about Daniel in Daniel chapter 1. What does it say? Doesn't it say, you understand, because Daniel was about Yah, that Yah made Daniel find favor in the sight of the captain of the guard. Think about that. Anytime you're about Yah, Yah's going to have you find favor. Look at Nebuchadnezzar. Huh? He was killing people at will, throwing people in fires and whatnot if they didn't do what he said. He was going to wipe out all his wise men because they couldn't crack that dream he was having, right? They couldn't tell him what the dream was and then giving him the interpretation, right? And he knew if he had given them a chance, they would lie to him. Isn't that right? That's why he wouldn't tell them the dream. But when Yah gave Daniel, the dream, and then gave him the interpretation, and then he shared it with Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, right? And then the next morning, he said, take me in before the king. And when they took him in there and he ran it down to Nebuchadnezzar and his court, what did Nebuchadnezzar? Now, this is a man, he didn't care nothing about Israel. He didn't care nothing about nobody. Who that sound like to you today? Don't that sound like the Malachite Edomite, these international bankers? They don't care nothing about nobody. But Yah made Daniel find favor in the sight of the captain of the guard, and then find favor in the sight of Nebuchadnezzar, didn't he? Then Nebuchadnezzar put a chain of gold around his neck and say, you gonna be like my chief guy. You gonna sit in the gate here. He made him master over all them other soothsayers and palm readers, right? Them stargazers. Same thing with Nehemiah, right? Yah made him find favor in the sight of Artaxerxes. Why? Because Nehemiah was all about Yah. He wasn't turning, he had turned. You hear me? He wasn't turning, he had turned. He was all about Yah. He had let go. He wasn't into the ways of the heathen. Because he wasn't raised in the ways of the heathen. He knew who he was, and he was all about that. Ain't that what with Daniel? Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah? They was all about Yah. That's right, 180-degree turn. They was all about Yah. They had never turned away. They was all about Yah from the get-go. And that's what we got to do here today. We will raise his roots out of dry ground. Isn't that what it says in Yeshaya? We roots out of dry ground. We wasn't watered with the knowledge of Yah from birth. We was raised in the ways of the heathen. So if we want Yah to come to our aid, if we want Yah to sustain us, if we want Yah to clothe us, if we want Yah to feed us, if we want Yah to house us, then we got to let go of all the ways of the heathen. You can't be holding on to the ways of the heathen in any shape, form, or fashion to whatever degree and think Yah's going to help you doing that. We keep saying you got to do all of Yah's way. You got to be totally committed and submitted. This is not hand grenades and horseshoes. It ain't about being close. It's about being right on the money. And when you do that, Yah will nullify this sword that he has brought on the inhabitants of the earth. That's right, Shahar. Ezekiel chapter 22. And when we take on our inheritance in the eyes of the heathen, we know that Yah is the Most High. We don't think we know. We don't feel we know. We don't believe we know. We don't accept that we know. We know. And once you do this, you become assigned for Yah. There ain't no way Yah gonna let you fall. You know what I mean? You might fall to a degree, but he gonna pick you back up. You might stumble here or there. We all stumble at different time here or there, but you get stronger. If you gonna be about Yah, you fall, he pick you back up. Never underestimate the power of prayer. You turn toward Jerusalem, you humble yourself, you fess up. You fess up to Yah. Hosea chapter 14, you offer up the cares of your lips. You pray, right? 1 Kings chapter 8, Solomon's supplication. 2 chapter 6, Solomon's supplications. Supplication, we turn back. Then that what Solomon says there around the 43rd, 44th verse? If we bethink ourselves at some point and turn back toward this house, the house ain't there, turn back toward this city, the city is there. Just like what we see Daniel was doing in Daniel chapter 6. Then it say he opened them windows, he was up in Persia. He opened them windows toward Jerusalem 3 times a day he was praying. Toward Jerusalem, to Yah, our righteousness, the King. And that's what we got to do. Wherever we are, we got to find out which way is Jerusalem. I talk to some people sometimes, and they're like, well, Yehuda, how you praying? I explain it to them, then they say, well, I don't know which way is Jerusalem. I say, okay, well, what do you got to do then? Someone want me to tell them. You know, they in Oshkosh. You know what I mean? They in Yazoo, Mississippi. I don't know which way Jerusalem is. You got to find a map, get a globe, and find out. If you know, you got to do what you got to do. See where Jerusalem is from where you are. If you care, if you want salvation, you got to do work. You got to show forth commitment, submission. You can't get to Jerusalem on my back. I can't get there on yours, but we can all get there on the arm of Yah. But you got to stand. Hold on. Yeah, righteousness, peace. What, they cut us off? All right, we're back. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Again, we have to, turn toward Jerusalem and pray. Just like we see our forefathers did, Daniel, right? Solomon's supplication, right? 1 Kings 8, 2 Chronicles 6. Matter of fact, let me read. I'm going to go to... I'm close to 2 Chronicles, so I'll just go there. Okay? Okay, matter of fact, I'm going to pick it up at, this is chapter 6, 2 Chronicles. I'm going to pick it up at verse 24. Okay? And if thy people Israel be put to the worst before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall return and confess thy name, and pray and make supplication before thee in this house. All right, that's in the temple of Yah. Then hear thou from the heavens. Now, quite naturally, people didn't go into the house, so you got to remember we're dealing with a transliteration, right? So it's probably like, they come into the inner court, okay, or outer court, and they praying. They bow the house, but they ain't inside, all right? Now it says, then hear thou from the heavens, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again unto the land which you gave to them and to their fathers. When the heaven is shut up, and there is no rain because they have sinned against thee, yet if they pray, you listen to this close now, yet if they pray toward this place, and confess thy name, and turn from their sin when you do afflict them, then hear thou from heaven, and forgive the sin of thy servants, and of thy people Israel, when you have taught them the good way wherein they should walk, and send rain upon thy land, which you have given unto thy people for an inheritance. Okay? Now, I'm trying to get this one spot. See, let me just keep on reading, okay? Let me just pick it back up where I left off, all right? It says,
I'm in verse 28. If there be dearth in the land, and if there be pestilence, and if there be blasting, or mildew, locust, or caterpillars, if their enemies besiege them in the cities of their land, whatsoever sore or whatsoever sickness there be, then what prayer or what supplication soever shall be made of any man, or of all thy people Israel. You see that? He including now other people, not just Israel, right? When everyone shall know his own sore and his own grief, and shall spread forth his hands, again, not in the house, but toward the house or before the house, right? You got to remember we're dealing with the transliteration of the Illuminati Edomite. Then hear thou from heaven thy dwelling place, and forgive, and render unto every man according unto all his ways, whose heart you know. For you only know the hearts of the children of men. Remember now, they get judged according to their ways, right? Just like we read earlier, right? Okay? That they may fear thee, to walk in thy ways, so long as they live in the land which you gave unto our fathers. Moreover, concerning the stranger, which is not of thy people Israel, but is come from a far country, for thy great name's sake, and thy mighty hand, and thy stretched out arm. If they come and pray in this house, or toward the house, or before the house, right? Then hear thou from the heavens, even from thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calls to thee for, that all people of the earth may know thy name, and fear thee. See that name? Didn't say names, did it? He got one name only, right? And fear thee as does thy people Israel, and may know that this house which I have built is called by thy name. If thy people go out to war against their enemies by the way that you shall send them, and they pray unto thee toward, see that? Toward this city which you have chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name, then hear thou from heaven the heavens their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. If they sin against thee, for there is no man which sins not. You hear that? And you be angry with them, and deliver them over before their enemies, and they carry them away captives unto a land far off or near. Isn't that where we are? Israel scattered to the four corners of the earth. We scattered on the other side of the world. Can't get no further away from the land than where we are here in the daughter of Babylon. Okay? So it says what? Yet if they bethink themselves in the land where they are carried captive, and turn and pray unto thee in the land of their captivity, saying, we have sinned, we have done amiss, and have dealt wickedly. If they return to thee, and how you return to Yah is you return to this law. That's how you return to Yah. Again, I cite you Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2. Okay? And 3. The first two words in the third verse, that then, because it's always been conditional. Same thing what we see with Adam and Eve in Genesis chapter 2. It's always been conditional. You must obey this law, all of it. Deuteronomy chapter 4. You cannot add nor diminish from the law. You change anything, you just cut yourself off from Yah. That's why, again, you got to turn loose all the ways of the heathen. You can't be selective. You can't be partial. You can't pick and choose. Like I said before, 180 degree turn. You can turn 179 degrees. And if you still holding on to something that you say, well, I ain't giving this up, that will destroy you. That will keep you cut off. Because if you turn that far, you follow what I'm saying? If you turn 150 degrees, 160, 130 degrees, you know what the rest is that you should do, just like Saul, right? You just refusing to do it. And again, stubbornness is what? What did Samuel say to Saul? Stubbornness is like witchcraft, idolatry, because you idolizing yourself, because you refusing to obey Yah. You putting yourself before Yah. Okay? So again, we turn toward the city, toward Yah, and offer up the calves of our lips. And this is what we reading here is in harmony with Hosea the 14th chapter. We offer up the calves of our lips. That's the sacrifices we do now.
Okay? Because, I've talked to some people here in the last few weeks, right? And this has happened before, okay? And a sister, she called, talked a long time, and I hadn't talked to her in a while, she told me. And she started, because she got a problem with a brother having multiple wives, more than one wife, like many of the sisters do out there, right? Because they holding on to the ways of the heathen, all right, about this one man, one woman stuff, okay? And when you read that Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 4, like I told her, when she, we talked about some other things, then when she got to that and was voicing her disdain at a man being able to have more than one wife, right? And she said she was never going for that. I told her, well, then you're not coming back to Yah. Because when you read Yeshaya chapter 4, that's going to happen. Now, so any woman that's got a problem with a man, you understand, an Israelite brother having more than one wife, then you ain't going to be about Yah. You understand? I hope you listen, all you women out there that's listening to this today, March 16, 2013, or listen to this in the future. If you got a problem with a brother having more than one wife, then you never going to be about Yah. Because you read that Isaiah, Yeshaya chapter 4. Okay? When the branch of Yah is glorious and beautiful, that's the arm of Yah. That's this Jerusalem movement. Yah, our righteousness. When it's glorious and beautiful, it's going to get, it's shortly after that, it's going to be 7 women that's going to come and attach themselves to each Israelite man that's there in the land at that time. That's about Yah. And so, quite naturally, that'll be going on. Now, I'm not saying every man from that point on that has 7 wives or 8 might not have but 2 or 3. You might have some, might have 1. I don't know. But the deal is they can have more than 2 or 1. You understand? If that situation presents itself. But we know this 7 women are going to grab hold of one man because, again, man is going to become very, very rare on this earth. Because most males are prideful, arrogant, recalcitrant, stiff-necked, and stubborn. Not only are the children of Israel, okay, but of other nationalities as well. Look at this Amalekite Edomite male who thinks, you understand, he's like the Most High. Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 14. Give him a gun, give him a bomb, huh? He think he the stuff. He think, as Maisha like to say, he think he's everything in a bag of chips. So how's it go? All that in a bag of chips. You know what I'm saying? He tough. See, let him get a little money, a little of this dead paper, and a few of these materialistic, items. And boy, you can't, he's there. You can't tell him nothing. I've heard many, and I've told different ones of you this on the phone. Different people who have called here. I've told you this. I've seen different ones here in Chicago, and I know this is just not, indicative of Chicago. I know this is pervasive in other cities, towns, and nations. Right? You've got many of these men, and definitely Israelite men. If you mention anything about prayer, I've heard them disdain prayer. All right, they make all kind of jokes about praying. Like wearing out your knees and your pants, all of that. They make all kind of disdainful remarks about praying. So they look down upon that. And if you don't see yourself humbling yourself before Yah and praying toward Yah, toward Jerusalem, you ain't gonna never be about Yah. You never gonna come into his kingdom. Simple as that, because it's not for the proud and arrogant. His kingdom's gonna be filled with men and women who are meek and humble, but understanding. And I said meek, I didn't say weak. Don't get it twisted, alright? I said meek and humble. I didn't say weak and humble. So don't get it twisted. You know, because this sister I was just telling you about, in discussing with her, she brings to me, started talking about some soothsayer. What's that guy's name?
Oh, Edgar Cayce.
Yeah, Edgar Cayce. She started. I hope she's listening to this. If she's not listening today, she'll be listening in the future, right? She gonna mention to me about some Edgar Cayce, some soothsayer. You know, like Nostradamus or whatever, right? I've heard one of these idol worshippers here who's got his show been on for years here in Chicago, just here this past week. He come talk about it's been a whole lot of prophecies that people don't know about that's not in this book. Okay, you hear that? That's not in this book. He all about JC. He called him Yeshua. All right, he uses the term Yahweh. All right, and he talking about there's all kind of prophecies not in this book. Now, how much sense does that make? You follow me? Because again, this righteousness of Yah is all over the world in over 2,000 languages. That's what makes this King James Authorized Version the one we're supposed to read. It's been tampered with, but that's the one that Yah has sent all around the world. Okay? His righteousness is near. Yeshaya, Isaiah, the 51st chapter, verse 5. The first line. Yah said, my righteousness is near. Okay, well, when I hear people talk about these prophecies, these many prophecies that's not in this book that people don't know about, well, why don't they know them? Because they're not near. So if they're not in this book, they're not from you. What are these people talking about? But, you know, these people are in idolatry, right? And like this was going to tell me about this Edgar Cayce, his name or whatever, huh? You know, I listened to her, but I told her, you know, I don't care nothing about none of that. I'm listening to this book of righteousness, you know, this book of remembrance. That's all I'm concerned with. Genesis to Malachi. And the historical substantiation and confirmation. And she tells me, she said, well, you know, you got to keep an open mind, Yoda. Are they chopping this? They chopping it? If you can hear me, let me know. Okay, again, Yah's righteousness is near. Okay? Yah's righteousness is near. That's King James Authorized Version in over 2,000 languages all over the world. But these other prophecies of other people like Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce and whatnot, that's not near. See, whatever prophecies of these soothsayers and palm readers, that's not near everybody on earth. That's not translated. Well, again, yeah, like Yada just said, they're not Israel either. And it's got to come through Israel. But some of these soothsayers and palm readers are Israel. But Yah's righteousness is near. Again, all over the world, over 2,000 languages, King James Authorized Version, Book of Remembrance, Genesis through Malachi. I'm not concerned with none of this other garbage. And she told me, she said, well, you know, you gotta have an open mind. So they take the mic. It's all right. We'll wait. They holding on to the mic.
Okay, now it seems to be okay.
Can you hear me out there?
Okay. Yeah.
You know, I'm not about having an open mind.
That means don't judge.
See? You gotta say that means don't judge. Well, again, yeah, people don't want to be judged. Okay, but again, what does it say in Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 17? The judgment is yours. And what judgment is it talking about? About this law. Malachi chapter 4. Remember the law, that he gave to us by the hand of his servant Moses, with the statutes and judgments. That's the judgment that we have to read, study, and use on ourselves
everybody and everything else. And when we do that, that's putting Yah before us, and he will direct our path. So I'm not about having an open mind. Yeah, right, Shahar. Miss Cleo, right. You understand? Okay? Miss Cleo, the soothsaying psychic, right. You know, that's that open mind nonsense, you know, tarot cards and palm readers and, you know, like what Yah says over there in Yeshaya chapter 47, right? Wait a minute, let me read it. When he's talking about this daughter of Babylon, right? And what does he say? When you get down in here, I'm going to pick it up at verse 11. This is 47 Isaiah, Yeshaya, right? Therefore shall evil come upon thee. You shall not know from whence it rises. Huh? Let me pick this up at verse 10. Let me go back to verse 10. For you have trusted in thy wickedness. You have said, none sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge, it hath perverted you. And you have said in your heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon you. You shall not know from where it rises. Huh? From whence it rises, from where it rises. And mischief shall fall upon thee. You shall not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which you shall not know. Okay? And this economic collapse is ready to fall. The hammer of the economic collapse is hovering. Okay, if any of you out there played musical chairs, when that music got down to the very low air, you understand, and get ready to stop, all you know, you just like on the middle, you try to move around that shit, you know, that music was going to stop. Well, that's when the collapse is. The music is down to a low air. Yeah, I'm going to chop that up. Can you hear me out there? Can you hear me? Everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, I'll go back. Can you hear me? Let me know. So again, you know, it's Yah's righteousness. It's Yah's righteousness. Genesis through Malachi, King James Authorized Version, 51 verse 5, Yeshaya. His righteousness is near. In over 2,000 languages all over the world. Okay? And we have to return to that law with all our heart and soul. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2 and 3. And then Yah will remember the covenant he made with our fathers and bring those of us who return with all our heart and soul to that law and totally let go of the ways of the heathen, right? Jeremiah chapter 10, Proverbs 3:31. We got to let go of all the ways of the heathen. And then Yah will really start working for each and every one of us that does that. You can't expect Yah to bless you and you still holding on to the ways of the heathen. That's why I said earlier about the brother, you know, when he told me, you know, he's turning. Yeah, you turning, but you haven't turned. You're still holding on to some ways of the heathen. But you expect Yah to come to your aid, but you still holding on to some ways of the heathen. The only way Yah is going to work for each and every one of us is for each and every one of us to turn to him with all our heart
and all our soul, and let go of all the ways of the heathen. Again, I cite you Malachi chapter 3 verse 6. Yah changes not. So when you leave Malachi, what's next in this Bible is the good spell, right? The New Testament. Right there, the New Testament. When y'all say he changes not, what's this new stuff? That's a change, isn't it? If it's something new, that's a change, isn't it? Now, for all you out there say, well, what about Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31, the new covenant? The new covenant is you got to read this book, each and every one of us. Remember what it says in Malachi chapter 2. The people sought the law at the mouth of the priest. Back in ancient times, there was no printing press back then. You didn't have mass production of the book back then, or any book. That's why it wasn't until Malachi chapter 3, verse 13, right? When Nehemiah came back the second and last time, he had the book of Daniel with him. And when he got back, the people had fallen away more from Yah. And so he did all he could to set them back upright. And without a doubt, you know, they had all of the individual books, scrolls, if you will. Okay? The 5 books of Moses was probably one scroll, right? Then you got all the other books individually, right? Scrolls. And when Nehemiah got back, they sat down. He's trying to get them all back together, right? So they reading all of this. He comes back with the book of Daniel. Because when you don't have the book of Daniel, you got a big hole in the picture of what is going to happen. All the way up until the whole earth is the kingdom of Yah forever. Isn't that what we see in Daniel chapter 7 at the end? That's how come we know that Isaac told Esau, but your dominion is not going to last. And you're going to go back up under your brother forever. That's why Esau took that out of the book when he translated it. That's why he hated his blessing. That's why he said in his heart, the days of my father is his hand, and when he died, I'm going to kill Jacob. And he not only had it in his heart, he said that to some of the servants, and the word got back to Rebekah. That's when she said, I got to get Jacob out of here. That's why Jacob, when he left, plus Isaac was probably upset with him because he know he done tricked him too, right? You understand? So he didn't, Isaac was wealthy. But we see Jacob, when he fled, all he had was his staff. When he crossed over that brook, that body of water. When he went down, when he went to sleep, put his head on that stone and went to sleep, right? And they call it Jacob's ladder, right? Jacob's ladder. When y'all showed him the vision of the angels going up and down the ladder to heaven, right? And it scared him. And you understand? He got up, and what did he say? Let's read it. Let's read. Matter of fact, I want to finish reading this because I got a call. Let me just read this here. Finish reading this in the 47th chapter of Yeshaya, right? Okay, so again, I'm going to pick it back up at verse 10 in the 47th chapter. Then we'll go over there to Genesis, right? For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness, you have said, none seeth me. Your wisdom and knowledge, it hath perverted you. And you have said in your heart, I am and none else beside me. See, that's this Illuminati Edomite that controls the daughter of Babylon, United States of America. See, but it's also the people here in the United States of America, the daughter of Babylon, have taken on the attributes of the head that they are under. They've taken on the ways of the heathen. Okay? Therefore shall evil come upon thee. I'm in verse 11. You shall not know from whence it rises, from where it rises, right? And mischief shall fall upon you. You shall not be able to put it all. And desolation shall come upon you suddenly, which you shall not know. Economic collapse. And eventually total destruction in one day. That it tells you in this same chapter. Stand now with your enchantments and with the multitude of your sorceries, wherein you have labored from your youth. If so be, you shall be able to profit. if so be you mayest prevail. Huh? Just like Shahab posted up there, right? What? Sybil, Cleo? No, Cleo, right? Just like many of you I know have heard in the past about Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan, right? When they were in the White House, it came out, you understand, in his second term that they got up and consulted that Jean, whatever her name was, the soothsayer, every day. Before he went into the Oval Office, he consulted the soothsayer. Every day he was there. Right? You got plenty of people today. They read the Omar and the soothsayers in the newspapers. They got all the little stuff. I know there's plenty of them that go on this computer and this internet and pull up the prognosticators and let me see what the Cleo and Sybil and all these different ones is saying. You follow me? They into that nonsense. And that's what this sister was telling me, other week. You got to have an open mind. Edgar Casey. What I care about Edgar Casey? You got people here following dead folks. We watch them all the time because sometimes they have something relevant on the show. This Minim Muhammad with Crow. They talk about Elijah Muhammad. You understand? He dead. They worshiping a dead man. But you got to keep an open mind, right? You got some Israelites that's hooked up with these, people who worshiping a dead man. They even talk about him. They Israelites, and they know they Israelites, but they done broke away from Ben-Ami. Jump out the frying pan into the fire. See? You know why you're in the frying pan, like I told you earlier about Mordecai and Esther, right? At the last hour, y'all reaped salvation for the children of Israel back there in Media Persia when the Amalekites was trying to wipe us out, right? That's in the book of Esther. See? So if you're in the frying pan, you cooking, but you still ain't done. You still got it. You understand? But if you jump out the frying pan into the fire, you burn up immediately. Unless you with Yah, right? And he sent his angel like he did with Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the book of Daniel. And protect you, right? Because we're in the furnace of affliction. We're in the fire, right? The furnace of affliction, the United States of America, the daughter of Babylon. But when we turn to Yah with all our heart and soul and latch on to him with all our heart and soul, he becomes our strength. He becomes our shield. We become a sign for Yah from the people who we know, from the people who see us from day to day, month to month, year to year. They see us. It's people right now. It's many people have known me all the way back. You understand? Since 59. You follow me? I was born in 60.
You were born?
In 50, excuse me. And it's people, thank you, Adam. You understand? I was born in 50, right? And it's people I've been knowing that I still see, been knowing me since 59, since the 60s, since the 70s, since the 80s. They see me and they wonder, how is Yehuda making it? Because they know, the ones that's been knowing me all the way back then, they know I ain't worked for man since 77. They like, how you making it? See? They used to say, well, I know, They didn't say it to me, but I know that's, the way it's worked. They like, oh, well, when Yada was working for the man, Yada taking care of it. Okay, I wish you could see Yada's look on her face. She said, Yada taking care of it. You understand? But now she ain't been working over 2 years. And they're like, hey, man, what's he doing? You know what I mean? Different ones was police. They worked this area because they wondered if I was selling drugs. They was over here working. They chatted, is he selling drugs? What's he doing? They ride around, and I found out later they was working this area. You know what I'm saying? But then they end up leaving because they can't find nothing. See, because you can't do anything that people don't know is not going to come to light what you doing. You understand? Like my father told me when I was a little boy, he said, remember, whatever you do, don't mess your name up. He said, because if you mess your name up, you're going to find out just how small the world is. Okay? Did you hear that out there? If you mess your name up, you're going to find out just how small the world is. Because it's somebody somewhere. I don't care what, if you think you hiding, right? It's somebody somewhere going to see you, and it's going to be revealed. It's going to come out. Especially now, in the time we're living in. That's what we're reading in this very chapter, where we are right now, in Yeshaya chapter 47, Isaiah 47 chapter. And remember, I haven't forgot about that Jacob and the ladder, right? We're going to go to there, all right? But see, what does it say at the top of this chapter 47? Isaiah, come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for you shall no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstone, grand meal, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. What? Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yes, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man, because this is Yah of hosts. He not flesh and bone. This is the creator of everything. He ain't meeting this Illuminati Edomite and any and everybody that's in his camp. He ain't meeting them as a man. This is he who creates. And he's saying, I'm going to take all the covers off of you. You ain't going to have on no 10 petticoats anymore. And snuggies and, you understand, and bra. I'm going to rip all that. I'm going to take all that off of you. You know, like the Puritans wearing the dress up to the Adam's apple and all the way down to the ankle. I'm going to take all that off of you. I'm going to make you naked and bare so that you can be seen for who and what you really are. Isn't that what we're seeing today? Look at the Catholic Church. We mentioned them earlier, right? Pedophiles, child molesters, homosexuals, stealing money, racked with disease. You know, the Pope that just left, like I said, they ain't even told us yet what really happened to him. Why he left. First Pope that's done abdicated, left walking in 600 years. The rest they carried him out. He's the only one left walking, and that hasn't been done in 600 years. So Yah is revealing everybody. Not only those here in the daughter of Babylon, but everybody in the world. Everything has to be seen and understood for who and what they are, for what it is. Yah, as he said, he's sweeping away the lies, the deception. Again, verse 12, stand now thou with thine enchantments and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein you have labored from thy youth, from its beginning, the daughter of Babylon, United States of America, with its prognosticators and soothsayers, with its idols, JC, Mary, the cross. If so be, you shall be able to profit. If so be, you mayest prevail. You are wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. You hear that? Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save you from these things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble, the fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor fire to sit before it. Again, like we said in the past, these smart meters, these electric smart meters they putting in all across the country, pretty soon they're going to have you on ration electric use. Pretty soon you're going to be on ration gas use. Everything going to be rationed in a little while, especially when this economic collapse hit. Are they chopping that up? Because I know they don't probably want you to hear that. Because when this economic collapse hits, they're going to start rationing out everything. The only way you're going to be able to get more, you're going to have some money. And I ain't talking about this debt paper. You're going to have some silver, some gold, some platinum, something that, you understand, that they're going to take for payment. Because it ain't going to, this dollar is going to be shot. Simple as that. It's going to be shot. And it's ready to fall. It can fall any day. Okay? Now, we'll go over here to Genesis and we'll read about this, about Jacob, right? Because when he left,
So should we trade in paper money for metal currency?
Correctamundo, T'Challa, I can't make that out, Naphtali. T'Challa Naphtali, that's right. You start dumping that paper as quick as you can. Run, go get you some silver. That's the best buy going. Get copper if you can get that. That'll sell. You follow what I'm saying? That's gonna be always worth something. You understand? Gold, that's high. But if if I would, the primary thing would be silver. That's the primary thing because it's not as expensive as gold. And they've been keeping silver depressed greatly from what it should be right now. Right now, silver should be up around $100 an ounce, at least about 70, and they got it depressed. So it's going to spring, and when it springs, it's going to jump quick, very rapidly. All right, it's just a matter of time. See, so why they got it down now around $28, $29, $30 an ounce? If you got to spend $35 an ounce, $40 an ounce, get it. You follow me? Get it, and get rid of as much paper as you can get rid of. You understand what I mean? And if you need some currency and you got metal and you need some currency, crack a coin or two. Go get you some paper, just enough to handle your business, and you waiting. You waiting on Yah, because again, Yah is dropping the hammer through the sword that he has brought on the inhabitants of the earth to drive them mad. Again, gold is good, without a doubt, but silver is your best buy right now. Because silver got the biggest upswing in value. Okay? Now, back here again to what happened with Jacob, right? When he left. And this is chapter 28, Genesis. And it says, I'm going to pick it up at verse 10. And Jacob went out from Bishah and went toward Haran. And he landed on a certain place and tarried there all night because the sun was set. And he took the stones of that place and put them for his pillows and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, the ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angel of Yah descending on it, and behold, Yah stood above it, and said, I got you, and to thy seed, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth. Do you hear that? The seed is going to be as the dust of the earth. All right, hold on. All right, can you hear me out there? You hear me? You know.
Starting to still choppy. Still.
Can you hear me out there?
No, I just
Can you hear me? If you let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so now, get back up, chapter 28. Now, I'm picking up at verse 10. You go down from your ship and went toward Haran, and he lighted upon the place to take all night because the sun was there, and he took those stones that place and put them for his pillow and laid down that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, the last on the earth, and the top of it reached heaven. And behold, the angels of Yah ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yah stood above it, and said, I am Yah, the strong and big man by fire, the strong and mighty. The land burned thou last to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth. They don't like that. Yeah, right. Well, we're going to keep hitting at it until we get now chapter 28. I'll pick it up again. You didn't get any of it? Okay. All right, y'all good. Okay, here we go again. And Yaakov went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran, 28:10. Genesis. Okay? And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set, and he took of the stones of that place and put them for his pillows, and laid down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Yah ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yah stood above it, and said, I am Yah, the strong one of Abraham thy father, and the strong one of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Now again, got chopped up. I'm going to say it again, so hopefully you'll hear it. You sisters out there who talking about that one man, one woman, ain't no way the dust of, the children of Israel can be like the dust of the earth for multitude, with no one man and one woman. You follow? Okay? You take one man, if he got 7 wives, which the men of Israel and possibly other men will have, who will be cleaving to Israel, who will be all about Yah. You understand? 7 women to 1 man. Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 4. Okay? And you can take that man and those 7 women, and he can have intercourse with each one of those women, in the course of like 8 days, because he ain't going to have sex on the Sabbath day, right? Okay? You don't have sex on the Sabbath day. Okay? That's a day of rest. And you withdraw your hand from your own pleasures. Okay? So in 8 days, Yah willing, right? 7 out of those 8, minus the Sabbath day, he can have intercourse with each one of those 7 wives. Y'all can impregnate each one, not just with maybe one child. It could be twins. It could be triplets in each woman. And in 9 months, right? In 9 months, those 8 people can be multiplied anywhere by 7 to 21 more people. We don't hear too much about women having triplets, but we do hear about women having twins. Okay? So let's just say, anyway, those 8 people can be multiplied in 9 months by what? Anywhere from 7 more people to 14 more people. Now that's how you multiply a nation. That's how you build up a nation. And that's what's going to happen. Because just like what you see there in Yeshaya chapter 6, at the back end of that chapter, when Yah equates these men, he's only talking about the seed in Yeshaya chapter 6.
he equates these men who are going to be brought back, this 1 out of 10. You read Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 6. He going to bring back a 10th. Okay? A 10th. And he equates these of the children of Israel, these men, this 1 out of 10 is going to be like oak or teal trees, whose substance is in them. That's the seed. Okay? The semen in each one of those men. And when they cast forth their leaves, or in other words, when they have intercourse with their wives, the holy seed, the holy children shall be the substance thereof. And he equates us as teal trees and oak trees. When you look up oak or teal trees, today teal tree is called the lime tree. And you look at the life expectancy of those two trees, 400 to 900 years. And all of you out there, I'm sure, know that the oak tree is one of the strongest trees, one of the strongest trees in the tree family. So evidently, the teal tree must be too. That's called the lime tree today. And this is talking about being strong in what? Being strong in muscles, taking steroids? Is this being strong in the ways of the heathen? Or is this being strong, Jeremiah 31:31, in this law that Yah said he gonna write on our heart and on our inward parts? The only way that can be done is if we read, study, pray, and do. Isn't that the formula we've been putting forth from the very first day? Read this book, Genesis through Malachi. Study it. Pray toward Jerusalem, to Yah of hosts, wherever you are. And do what you read. Isn't that what we see again? Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2. Leviticus chapter 26. And when we see return in Solomon's supplication, when it says, if we sin against thee, for there is no man that sins not. It's always going to be sin to some degree. The thing is, it'll be brought down to minutia. Just like wickedness and deception, lies, and perverseness is pervasive throughout the world today, and righteousness is at a minuscule level, it's going to switch around. You always going to have sin, but sin will be brought down to minutia. And righteousness will be prevalent throughout the world. In Yah's kingdom that will last forever. Again, Daniel chapter 7 at the end. That's how come we know that Isaac told Esau in the 27th chapter, your dominion is not going to last and you're going to come back up under your brother forever. Isn't that what it says in Daniel chapter 7 at the end? That the kingdom shall be taken over by the saints of the Most High, who shall possess it forever and ever. And it's a kingdom that's an everlasting kingdom that shall not pass away. Well, who kingdom is it talking about? Yahweh's kingdom. Yah righteousness, the king. And that's this fifth kingdom that is being set up as we speak. Being prepared as we speak. Isn't that what Yah talks about in Daniel chapter 2? Around the 43rd, 44th verse. In the days of these kings, when they mingle seed, I'm going to set up my kingdom. Isn't that what it says? But let me finish this over here with Jacob here in chapter 28, right? And he says, I'm going to pick it up at the end of, matter of fact, I'll just pick it up at verse 14, okay? And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee, and in thy seed, shall all, you hear that? All the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places where you go.
and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely Yah is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Yah, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, took the stone that he had put for his pillow, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And what does Bethel mean? The house of the strong one. Bethel, house of the strong one. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If Yah will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yah be my strong one, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Yah's house. And of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee. All right? Now, when we go just forward a little bit, right? Wait a minute. Where is that? We see he became two bands. You know, he said he came across this with his staff and he didn't come back. He's two bands. I know it's close. I'm not seeing it. Hold on.
$32:10.
Okay, now I'm in 32:10. Genesis, right? And this is what I'm gonna pick it up at verse 9. And Jacob said, "Oh Yah, stronger than my father Abraham, and Yah the stronger than my father Isaac. Yah which said unto me, Return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee." See, now he's coming back after 20 years. He's been gone 20 years, right? I know many of you out there, if not all of you, you know the story, right? He's been gone 20 years. Now you see what he says here? He said, I am not worthy of the least. I'm in verse 10, chapter 32. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have shown unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands. Now I put to you, didn't y'all do what he said he was going to do to him? He was with him. Every place where he went to his uncle's house. His uncle deceived him, changed his wages 10 times. All you got to do is just read the chapter before this, chapter 31, right? It gives you a little, overview. Jacob is reading his uncle. And I know many of you know the story, what his uncle did to him, right? And for the first 14 years, Jacob was with him. And then in the last 6 years of the 20, Yah changed all of what he had given Laban. He gave it all over to Jacob. See? Now, we just come through Purim, right? The 14th, 15th of this month, recognition of it, right? And again, when we read the book of Esther, we talked about it earlier today, right? At the last hour, you understand, after the Amalekite Edomite had been plotting for almost a whole year, right? Casting the lot, and they came up with that last month, that 12th month. That's in the day they was going to come on them on the 13th day, which was probably, the 6th day, right before the Sabbath, right? That's why they call Friday the 13th the hard luck day. That's the Edomites, right? And so at the last hour, when it was revealed, you understand, to Mordecai, then he came out,
put on sackcloth, started wailing at the king's gate. When the word got to Hadassah Esther, then she sent word to him. He sent word back. Then she knew what she had to do. Then she sent word back to him. And then the Israelites who was on the scene, right, they started fasting for 3 days. They didn't drink water, didn't eat anything, right? And you know they was calling on Yah, even though we don't see Yah mentioned in the book of Esther, because Esau took it out when he translated the book. You understand what I'm saying? But we know they called on Yah, right? And on the 3rd day, Esther went on in, Hadassah went on in before Xerxes Ahasuerus. He held out that golden scepter and told her she could have whatever her petition was, up to half the kingdom, okay? And we see Yah reach salvation for our forefathers back there in the Medo-Persian kingdom in 473 BCE. So again, Yah always is going to protect us, shield us, bless us when we're in harmony with him. When we have let go of all the ways of the heathen, when we are not holding on to any other ways of the heathen. See, he's going to shield us, protect us, guide us, direct us, and bless us. Because we become a sign for him to any and everybody, not only Israelites, Gentiles, Hamites, Shemites, whoever's watching us, we become a sign to them. That's why on this recordings earlier that we've done, we have to stop. I have to go back because the Edomite is sitting there messing with the transmission. When I start talking about the banking system, when I start talking about the Illuminati Edomite and how they're the sword that Yah has brought on in the heavens of the earth, you read me chapter 25, 14 through 33. When I start talking about the Federal Reserve or the Bank of International Settlements or the IMF or the World Bank, when I start talking about Citibank, you understand, or Chase or JP Morgan, you follow what I'm saying? When I start talking about Napoleon, you understand what I'm saying? And what happened back there in 1814, 1815, you understand? And what happened then when the Rothschild, Nathan Rothschild, you understand, they brought Napoleon back in 1815, set him up with an army, recreated that whole situation. That's how they got control of the whole financial situation in England. You understand? That's how they got control of the Bank of England. That's why the city today, in the midst of Britain, England, that 1 square mile, the most prominent, you know, the richest financial district on the planet. They own like 90-something% of the world. The City. I've mentioned before about that book called The City by E.C. Nuth. You know, K-N-U-T-H is his last name. He wrote a book called The City, talking all about that. Some of you out there I know are aware of that. That's why they sit and mess with the transmission. Because they're afraid. And who are they afraid of? Yah. That's why they took his name out of this book in over 6,800 places. That's why they claim that the pronunciation of the YHWH, Yoher Waher, is lost. That's why you got so many Israelites today calling the Most High Yahweh. The modern translation, Yahuwah, Yehovah, Jehovah, Yahweh. All these mispronunciations of his name. And he's only got one name, as I cited earlier today. And one name only, 36:22 Ezekiel. He's doing this for his holy name's sake. That's why he's doing what he's doing. And Esau's sitting there, messing with the transmission. Why? Because he's afraid. That's why he jumbled this book up, took different things out, but he still added different things, but he still couldn't do any more than what Yah allowed him to do. You follow me? Because as we said in the past, this is what lets the Illuminati Edomite know what the movement of the Most High is, not only by the name of it, Yah righteousness, not only by the charter, not only by the bylaws, not only by the articles of incorporation, but by the illumination that's coming out of Yah righteousness. Cause like I said before, I know some of them sitting around and when they listening to this, like, hey, how you figure out all this? And one of them told me, how you think it's Yah, fool? Isn't that the same thing what we see what happened with Daniel in chapter 2? What did Daniel tell him? This wisdom and understanding has not been given to me because I'm wise. I'm so wise. I'm better than anybody else. It's given through me because of Yah, for Yah's sake and for the people's sake, to give the people of the world a chance to understand what righteous is, to be turned toward it, so that they can read it, so that they can substantiate and confirm it for themselves, so that they can have a true chance to turn toward Yah with all their heart or not, so that they can make a true decision. So that it'll be nobody on this earth to be able to say, I would have done it if I had known. Trying to take that back door, side door away from responsibility and obligation. And you know, person will do that at the drop of a hat. Well, I'd have done it, but see, I didn't know. It wasn't no way I could know. I didn't have a chance to know. The only way you don't find Yah today, the only way you don't come to his arm today, Yah, our righteousness, his movement that he set up, that he controls, that he operates. The only way you don't come to this movement is because you ain't looking for him. Because you flying over to Brazil to the carnival looking for harlots and whores. Or you going down into one of these islands that got tsunami because you having pedophilia with these young boys. Or because you want to be a movie actor or a rapper. You want to be a ball player. You want to hit little round white balls into little holes in the ground. Or you want to throw and catch the pig skin. Football. Or the other football where you hitting a round ball with your foot trying to hit it in a big net. You off doing something else because you wasn't looking for peace. You wasn't looking for truth. You wasn't looking for salvation. You wasn't looking for righteousness. You wasn't looking for the true and living Creator. You only concerned about what you want. And generally, that's the first form of idolatry. People wanting what they want. Again, Ezekiel chapter 14, chapter 22. They looking for their, they got their idols set up in their heart. And whatever form of idolatry they're in, worshiping themselves, worshiping something or somebody else, allows them to do what they want to do. Again, you read in chapter 17. What? The heart is desperately wicked. Who can know it? Yah try the heart, the reins of the heart, to what? To give everyone according to their ways. But what precedes your ways? Your desire. Because you got to desire something before you do it, right? Your ways follow your desire. You think it up in your heart, you desire it in your heart, and then you proceed about trying to attain that or acquire that or do that. So now again, right? Jacob said he crossed over that body of water with just his staff. He came back 2 bands, wealthy. He was so wealthy, you understand, when he set up gifts for his brother. And when you read about those gifts, it wasn't, it was some nice gifts he sent Esau and broke him down. What does it say? A gift perverts the wise, perverts your heart, blinds the eyes of the wise. And Esau took all them gifts. First he said, no, I don't want it, brother. He said, no, I got enough. You taking it. If I find grace in your sight, because looking at your face is like looking at the face of Yah. Right? Isn't that in this chapter 32? Not 32, wait a minute. Not 32, chapter 33. Right? Because it tells you what he sent to him, in chapter 32, right? And he told his servants, he told them what to say.
And when you go back there and read it, what does it say? Was it verse 14? Well, let's pick it up at 13. And he lodged there that same night and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their coats, 40 kine, 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. Huh? See, that wasn't no pittance. That was a lot. That was big money. What they call that, money on the hoof today, huh? That was money on the hoof back then. That was a nice that was some nice presents there. See? And when Esau, you read chapter 33, what Esau said when he finally saw Jacob, he jumped down off his horse and ran, and they hugged and embraced and they cried on each other, huh? Because Yah done broke Esau down. Just like he breaking him down now. Think about it. Yah is he who creates, not Esau, with his guns and bullets and bombs and FEMA camps and prisons and GMOs and chemtrails. He's living in a fool's paradise. And anybody that's following him is a fool too. With their idols and images, with their New Testament and their Quran, and Bhagavad Gita and whatever else garbage they doing, with they worshiping the sun and the moon and the stars. Living in a fool's paradise. Just like what it says in Yeshaya chapter 66. Huh? I'm going to go there and read it. It's only by one verse. Okay, 66th chapter. I'm going to pick it up at, matter of fact, I just take it from the top. That's always good, right? Thus said Yah, the heaven is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that you build unto me? And where is the place of my rest? See, that's our main thing. We got to get that temple built. See? Huh? For all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, saith Yah. But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembles at my word. And if you are poor and contrite and tremble at Yah's word, even if you rich and contrite, you follow me? But and tremble at Yah's word, he is going to shield and protect you. Because if you tremble at his word, what's the beginning of wisdom? Chapter 9 Proverbs is the fear of Yah. If you fear Yah, you're going to obey him. You're going to serve him with all your heart and all your soul. Deuteronomy chapter 30 verse 2. Again, right? I said that about, what, half a dozen times today? Deuteronomy 30 verse 2, right? And the first two words in verse 3, right? And then what does it say? He that kills an ox as if he slew a man. See, these people who talk about sacrifices, right? See, y'all stopped taking the sacrifices at a certain time back, in ancient times. Because he saw that the people just thought they could sin and bring Yah, you understand, a sacrifice, and they could keep on sinning. All they got to do is bring a bribe to Yah, a sacrifice, right? So he got to the point, he stopped accepting their sacrifices. Because you can't keep sinning, doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and think you bringing a sacrifice to Yah is going to assuage that. You understand? That's not going to ameliorate that. At some point, you got to stop. When you understand you sinning, doing a certain thing, you got to stop it. Profanity, huh? Lies and deception. Anything outside of Yah's law, there are no shades of gray, black or white, wrong or right. You either with Yah or you're not.
No straddling the fence. No holding on to any ways of the heathen. Hold on. Yeah, our righteousness, peace. We're doing. Okay, we're back. Okay, so now, again, we're back in Isaiah, Yeshaya chapter 66, right? I just read verse 1, and I read, verse 2, and I'm in verse 3, because again, Yah stopped accepting sacrifices because the people just thought, they could keep on sinning, doing the same sin over and over and bring a sacrifice to Yah. Don't work like that. Okay, so he stopped accepting it. So he said, he started to look upon he that killed an ox as if he slew a man. He that sacrifices a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offers an oblation as if he offered swine's blood. He that burns incense as if he blessed an idol. And what did Yah say? Yes, they have chosen their own way, and their soul delights in their abominations, right? All their idols and images, right? Verse 4, I also will choose their delusions. You hear that? I also will choose their delusions and will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer. When I spake, they did not hear. But they did evil before mine eyes and chose that in which I delighted not. You hear that? Now, this verse 5, I'm just going to mention it since we're here, for any of you out there who didn't hear this when I've talked about this in the past, possibly on the past. I know I've talked about it in some of the shows we did with Mark Sims, Viewpoint Chicago. Okay? And this verse 5, you see what it says? Hear the word of Yah, you that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, talking about the Edomites, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yah be glorified. Alright? That's what the Edomites said, right? Let Yah be glorified. Okay? And that's that Daniel chapter 11 verse 14. If you got a King James Authorized Version, you can see that there, right? Because, they tried to establish Yah back there in the time of Herod. They built the temple. Herod's temple, not Yah's temple. That's when they was like, let Yah be glorified, right? That's that, they call it the Wailing Wall, right? That little remnant of Herod's temple that's not on top of Mount Moriah today, but sits right below it. That's where the Edomites go, and you see them in some of the, TV scenes or whatever. Maybe you've seen them on some kind of magazine, or maybe you've been there and seen them, right? I don't know. Where they got their curly cues, they got their little yarmulkes on, and they standing at the wall. Some of them got their black hats on, and they bowing their head, almost cracking their head up against the wall, reading that Yiddish that they read, that you got different Israelites today that can speak some of that garbage or can speak it, and they tell you, well, I speak Hebrew, and they come speaking that Hebrew, but they speak in Yiddish, Hebrew Edomite, because there is no Hebrew Israelite language today. And again, for all you have a problem with that's listening to this or will hear this, I just say to you, go to Zephaniah chapter 3. Pick it up at verse 8. All right? It's not until what we see there, Yah is talking about this nuclear war that's coming. Yeah, you hear what I said? The nuclear war that's coming, the fire. His determination is to gather the nations, that he assembled the kingdoms to pour upon them the fury of his anger. And when that's over with, when that's over with, that's when he's going to turn us a pure language that everybody on the earth can call upon him in one consent. And that's when the world gradually, to whatever, it probably will be a sped up situation. It's not going to be a slow thing, but it'll gradually go back to being one language on this earth, like it was before Nimrod, with the tower that ended up becoming the Tower of Babel. Because when y'all changed all the languages, they was babbling, they had to leave off from building on this idolatrous tower, right? During the time of Nimrod. So it's going to go back to one language. And y'all's going to bring that language through the children of Israel. And that's what it'll be, the Israelite language. A pure language. And that's when we'll get the Hebrew Israelite language. Not Hebrew Edomite Yiddish. Okay? Not Hebrew Ishmaelite Arabic. And you got various other Hebrew nations speaking whatever language they speaking. Because all them boys that came out of Abraham, the 9 boys that came out of him, all became nations. The 2 boys that came out of Lot, they all Hebrews, Habaru, and they're all speaking a language. So quite naturally, their language that they're speaking could be called Habaru or Hebrew, right? Except the children of Israel. We don't have our language yet. That's what you see in Yeshaya. What's that verse? Chapter the 28. 28 verse 11, Yeshaya, Isaiah. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. Because he's going to be speaking in English. That's what I speak. I speak English. And the people that's going to be talked to, be spoken to in this English language are going to be, as you see at the top of this chapter 28, out of Ephraim. Okay? Children of Israel who call themselves Palestinians, right? Who many of them are in the land today, but a lot more of them are going to be in the land when the Jerusalem movement is brought back by Yah and set through at the behest, through these monarchies, right? Yeshaya 49, Yeshaya chapter 60, right? Micah chapter 5 at the back end of the chapter, going to be brought and set in the midst of many people like a dew on the grass that tarries nor waits for any man. Okay, because we come back with the mission. The mission is what? To cleanse Jerusalem of all idolatry. Why? Just where we just left, 66 Yeshaya, Isaiah. When Yah says what? The heaven is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me, and where is the place of my rest? Jerusalem has to be cleansed of all idolatry before Yah's temple, this third and last temple, can be built. Again, Haggai chapter 2, right? When our forefathers, after the completion of the second temple, in like 515 BCE, they were standing in front of it. And Yah, through Haggai, what did he say to them? All you who remember the first temple, right? Talking about the temple that Solomon built. And many of them didn't actually even see that temple in its, initial glory. You follow me? Because many of them were so, were a lot younger. They saw Solomon's temple when it had been depleted of a lot of its opulence You follow what I'm saying? But even at that state, it was still a lot more magnificent than this temple, the second temple that they had built, that they completed in 515 BCE. Remember now, as it was prophesied in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, the first half of the 26th verse, after the 62 weeks after Zerubbabel, who was the Messiah that's talked about in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 and 25, he was the commandment from Cyrus, the great king, the first king of Media-Persia, came forth to Sheshbazzar, Ezra chapter 1, who was the prince of Yahuda, the governor, right? That was Zerubbabel. Sheshbazzar was his captive name, right? And as you see in Ezra chapter 2, he was the Tishatha, or governor, right? And Cyrus issued the command that came forth to him, just like the prophecy had been spoken of to Daniel in chapter 9, verse 24-25. The commandment came forth to him after the 69th week after the fall of Babylon, and the end of the Babylonian kingdom, the first kingdom of man, and the initiation, the inception of the Medo-Persian kingdom, the second kingdom of man. 69 weeks into the Medo-Persian kingdom, Cyrus issued the proclamation to restore and build Jerusalem. And this proclamation this commandment came to the Messiah, the prince, who was Zerubbabel, of the seed of David, of the line of Konya. That's why he had a hard time prospering, as it says in Jeremiah. Yah said no seed of Konya would prosper, again, but Yah allowed him to actually, finish the temple, as we see in Zechariah chapter 4, right? Because the people were wondering, was Zerubbabel going to live to finish the completion of this temple? Because he was real old. Because he went into captivity as a young boy. We don't know exactly how old he was. And then he did the whole captivity, 70 years. So, if he was 10 or 12, you understand what I mean? He was more likely in his 80s after the completion of the temple. Then, the completion of the captivity, the Babylonian captivity. Then, when the Medo-Persian kingdom comes on, now, you understand, 69 weeks later, he's probably in his 80s somewhere, when the commandment came forth to him after the 69th week, when it was 1 week to go to complete the 70 years of being in captivity. You follow what I'm saying? To be cut loose, to come back. It was 1 week to go, and Cyrus issued the proclamation and the command to restore and build Jerusalem. And that came to, as we see in Ezra chapter 1, to Sheshbazzar, or Zerubbabel, who was the governor, the prince of Yahuda. And they came back, 42,360, a remnant, right? That's second chapter Ezra, verse 64. And they came back, because all of them could have come back. All the children of Israel could have come back. The 10 tribes, all of Yehuda, Benjamin, and Levi, but only a remnant came back. All of Yehuda, Benjamin, and Levi didn't come back. None of the 10 tribes came back, right? And again, Yah spoke about that in Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 7. That was for before then, but that also was applied at that time. The 10 tribes, again, you only got some of the 10 tribes today that have returned to Yah. That's why we appeal to them all the time when they hear this message. We've done things specifically aimed at them, so-called Palestinians, who are of the 10 tribes of Israel. And many of them don't know it. They think they're Arabs. Okay? But more and more of them are awakening every day to the fact that they are Israel. And we know this has to take place because Yah has spoken about it. In Zechariah chapter 10, he would bring the remembrance of him back into them. Okay? So again, when the commandment came forth, and 1 week later, after the commandment came from Cyrus to Zerubbabel and Yahushua and them, who was the high priest, Yahushua, of the seed of Zadok, right? Then the ones who, desired to come back, 42,360, they came back. And when they came back, they started to build that second temple. And as the prophecy so states in Daniel chapter 9, the first half of the 26th verse, after 62 weeks, the Messiah, or Zerubbabel, got cut off, but not for himself. We see that in Ezra chapter 4, right? When the adversaries wrote an accusation, a lie, to Cyrus, not Artaxerxes. That's some more of the Illuminati Edomites mess, where they took Cyrus's name out, replaced it in chapter 4 Ezra with Artaxerxes. Okay? And when Cyrus got this letter from them saying that Zerubbabel and Yahushua was doing something, look into it. And we see at the bottom of Ezra chapter 4, right, that and made Zerubbabel and Yahushua and them start building this second temple by force and power. So he was cut off not for himself. Yeah, right. Okay, can you hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. If you can hear me, let me know.
See, Malcolm saying it's clear.
Okay, so again, Ezra chapter 4, it wasn't Artaxerxes, it was Cyrus. Illuminati Edomite took Cyrus's name out, replaced it with Artaxerxes. Chapter 4 Ezra. Okay? And so when the adversaries at the top of chapter 4 Ezra got the response from Cyrus to put a stop to it till he had a chance to look into it, they rushed up, as you see at the bottom of chapter 4 Ezra, and made Zerubbabel and Yahushua stop building the temple by force and power. So he was stopped, but not for himself. He was cut off, but not for himself. Right? And as we see at the opening up of Haggai, this was partially to whatever, it was Zerubbabel and Yahushua and them, they had to take fault in this because they were supposed to, when they got stopped, write a letter to Cyrus asking him why did he put a stop to the temple. Okay? And just so we tap all the loose ends and don't leave any T's uncrossed and no I's undotted, when you get to the bottom of Ezra chapter 4, doesn't it say that the temple stayed not built until the second year of Darius the Persian? Okay? This is how come we know it didn't say Artaxerxes in Ezra chapter 4, because Artaxerxes was the grandson of Darius the Persian. So you explain to me how his grandson could precede him in life. Okay? So again, we also see in Daniel chapter 10, the Illuminati Edomite took out the reason why Daniel was afflicting his soul for 3 full weeks, where he ate no unpleasant, he ate no pleasant bread. So he ate bread, but it wasn't pleasant to him, and he did not wash himself. He did not drink wine or eat flesh. He ate flesh. Don't get it twisted. Okay? Daniel chapter 1, where it says, he didn't eat the king's meat. He wasn't eating that that garbage that Nebuchadnezzar was eating, because it was something unclean. But he ate flesh. He wasn't no vegetarian, right? So in Daniel chapter 10, he's telling you he didn't eat flesh, he didn't drink wine for this 3-week period. And he ate no pleasant bread. So he was eating bread, that was it. He was just eating bread and drinking water, just like a prisoner, right? In the jailhouse, I'm saying, in what they call it, in the hole. You know what I mean? You follow what I'm saying? He's like in the hole. Because he was messed up. But it tells you what? In the top of chapter 10, Daniel, it tells you in the 3rd year of Cyrus. That's the key. In the 3rd year of Cyrus. Okay? Now we know that the Babylonian kingdom fell to the Medes Persians under the days of Cyrus, 538 BCE. Okay? 69 weeks from that puts you in 536. That's when the commandment came forth from Cyrus to Zerubbabel. Hold on.
Sorry, choppy.
Hold on. Yeah, righteousness, peace. What is it? Okay, yeah, I figured it, but I come back with it. If you ain't gonna try, we'll do it. Yeah, willing. Okay? Yeah, bless. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I never took it off.
Okay, can y'all hear me out there? If you can hear me, let me know. Because Esau, again, he's afraid. He's chopping, messing with the message. He's afraid. And that's what this shows you, how afraid he is. See? Because I have no doubt you probably got some other sites of Israelites who are not totally in harmony with Yah, but because they know some things, you follow me? I have no doubt that Esau probably chops up some of the things they say. Okay? Because again, you got some of the, different Israelites. Again, Zechariah chapter 3. Their men wondered at, they just not in total harmony with Yah. Because they holding on to some kind of ways of the heathen, whether it's some form of idolatry or, their Judaism. You follow what I'm saying? But, even with them, they've got some things, they know some things, and Esau probably comes in on their side, he's listening, and some of the things he messed with their stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some truths that's coming out. It just ain't total truth. You follow me? To whatever degree. Because I've been told by people who call here, that they listen on the Sabbath days when Yedita's got the room open, always on the Sabbath day, 24 hours playing Yah righteousness, broadcast, if you will, and playing things that we've done in the past. And people say, they were messing with it as we were listening, and I've heard that some people, they got into a conversation on the site here the other week, if I'm not mistaken, where, some people say, well, they mess with other broadcasts too. They mess with other sessions. And then some people in the Yah Righteousness quorum was saying, yeah, but not like they mess with this. So it was a little, give and take back and forth. Well, I don't know how much they mess with other sites, because I don't go into other sites. All right? But the deal is, I'm sure some of these other sites, they're talking some truths to whatever degree. Huh? They're just not seeing it in totality. They're just not seeing it in abject clarity. Because as we see, they mess with this site a lot. And this has not just started. Because they're afraid. Okay? But again, Babylon fell 538. 69 weeks later, you're in 536. When it was 1 week to go of the 70 weeks that was communicated to Daniel, because at the fall of Babylon, Daniel was confused. Don't we see that at the top of chapter 9, Daniel? Because he knows what's been told to him by Yah, right?
They, through the book of Jeremiah, right? 70 years they would be in Babylon. So he was counting. But when Babylon fell, and it was 70 weeks short of 70 years. Did you hear me? 70 weeks short of 70 years. It takes 52 weeks to make a year, right? 52 from 70 leaves 18, right? 4 weeks is a month. 4 goes into 18 4 times. So it was a year, 4.5 months left. They were in 538. And that's what the angel told Daniel. It's a year, 4.5 months left. In other words, 70 weeks to finish off the 70 years. The first bunch taken out, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, by Nebuchadnezzar, 606 BCE. 70 from 606, 536. Babylon fell 538. 70 weeks to go to finish off the 70 years. Okay? So now 538 is when Babylon fell. Cyrus now, this is the inception of the Medo-Persian kingdom. Cyrus is the great king, the first king. Again, fulfill what? Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 45 in the last verse in the 44th chapter. When Yah said, I shall raise up Cyrus. Though he has not known me, he going to be my servant. He's going to let go my captives, not for price nor reward. Right? And that what Cyrus did? He's going to build my temple. Wasn't it the commandment of Cyrus that ended up getting that temple built? When you go into Ezra chapter 5 and chapter 6, when Zerubbabel and Yehoshua and them finally wrote the letter after they got stopped in the 3rd year of Cyrus. Okay, so 3 from 538 is what? 535. Daniel chapter 10 at the top. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, this is 535. Daniel is afflicting his soul 3 full weeks. And why was he doing that? Esau took it out. Why? He was afflicting his soul because Daniel was still back in Persia. And he didn't got the word when Cyrus issued the command to put a stop to the building of the temple till he had a chance to look into this accusation, Ezra chapter 4, that the adversaries had written to Cyrus, right? So Daniel, when he hears that Cyrus then issued this command to put a stop to the temple, he goes into what? He goes into afflicting his soul for 3 full weeks. And when 3 full weeks, was completed, Yah brought the angel to Daniel to tell him what was going to happen. Daniel chapter 10. Okay, 535 BCE. Zerubbabel got cut off. Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, the first half of the 26th verse. But not for himself. The Messiah got cut off, but not for himself. He didn't want to stop. They made him stop from this lying letter. Ezra chapter 4 at the top. But we see in Haggai chapter 1, the way Haggai opens up, which is what? Yah raised up Haggai in the 2nd year. He raised up Haggai and Zechariah in the 2nd year of Darius the Persian, who's mentioned at the bottom of chapter 4 Ezra. In the 2nd year of his reign. It tells you in history he came on the throne like 522 BCE. So this is 521. So the temple has been shut down now for like 14 years. You understand? Not the temple per se, but the building of it. Because all they had laid was the foundation. You see that in Ezra chapter 3, verse 8. And it tells you there, it sets the time frame, right? Ezra chapter 3, verse 8. In the 2nd month of the 2nd year of Zerubbabel and Yehoshua's return, they had laid the foundation of the temple and dedicated it. Right? So,
the second month of the second year of their return. So 52 weeks had gone by, and they came back in 536. Right? So now they're where? They're in 530 gone by. 1 month is gone by. That's another 4 weeks. That's 56 weeks. And they're somewhere in from the 57th to the 60th week. They're somewhere in there, right? Second month of the second year of their return. Daniel chapter 9 verse 26, the first half of the 26th verse. What does it say? After 62 weeks, 62 weeks, the Messiah Zerubbabel would be cut off, but not for himself. So the adversaries wrote this lying accusation to Cyrus somewhere in the second month of the second year of Zerubbabel and them's return, when they got rejected from taking part in the building of the second temple. And when they sent the letter, as it tells us in Ezra 4, they sent it first to Ahasuerus, who was the governor or lesser king over the realm of the Chaldeans. Well, Ahasuerus, who's Darius who? Darius the Median, who was made king by Cyrus over the realm of the Chaldeans, because he's the general that led the attack on Chaldea that knocked it off. So Cyrus made him the governor over that region, which is one of the 120 provinces that Cyrus was over in the Medo-Persian kingdom. Are you with me? Are you with me? Yep. Okay. All right. So he got cut off, but not for himself. Right? After 62 weeks is when they got the response from Cyrus. Huh? 62 weeks had been completed. They rushed up, Ezra chapter 4 at the end, and stopped Zerubbabel and them from building that second temple by force and power. He was cut off, but not for himself. When you go to Haggai chapter 1, the way it opens up, what does Yah say? And the people say, the time for my house to be built is not come. Because when they got stopped, instead of writing a letter to Cyrus saying, you know, like, you let us go to build this temple, how come you put a stop to it? And then Cyrus could have written back, well, you know, the Edomite and the Ishmaelite in the land is saying y'all doing this, and the other, right? And then they could have written back to Cyrus saying, no, that's a lie. That's not happening. Send somebody down here to check it out. But they didn't do that. Read chapter 1 Haggai. They went and built their houses and forgot about Yah's house. That's why Yah afflicted them in every work of their hand. So now, I went through that. We've gone through that in the past. I'm going through that again, right? And why? Because where are these people who are into the main idol of Christianity that they call Jesus or Yeshua or Yahashua, right? They tell you that this Daniel chapter 9, 24, 25, 26, 27 verse is talking about him. Right? But we just laid it out where that's totally incorrect. That's why I went through it verbatim. You can go back and check it if you haven't checked it before. And anybody who's not listening today, you know, March 16, 2013, when you hear this, whenever you hear this, go into this book and check it out. So what are all these people doing that's in this New Testament, in the good spell, the Gospels? And it's the same thing with Islam. Islam embraces Jesus, doesn't it? In the tenets of Islam, don't they say that Jesus, Yeshua, whatever they want to call, don't they say that he's the fourth prophet of God, of Allah, all incorrect, right? So with that, questions are open. Any questions? Any questions?
Somebody from New Brunswick, Canada, logged on.
Yeah, that's the brother that probably called.
Oh, okay.
He's in Toronto. So again, I'm sure this will be up possibly in 3 or 4 or 5 days, a week. Give Yeshaya a chance. He'll put him up as soon as he's able, and you'll be able to go back over this. It's about 5 hours, and study it, and study all the other Pal Talks that we've done. Go into the videos that we've done with Mark Sims, but read the book in its entirety, Genesis through Malachi. Study, turn toward Jerusalem from wherever you are, because we see a person or people who are in New Brunswick in Canada, and we get different calls from Canada as we get calls from various places in the world, Europe, the islands, the continent that they call in Africa, which is really Eden. We've gotten calls from over a large part of the world, in various places, and we know this message is going all over the world, and because it's Yah's message. But again, read, study, pray, and do what you read. Get in harmony with the law, whether you Israel or not. Okay? As I read earlier, Yah's way is for everybody. Okay, you'll see that in Solomon's supplication. You'll see it in Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 56. Okay? Yah is the creator of everybody and of everything. Okay? So, with that, we're going to turn over the mic, and because I didn't see any questions, and I'm gonna hold on for a second. Maisha's doing something here, and when she gets through, I'm gonna take another look at the screen, and if not, we'll sign off for today. Okay, and again, I don't know when we'll do another live broadcast, but it's plenty of things up. Wait a minute, now I'm seeing something. Hold on.
Some Bitcoin.
Okay, I see something here about the Bitcoins. Again, Bitcoin is like what I had a discussion. It's something that I see Yadida asked this, and I had a discussion with a Gentile who I deal with, and he's very informative.
What does she mean? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, well, we've been hearing about Bitcoins now since last year, but I had a discussion with him just week before last, and what he said to me was, Bitcoins is a digital monopoly money. Okay? Digital monopoly money. And I don't, it's all done, digitally, right? It's not anything like basically tangible. And we know Bitcoin has risen, but it's just like the stock market in a way. Like this person told me, Bitcoin in its original format was a good idea. But since then, it has been distorted and taken off into where it's not just backed by one currency. Now it's a lot of currencies, and it all depends on the value of those currencies at the specific time. You see what I'm saying? So again, like I say to people, like I said to him, I don't understand it per se, but I know when I look in Genesis chapter 13, at the top, what does it say that Abraham was rich in? Cattle, silver, and gold. It doesn't say anything about stocks, bonds, or bitcoins. So I'm saying, I can't deal with cattle because we live in Chicago, right? There's no place to put cattle or sheep. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm not going to invest in cattle and sheep that somebody else is watching over, because I couldn't depend or trust them. You see what I'm saying? So I can't have a herd of sheep or cattle myself, right? So I'm just going to stick with silver, gold, of that nature, possibly platinum. You follow me? Possibly some copper. I would, because I wouldn't doubt at some point you might not be able to get silver. I was told that silver eagles were out of circulation, and I was told this a little while back, about a month or so ago, and it wasn't certain when they were going to come back into circulation. Okay, yeah, I know you, Dita. We watch Max Kaiser too. You know what I'm saying?
So the recent increase in Bitcoin, yeah.
But again, if you were watching Max Kaiser, one we watched, if you listen to him close, okay, the person that he had on there, when they talked about the Bitcoins, they said that, silver and gold and silver is coming on in, because they can't, we've talked about this before, they can't keep gold and silver depressed, you follow me, like they have, right? Because gold should be higher and silver should be much higher in paper currency than what they're showing right now, because they depress the silver paper price when they come up with these silver certificates that they dump out here on the market, and that's how they keep the price of silver down. But again, they got all of the silver certificates out here where people own these silver certificates and think they have so much silver when they really don't. All they got is paper. And when silver gets up to $50 and beyond, when it cracks that $50 mark, from what we understand, Chase, JP Morgan Chase has to come up with the silver equivalent, the actual silver, to cover these certificates, and they don't have it. Last we heard, and this was well over a year ago, that JP Morgan Chase had printed up a good solid year. The last we heard, they had printed up $40 to $50 billion worth of silver paper certificates, right? And it might be 60 to 70 billion now, you know what I mean? They don't have that kind of silver. So that's why they're doing their best to keep it depressed. Okay? Now, I see here what somebody put up, what my thoughts on the Pope. They must have just came into the room because, again, the new Pope, and I didn't mention this earlier when I mentioned it about this new Pope. I mean, we don't know. It hasn't been divulged why the Pope that just walked away, he's the first Pope to actually walk out, not be carried out on a stretcher, right? From the pontiff seat in 600 years, right? And we don't know really why he left. We know the Catholic Church is in collapse economically, and you have millions of people who have left the Catholic Church because of the debauchery, homosexuality, pedophilia, child molestation
that has come out over the last like 25 years, right? About it. So, and I would think too, you've got more and more people who become totally uninfatuated, disenfranchised about this JC. You got, because we get calls here where people are awakening to the fact about this Christianity and they know it's a lie. Simple as that, you see. So, and I know it's a lot more who are becoming aware of this than call here. I said before, I'm sure it's more Gentiles and possibly other people, definitely Gentiles, who are privy to Yah our righteousness and listening to the message and watching it than actually call here. Okay? Because again, you've got many Gentiles who are more serious minded to what's actually going on in the world than you have Israelites. Okay? Because most Israelites are filled with folly and nonsense at this particular time. The majority. That's why, again, we can see in Ezekiel chapter 35 when Yah said he's not going to really make himself known. He's not going to make him. I shouldn't put a really on that, right? He's not going to make himself known amongst Israel till he has judged Esau. Okay? And follow me? So my point is when Yah actually runs these Edomites out of the land and judges them in their land, that's what we're waiting on. That's not going to be what's going to make Israelites come to understand that Yah is the Most High and that they're Israel. What's going to make them come to understand that Yah is the Most High and that they are Israel is that when Yah does judge these Edomites, okay, that's what's going to trigger, and I'm in Yeshaya chapter 49 and chapter 60, that's what's going to trigger these Gentiles, okay? Just like what you see in Jeremiah chapter 16 at the back end, That's what's going to make different Gentiles who are already knowledgeable, who already know who we are, and know who Esau is, okay? But, and you've got many Gentiles, I've talked about this in the past, they know who we are, and they know who Esau is, and they've been knowing this for quite a long time. Definitely, like I said, all the way back there with Nathan Rothschild, right? When they figured out that they had been scammed by him, you understand, with the situation with Napoleon. That's why they stopped dealing with the Rothschilds. Okay? That's why Nathan Rothschild and the Rothschilds started dealing through surrogates, front men, like Buffett. Okay, the first front man that we know about was George Peabody. You follow me? George Peabody. And then from George Peabody, Junius Morgan, that was brought in to the Peabody firm, that he started, but it was really a front for Nathan Rothschild and the House of Rothschild. And then after Junius Morgan, we know when he died in the carriage accident, it became J.P. Morgan, Junius Morgan's son, right? And even though J.P. Morgan played it like he didn't deal with kites, he didn't deal with Jews, that was all a front to throw the people off track so they wouldn't know that he was a front for the House of Rothschild, the international bankers. And from what we see, and I've spoken on this, I've touched on this in the past, because we got a tape here by Myron Fagan, okay? Myron Fagan, he was a playwright, okay? And he did a tape that came out in 1967 about the Illuminati. It's a double tape. That Midnight Messenger, if you want to acquire it, Des Griffins, I've mentioned him in the past, an article I read earlier about Obama, right, and how he's all intertwined with all these different things, right? That comes out of the Midnight Messenger. I'm sure you can Google Midnight Messenger and contact Des Griffins, the Midnight Messenger, and inquire about that tape, because they sell it at the Midnight Messenger. They're located out in Oregon, and they carry that tape of Myron Fagan. It's a double tape,
All right, if you want to acquire it and listen to it. But that tape came out in 1967, and if you listen to it, Myron Fagan, he didn't know that, and this is 1967. You know, as far as what he's revealing on this tape, and he reveals a lot, he didn't know that J.P. Morgan was a front man for the Rothschilds. Okay? So, you know, they've been dealing through these front men. You know, this boy Soros, that's all he is. He an Edomite, front man for the Rothschild and the international bankers. You understand? Soros, Buffett. Yeah, I figured they're going to chop that up. No, this is somebody else. Hold on. All right, we're back. Okay, so again, you know, they use these front men, you know, just like they use, again, you know, the whole Christian concept is, you know, it started out with Serapis. We've talked about this in the past. You know, Serapis, right? In 320 BCE. That's what they first put on us and the people back then. You know, when the Illuminati, you know, Psalm 83, when they said, let's deal craftily with them. You follow me? They came out with Serapis. But you still had different ones of us that knew we were, you know, Israel back then. You know what I mean? That knew about Yah, right? Like we've said in the past, again, the 2 days or 2,000 years, Hosea 6, right? Where we were to be cut off, Yeshaya chapter 6, for a solid 2,000 years. And again, going back there to that Malachi chapter 3, I think that's when we got interrupted, and I didn't finish that off. That's why the Edomites do what they do, to try to, you know, make you lose train of thought. But, you know, you can't outfox Yah. You know, Yah brings it back, right? Just like he's doing now. And in that Malachi chapter 3, verse 13, that's why the people, when Nehemiah came back, he had that book of Daniel. When he came back that second and last time, he had that book of Daniel with him. And when they sat around and he was setting them back up, you follow me? They tried to do his best to get them back in harmony with Yah. They sitting there reading all these different separate scrolls that had been written. They were all separate. You got to understand that. The book hadn't been put together then in one compilation. They had the separate scrolls. And when Nehemiah came back that second and last time, he had the book of Daniel. And when they sat and read all these separate scrolls and read them in entirety, it's just like a puzzle. When you put all the pieces together, they could see the illumination.
But you can't get back in at all? Nah, you got me, okay? Alright, y'all bless. Okay, where did leave off those questions? Okay, we're back.
Okay, something else.
Okay, wait a minute.
No,
Hold
you
on.
went back further than that.
No, it didn't.
Explain the 62 weeks again, and then somebody asked,
Okay, well, again,
what does it mean?
Okay, again, I see somebody put up about the 62 weeks. And again, the 62 weeks, that's Daniel chapter 9, right? The 26th verse, the first half of the 26th verse. Okay, you go into Ezra chapter 3, verse 8. And when Zerubbabel, and again, you got to understand out there that the first 6 chapters of Ezra's flashback. He's not talking in the time he lived in. All right? He's gone flashbacking. He's talking about Zerubbabel and Yahushua and them that came back in 536 BCE. Okay? And the 62 weeks, you start counting those after they returned and got back to Jerusalem. As it says there in the first half of the 26th verse, after 62 weeks, 62 weeks, the Messiah, Zerubbabel, was going to be cut off, but not for himself. Okay? And you see that in Ezra chapter 3, verse 8, when they got back, after in the second month of the second year of their return, they had completed the foundation of the second temple. All right, just the foundation, not the actual temple erected on top of the foundation. And they had a dedication. Okay, but that 3:8 sets the time frame. Second month of the second year of their return. All right, okay, so that's 1 year, 52 weeks. Another month, 4 weeks, that's 56 weeks. So they were somewhere between 57 and 60, right, when they completed the foundation. And then you see at the top of chapter 4, Ezra, that the adversaries came and wanted to take part in the erection of the house on the foundation, but they were rejected. And then they wrote a accusation, in other words, a lie, to Cyrus, not Artaxerxes. Esau took Cyrus's name out, replaced it with Artaxerxes in chapter 4, Ezra. Okay? And when Cyrus got this letter, okay, then he responded, put a stop to it till I get a chance to look into your accusation or your lie. He didn't know it was a lie, right? And when they got the response, as you see at the bottom of chapter 4 Ezra, they rushed up, made Zerubbabel and Yahushua and them stop building this second temple, made them cease by force and power. Okay, so somewhere between the 57th week and the 62nd week, all this took place, right? All this took place, and at the end of the 62nd week is when they got the response from Cyrus, and that's when they brushed up and made Zerubbabel and them stop building this second temple. He didn't want to stop, but he was made to stop. But you see in Haggai, at the beginning of Haggai, when y'all raised up Haggai and Zechariah, approximately 14 years later, because they got stopped in the 3rd year of Cyrus. Daniel chapter 10, at the top, that's why Daniel was afflicting his soul for 3 full weeks. Esau took that out. Why Daniel was afflicting his soul? You know Daniel probably wrote that down. Okay, but Esau took that out. But again, he left enough, right? It tells us at the top of chapter 10, Daniel, in the 3rd year of Cyrus. We know Babylon fell 538. And this is the inception of the Medo-Persian kingdom. Cyrus is the great king. 3 years from 538 is 535, right? Okay, so Zerubbabel and them came back in 536. The first bunch was taken out, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, in 606 by Nebuchadnezzar. They were to be in Babylon 70 years, all right, before they were able to be cut loose, all right? So now 70 from 606 is 536, okay?
So now 69 weeks, as it tells you in chapter 9 Daniel, verse 24:5, right? In the 69th week of the 70 weeks that were left of the 70 years. Because Daniel was confused, because he, in 538, he knew they were supposed to do 70 years and then they were supposed to be cut loose. See? So now when Babylon fell, it's 538. Remember now, the first bunch that Daniel was in came out in 606. So he knew they were supposed to go to 536, right? What we call 536, today, right? Because they didn't mess with time, right? So 70 weeks was left, which is what? A year, 4.5 months. That's 70 weeks, right? 52 weeks in a year, 4 weeks in a month, right? 52 from 70 is 18. 4 goes in 18, 4.5 times. So it was a year, 4.5 months left. That's 70 weeks. Okay? So now, in the 69th week, when it was only 1 week left to fulfill the 70 years and the 70 weeks that was left, Cyrus issued the command, right? That came forth to the Messiah the Prince, who was who? Zerubbabel, whose captive name was Sheshbazzar, Ezra chapter 1. Okay? So now you go back and you listen to this, you'll hear it all again. Listen today. We've talked about it in the past, but you can go over today. We've done it in detail. And you go back and you hook it all up, because it's real easy to see it when you can see it. You know what I'm saying? When it's made plain. And you know that it's not talking about JC. Yahshua, Jesus, ain't talking about that at all. It's talking about Zerubbabel. He was the anointed prince, the seed of David, through the line of Konya. That's why he caught all the trouble he caught, because he was of the line of Konya. You follow me? Because Yah had said in the book of Jeremiah, that no seed of his was going to prosper on the throne. That's why he caught all the trouble. But at the same time, we see part of his troubles, like any of our troubles, that of the children of Israel, when we're not totally committed and submitted to Yah. And that's why I say, you go to Haggai chapter 1, and you see there that Zerubbabel and Yahshua and them, they were at fault, because Yahshua was the high priest. Zerubbabel was the governor. See? And they were at fault, because they didn't what? When they ran up into an obstacle, when they got stopped, they were supposed to write a letter to Cyrus asking him, why did you stop us from building the temple when you let us go to come back to do this? And they didn't do it. And Yah tells you there in Haggai chapter 1 why they didn't do it. They took it for granted that, already the time for Yah's house to be built hasn't come. So they went and built their own houses, when the whole reason why they were let go to come back was to build the temple of Yah. That's the whole reason they were let go to come back. That's just like now, right? Like I read to you earlier, right, out of Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 66, when Yah says, the heaven is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Where's the house that ye build unto me? And where's the place of my rest? Okay, well, that's what we got to do. That's why when you read Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 18, when you go there to Ezekiel 11:18, what does it say there? Doesn't it say that Yah's talking about now and right beyond and right past now? He's saying when he brings us back, when we come back, we're going to do what? We're going to get rid of all the idols and images in the land. Jerusalem has to be cleansed. When you go to Micah chapter 5, at the back end of the chapter, isn't it talking about that? We're going to get rid of all the idols and images in the land. And we're going to start in Jerusalem. Why do we start in Jerusalem? Because we go back specifically to do what? Cleanse Jerusalem of all idolatry. Why? So that Yah's temple, this third and last temple, can be built. That same temple that you see talked about from Ezekiel chapter 40 through 47. And when you get to chapter 48, Ezekiel, Yah is talking about how he's going to dwell. And it's also in another place that escapes me right now, where he's going to dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. Well, what is he talking about? He's going to dwell in his house, in his temple. Okay? Just like what you see when you back there in the book of Exodus, in the book of Numbers, right? When they were carrying the tent, because Yah dwelled in the tent, right? And when he came inside the tent, he came in a cloud. They couldn't see Yah. Nobody can see Yah, his face and live, right? So he would come inside the cloud. And the cloud would come up into the tent that was the tabernacle that they carried, that the Levites bore on their shoulders, right? With staves, right? You understand? And he would come up into the tabernacle in a cloud. Just like when you read about when Solomon, when they finished building that first temple to Yah atop Mount Moriah in Jerusalem, right? When they finished completing it, when you go back there, when we read in 2 Chronicles 6, and you read in 1 Kings 8, right? When you go to the next chapter, or in matter of fact, that same chapter, but I know chapter 7, 2 Chronicles, when you go there and read it, look and see what happened. The cloud came into the temple, and the Levites could not minister because Yah came inside the cloud. He's coming up into the temple, and they had to pull back because they couldn't minister. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how Yah, he covers himself in the cloud. When he brought our forefathers out of Egypt, they were led by day by the cloud, right? Well, he was inside the cloud. He leading the children of Israel. You understand? When you see, just like he makes himself, he lets himself be seen in an apparition, but you can't see his face. Nobody can see his face and live because he know what the first thing you're going to do if he allows you to see his face. If I tell you I saw Yah's face, first thing you're going to ask me what he look like. Somebody going to try to draw it. And next thing you know, they're going to be holding this picture up. This is the creator. This is Yah of hosts. And then next thing you know, what you got idolatry. People falling down before this picture, this idol, right? So he ain't going to let his face be seen, but he comes inside the cloud. Okay, now, what was next?
Somebody asked about Malachi chapter 2.
Okay,
It's the same.
Malachi 2:14, what does it mean? Wait a minute, hold on. Because he's talking about the priest, if I remember correctly. Because he's railing on them. You understand? Because of their iniquity. Okay, that's talking about the covenant. That's not talking about an actual man and woman. That's talking about the covenant. See, when we were a youth in Yah's sight, when he brought us out of Egypt, and at Mount Horeb, didn't we enter in as a nation in a covenant with Yah? Didn't we say we didn't want to hear Yah's voice no more lest we die? And the elders went to Moses and said, look, you go talk to Yah. And everything, let him tell you and you bring it back to us and we will do it. Okay? That's the covenant that we entered into with Yah. He's our husband. Doesn't it say that we're going to call him Ishi? He's our husband. And we're like his wife as a nation. And we entered into a covenant with him. See? But we broke the covenant.
I don't think they are here anymore.
Well, okay, they can go in there and listen. If they're not on there, they can go in there and listen to it. Because that's the only way that's the only way you're going to come up with a righteous seed is to obey that covenant. You understand? I tell you what you do who put that up there. Go in Ezekiel chapter 16 and read Ezekiel 16. And pay particular attention to the whole chapter, right? Because he's specifically talking about Jerusalem. Just like this is talking about here. Because he's talking about the priest here. You understand? And it's the priests that make up Jerusalem. You understand? They one of the third part that makes up Jerusalem. We've talked about this in the past. All right? Jerusalem consists of what? The king, which is who? Yah of hosts. And then the three covenanted entities that Yah has made these three covenants inside the children of Israel. Okay? Numbers 8, Numbers 18. Right? For killing the firstborn man and beast of Egypt, Yah took the whole tribe of Levi to himself. They represent the priests, the Levitical priesthood. And their duty is to always keep the law and to sought the law at the mouth of the priest. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, okay. I got you. All right. Yeah, but again, you understand? It tells you in Malachi chapter 2, right? That the people, verse 7, for the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is what? He is the messenger of Yah of hosts. Okay? And the priests entered in, they got a special covenant with Yah, right? Yah made an everlasting covenant with the children of Levi, with the Levites. They the priesthood. That's why they get no inheritance of land. Yah is their inheritance. All of the tithes, all the offerings go to the Levites. And out of that, you know, they get a tenth of the best from whoever heaves up to Yah. A tenth, they heave up the best, right? And then the Levites take a tenth of the best and heave it up to the high priest. Because the high priest, yes, Yah made an everlasting covenant with Zadok and his seed forever. When you read 1 Samuel chapter 2, when Yah was talking through Samuel to Eli, what did he tell Eli? He said, it's going to come a time, I'm going to raise up a faithful priest that's going to walk before mine anointed forever. Now Yah's talking about what? He's talking about 2/3 of Jerusalem, you understand, of the human side of Jerusalem. Because you got the Levites, that's 1/3. That they represent they the priest line. And they always ministering to Yah. Inside the temple, outside the temple. They always supposed to keep the law and administer that law and keep the way of Yah. Minister to Yah up close, right? All right, the other third part of that triad is the Zadok line. Yah made an everlasting covenant with Zadok and his seed. What's that? Ezekiel chapter 44. You can see that there. Zadok was the high priest during the time of David. That's when, you understand, you had two high priests at the end of David. You had Zadok and Abiathar. And when you go into 1 Kings, you'll see that Solomon thrust out Abiathar from the priesthood. And Abiathar was who? He was of the seed of Eli. And that's fulfilled. That's when it fulfilled that what Yah had pronounced on Eli and his seed. And why did Solomon thrust out Abiathar? Because he went into the rebellion of Adoniah. You understand? He went into that where, you know, Adoniah was, you understand, setting himself up to be governor after David's death. When everybody knew, when Yah had communicated and David had communicated that Yah had chose Solomon to rise up in his stead. All right. So Solomon, when he got set on the throne as governor, he thrust Abiathar out. And now that left Zadok. And then Yah made an everlasting covenant with Zadok. We see that in Ezekiel chapter 44. He made an everlasting covenant with Zadok and his seed. All right? He's one of those. He's the anointed that stands on the left side of Yah in Zechariah chapter 4. Okay? When it shows you the candlestick and the two olive trees on each side of the candlestick, well, on the left side of that candlestick, that olive tree was representative of Zadok and his seed forever. That's the Zadok line. Always has to be one of his seed that's high priest. All right? On the right side of that candlestick, you understand that other olive tree is David, the Davidic line. It always has to be one of David's seed that's governor. And we know that's David's Cause what? When you go to the 110th Psalm, before Esau messed with it, what did it say? At the 110th Psalm, Yah said to David, to my Lord David, cause David was the lowercase Lord. Yah is the uppercase Lord, right? Yah said to David, stand at my right hand till I make thy enemies thy footstool. Well, isn't that what Yah did through David and the mighty men? Don't we read about that when we read in 1 Samuel, in 2 Samuel? David vanquished Goliath. He was made captain over the host by Saul. You understand? When Saul, Yah got rid of Saul for his iniquity, he had already chosen David when he had rejected Saul. Isn't that what he said there in 1 Samuel? He told Samuel, get your anointing oil up and go to Bethlehem, Ephratah, of the tribe of Yehudah. That was a town, a province in the inheritance of Yehudah, Bethlehem, Ephratah. Right? He said, I done chose me a man after my own heart. In other words, this person going to do just what I tell him. He ain't going to add. He's not going to diminish from my word. Isn't that what we see in Deuteronomy chapter 4? Because if you change anything, it's no longer Yah, right? And that was David. And then we see in 2 Samuel chapter 7, Yah made an everlasting covenant with David and his seed forever. That's why it always got to be one of David's seed. That's why it always got to be one of Zadok's seed. These are the two anointed that stand on each side of Yah. Okay, well, those two lines and the Levitical line, the tribe of Lewi, and Yah the king, that's Jerusalem. When Yah is talking about Jerusalem, his people, he's talking about the descendants of the Lewites. He's talking about the descendant of Zadok that he is raised up. He's talking about the descendant of David that he's raised up. And he's appealing to any of those lines, okay, who's going to come to him, submit and obey. Now, that's, you understand, Jerusalem. Okay? So again, and all of those three lines is supposed to what? What does he say about the seed of David today? He's going to be he's going to be in the order of Melchizedek. Did you hear what I said? He's going to be in the order of Melchizedek. And when we go back to Genesis, what was Melchizedek? He was the governor over Salem. That's what Jerusalem was called then. And he was also a priest of the Most High. And that's what the seed of David is like today. He's like a priest. He don't carry out no Levitical order. You understand what I'm saying? But he's like, not is, but he's like a priest on the throne. Okay, what's next? We talked about the Bitcoins. What else? Malachi, 2 Samuel, 1st chapter. Why did he have the same story as Saul armor bearer in regards to telling about Saul's death? And Malachi the second. Oh, well, again, he lied. You understand? He lied. And you say the same story as. Let me go there. What is this?
Versions was, I guess.
Wait a minute. Let me go there. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. 2 Samuel, 1st chapter.
Because in the first Samuel is an account of Saul's death.
Okay, again, but this was an Amalekite, an Edomite. And he was a son of a stranger, right? An Amalekite, Edomite, right? And he came and told David what he had done. You see verse 8, and he said unto me, who art thou? And I answered him, I am an Amalekite. And he said unto me, stand, I pray thee, upon me and slay me. This is Saul talking to the Amalekite. Okay? Now, so David had him killed because he stretched forth his hand against Yah's anointed. And that's it about that. So
So then Saul killed himself over here in chapter 31, verse.
Yeah, well, Saul fell on his own sword. He committed suicide. But this Amalekite thought by telling this lie, he was going to incur David's favor. But he didn't do nothing but get himself killed. You understand? And I'm sure that when David, told him, say, why didn't you stretch forth your hand against Yah's anointed? And when David called the young men and told him to fall upon him and kill him, that, because he didn't kill Yah's anointed, I'm sure that the Amalekite told him, say, well, it wasn't true. I was just lying. It was too late then. See, that's why he didn't kill his own self. David's like, well, you a lie anyway, whichever way it goes. So I got to smoke you. I got to have you killed. All right. Now, what's next?
Somebody, he said he lives in a sack when he prays toward Israel. Does he use the compass of faith?
Sacramento.
Oh.
No, it's not. Whoever's got this about you live in Sacramento and you pray to the east. I said to many people, I'm going to say again, get you a world map, a globe. Look and find Sacramento, where it is, and I know it's in the northern part of California, and then you've got to look at that globe and look at that world map and look at those longitudes and latitudes on the globe and see where Sacramento is on the, latitudes, and then find where Jerusalem is on its latitude, and then get your direction. And that's the way you point. I doubt if it's east. Directly east. It's going to be in the vicinity of east, but it's probably going to be kind of like southeast. Mm-hmm. And it's probably maybe a little more southeast than Jerusalem is from Chicago. Okay? And that's what you got to do. What's next?
How could the magicians that work for Pharaoh do anything when magic is not real, just illusion and mirrors?
How could the magicians what?
Perform the magic.
They were magicians. You asked me about what the magicians did
that was Yah.
back in Amenopus II's court, in Egypt. I mean, they was magicians. I couldn't even try to tell you. Exactly. I'm not a magician. I don't know how they pull their tricks. Okay, I mean, you look at Davy Copperfield today, and he got his tricks right, and Houdini and all them. I don't try to figure that stuff out because it means nothing to me. All I know is that however they produced the serpents that they did, that the serpent that Yah made out of Moses' staff ate those serpents up, okay? And then changed Moses' staff back into a staff, changed the serpent back into a staff again, all right? What's next?
I don't know, somebody must have been on late.
And again, somebody about the new pope, again, I ain't got no thoughts about him. He's an idolater. I meant to say this before we got bumped off earlier. This new pope, as I was telling y'all last night, he got one lung, or rather a piece. They say they claim they don't know. They thought he only had one lung, but he got one lung and a piece of another. And they claim they don't, they didn't divulge how he lost part of that other lung, okay? So, he got problems even before he got there, right? What's next? And again, as far as, you wonder what happened 1,000, I guess you mean 1,000 years ago, when this also, about the Pope thing, again,
Or maybe she means 500-600 years when the Pope stepped down or something.
Well, I'm not really getting what your question is about. This second question about 1,000 ago. It's not clear what you mean. But, we've talked about this. You go back on previous Pal Talks, I read about the church and how the Edomites, how it started out with bishops, right around the time of Constantine, when it got legalized, it was bishops. And then a little bit later on, they come up with the Pope. And when they came up with the Pope, then the church got more power. You follow me? We went over that. in one of the pal talks we did, I can't remember which one, but possibly somebody that's in the room right now will remember which one it was, and they'll pop it up there. But as I said before, I'll say it again. All of you out there, you should listen to all of the pal talks that we've done. We started doing them January 2012. You should go back and listen to those pal talks very meticulously because they are very informative. All right, what's next? Hold on, we're trying to find these questions. You went too far back.
Okay.
Okay.
Please explain marriage from Yah's original intent in Genesis 2.
Again, marriage is when a man has intercourse with a woman, that's his wife. He's her husband, and he's responsible for her. She's responsible to him. There is no Yah. If you have intercourse with a woman, she's your wife. From that point on, you're responsible for her. She's responsible to you, and that's just how that works. Okay.
What's the acceptable year of Yah? Isaiah 61.
Well, again, the acceptable year of Yah is what we're waiting on. When Yah drives these Edomites out and puts judgment on them and brings these elite to come get Yah's movement. That's the acceptable year of Yah. You see it in Yeshaya chapter 34, verse 8. Why? For the controversy of Zion. What's next?
Here, Haggai 2:23. Why do you think it is written that Yah changed his mind to place the rebels back on the throne after Yah swore to himself to remove them forever?
Well, again, it wasn't Zerubbabel's seed, it was Konya's seed. And he just said it wouldn't be a seed of Konya that would prosper. Isn't that what it says? It didn't say it wouldn't be back on, it just said it wouldn't be a seed of his that would prosper on the throne of David. And we see all the trouble that Zerubbabel had, don't we? What's next?
What's Ptolemy's time between the so-called Old Testament and New Testament?
No, well, again, yeah, it was. Yeah, Ptolemy's time was between the old, because again, Ptolemy comes on the scene after they murdered Alexander, and he established himself in 320 BCE. All right? Okay, so now, they're going to tell you that the New Testament comes on the scene like the 1st century CE AD. That's a lie. There was no New Testament in the 1st century CE AD. All right? And we know that there was not a New Testament without a doubt before 135 CE AD because the Edomites kept uprising against Roman rule. We see that when they got kicked out of the land in 135 CE AD by the Romans. They had been in a 3-year rebellion from 132 to 135, you understand, being led by Simon Bar Kokhba, who they were calling the Messiah. All right? There wasn't any New Testament then. Now, somewhere between 135 and 311, we know that the Edomites set up, the Malachite Edomite, the illuminated ones, back then called Essenes at one point, E-S-S-E-N-E-S, right? E-S-S-E-N-E-S, the Essenes or Assyrians, however you choose to pronounce it. And somewhere between 135 and 311, they came up with this Christianity. They probably was working on it, but they actually put it into effect somewhere between 135 and 311. They started promulgating it. I'm not even certain that they actually had the New Testament scripted. They was probably working on it because, they've been adding to the New Testament coming up through time because they started seeing so many holes in it. You follow me? Just like in the 1st chapter of Matthew, it's like 5-6 major holes in the whole Christian story in the 1st chapter of Matthew. Let alone the title of it, the New Testament. Like I said earlier, when Yah says in 3:6 Malachi, he changes not. All right, when you go into the New Testament, it's called what? The New Testament. That's a change, isn't it? If it's something new, that's a change. Didn't Moses tell us in chapter 32 Deuteronomy about this new stuff that was going to come on the scene? And it was going to be worshiping idols and images, not Yah, but what? Devils? What's next?
This sister, she's pregnant, wants to know She just found out, I guess, if she should consider home birth or she should go to a hospital.
It's always better to do home birth and go to the midwives. Find you some midwifery. You understand? Rather than go to a hospital. Because there's people that have told me that, person just told me here the other week that she told me that she had a child and they told her that they had to, the child, they, you know, was possibly was going to have what's that no, you know that oh man, oh, hold on, this escaped me, y'all bring it to me.
Some kind of illness?
Yeah,
Not down.
No, none of that. You know, it's a viral like infection, but I can't call it now. It's escaping me. It was some kind of like viral infection. I've heard hepatitis. Okay, and the sister told me that the doctor told her, say, you know, it's a possibility that your child is going to have hepatitis. Okay, and they said, you know, we got to do this and we got to do it now, and it scared her, and so she gave them, you know, the okay to do it, some kind of injections or whatever that they did, and she said then it come back later, they came back, and it was like, well, we were wrong, and she said when she went to approach the doctor about it, he wouldn't even talk to her, he wouldn't even see her. Okay? He wouldn't even see her. Now, this is the same doctor that came to her and told her, we got to do it now, because it looked like it might have hepatitis C or B or whatever that's called. You understand? And she like, okay, and they injected the child and did whatever they did. And then she told me about some other, and then she said when she went back to talk to the doctor about it, he wouldn't even see her. So, you know, you don't fool with them hospitals. There's other people that told me how they want to inject the child with some kind of injection. They want to do stuff with the child when the child is born. You know, it's another brother, you understand, he told me he done had 3 children. And he said his first 2 children, you follow me, he allowed them to be injected. But the 3rd child, he was more into Yah. He was about Yah then when he had this 3rd child or close to it, you know, and he wouldn't allow them to inject that child. And he said since these children have gotten older, the youngest child is like about 5 years old, you know, getting ready, I think about 5 or 6. And he said he can see the difference in the younger child compared to the other 2. You know, they're not as fast, you know, and so sharp as in intelligence and grabbing things as the younger child. And he gives all that to these injections that the first 2 children were injected with. So I wouldn't, if you know, you can have your child, you know, brought forth through midwife, you understand? I would deal with that. I wouldn't fool with no hospitals. What's next?
Will they be able to avoid those vaccines? I don't think there's any way around those.
No, because if you're doing the midwife thing, you probably might not have to deal with that. Mm-hmm. But again, you know, you pray on it and check into it. What's next?
Please explain Isaiah 63:17.
Okay, Yeshaya chapter 63 verse 17. Hold on.
Because somebody says on here that
Well, again, you know, Yah, again, just like earlier, Ezekiel chapter 14. All right? When you got idols set up in your heart, then Yah's going to take you in the way of your idols. And also he cut us off. You know, he cut us off from what we can see 104 BCE to 1896, 2,000 years, which was prophesied in Hosea chapter 6 at the top. 2 days, 2,000 years. Because it was time for us to be whipped. You know, when you keep talking to the child and the child refuses to obey, then eventually, when you understand that verbal reprimand is not going to do any good, if you care about that child, you're going to apply that rod to drive that foolishness out of its heart and to deliver its soul from the grave, hell, right? Okay, what's next? Okay, that's good. The Bayou put up, check March 2012 recordings for, what we were talking about earlier. I can't call it right now, but, whoever had that question, that's where you go, March 2012. What happened?
No, that's the end of this person said she thinks you have to avoid public schools in order to avoid vaccines.
That's correct. You homeschooling. And as far as sickle cell, I see this up there. Sickle cell is a trait, as we've talked about in the past. I've talked about this in Mark Sims' show. Sickle cell is a trait that follows people who originate from that basin of the Mediterranean, that Levant back there, at the back of the Mediterranean, where you see what? Where you see Israel, Lebanon, right? Egypt, right? Greece, and who basically is afflicted with that sickle cell trait. So-called African Americans, black folks, right? Israelites, right? And Greek people. Okay? Naomi, I love you too, huh? But again, what's love got to do with it, right? We're about understanding. We got to lift the bar to its highest level. That's understanding. But I get what you're saying. Right. Say no to vaccines all the time. You go to Yah and you deal from that perspective. And thank you, Hania. What's next? High school. Okay, right. Okay. We've talked about it before. They're trying to stop that homeschooling, because out there on the West Coast, because if they can get it stopped, because, they big about that out in California, about that homeschooling. And Esau trying to get that stopped and trying to bring that all the way through the country. See, because he won't, see, that's where he get a hold of your child up in them houses of miseducation and gets control of their head, and start feeding them crap in them schools, not only figuratively, but physically too. All right? Feeding them horse meat, right? What's next?
Why Ecclesiastes 9:9 does Solomon say to life, like joyfully with your wife and not wives? She's really confused about plural marriages. Is first precedent for it.
Well, again,
son of Cain.
I'm really confused about plural marriages. The first precedent for it with son of Cain. I don't get that. This about Cain. You said plural marriages with the son of Cain.
I guess he was righteous, so he took more wives. So
I don't see where you seeing where Cain had or his son had more than one wife. I mean, I'm not getting that. But insofar as what you always got to remember, we're dealing with a book that the Illuminati Edomite is tampered with. Okay. Now, again, when it says Solomon in 9:9. Say to life joyful. Let me.
Well, he just ran with one at a time, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I see what you want to do. You still wanting it to be one man, one woman. I understand that. That's why you keep pulling this kind of stuff out, and it's okay. But
now see that. Also in Proverbs about being continually ravished by the wife of thy youth. But that's the wife of your youth is the covenant.
The wife of your youth, again, is the covenant, what we talked about, you brought up about chapter 2, Malachi. That's talking about the covenant. Okay, now as far as your actual physical wife, again, quite naturally, what does it say? Doesn't it go on to say in what you just brought up there in that Proverbs? Doesn't it say, why would you deal with a strange woman? Okay, well, what is it talking about? It's talking about a woman who's not about Yah. And don't you be one of those. Okay? Don't you be one of those. All right? Because again, like I said earlier, you can't pick and choose of what you want to do of Yah's law. And you cannot circumvent what Yah has already laid down. And again, you just go to that Yeshaya chapter 4 and go back in the past and look at our forefathers. They had more than one wife, if they could afford to have more than one wife. You understand? And again, when Yah talks about he's going to make, as we read about Jacob, when he said to Jacob in Jacob's ladder, in that, back there in Genesis, he told him, he said he's going to make his seed like the dust of the earth for multitude. Isn't that basically what he told Abraham? Your seed is going to be like the stars of heaven. Well, how you think that's going to happen? You think that's going to happen one man, one woman? Ain't going to happen like that. And again, when Yah talks in Yeshaya chapter 6 about these strong males who's going to come back to him, that 1 out of 10 Israelites, males, not women, he's talking about the males, seed, right? That's going to come back to him. You understand? When we cast forth our leaves. In other words, when we have intercourse with our wives, those 7 women that are going to attach themselves to each one of us. All right? That's how that's going to happen. So again, Tekaya, Naphtali, you understand? I hope you can get this, and don't get it twisted, okay? See, because again, the wife of thy youth, right, and the wives of thy youth, okay? You deal with them from the law, you deal with them in truth, you deal with them in righteousness. Simple as that. The woman who has a problem with a man of Israel having more than one wife, then she has to go on her way, because she's not about Yah. Simple as that. But at the same time, like I said in the last show we did with Mark Sims in January 2011, you sisters out there and other women, Gentiles, whoever you are, if you about Yah, if you claim to be about Yah, I would advise you to go in this book. If you desire to be about the Creator, the true and living Creator, the only Creator, go into this book of remembrance, Genesis through Malachi, read it, study it, learn it. Learn the law, learn the precepts. You don't have to concern yourself with the laws dealing with the priest, because it ain't gonna never be a woman priest. All right, so you can read it. I wouldn't say not to read it, but don't just dwell on that, because you're never gonna do that anyway, right? But pay particular attention to the rest of the laws, all the commandments, statutes, ordinances, judgments, right? The precepts, the testimonies of those who testified before us, as I'm testifying to certainly to this day, right? And when you learn that, then you go looking for a man that's about Yah. And then you'll be equipped with the measuring stick to measure him out of the way of Yah, not out of your own heart, from an eclectic standpoint. What's next?
She makes a point about Genesis 4:19 is when Lamech has wives. This is the first example of polygamy.
Okay, so what's your point about 4:19 Genesis? He had multiple wives. So what's your point?
First example of polygamy. So it's something new.
Okay, so what's your point?
It sets a precedent.
Well, again, remember, I'll just point you to 3:6 Malachi. Yah changes not. When you go into the law of Deuteronomy, what's that? 21, the law of 2 wives, or is it 24? The law of 2 wives.
I think it's 22.
Okay, no, I don't think it's 22.
22.
Oh, wait a minute, let me get it for you.
Exodus 22 and that's
it might be there in Exodus, but it's here too. In
22.
It's in 21 verse 15. The law of 2 wives. Okay, that's in the law. And remember, the law preceded Lamech, because you putting up Lamech in 4:19 Genesis. The law came in chapter 2 verse 7 Genesis 2:7. Okay, when Yah breathed the breath of life in man or Adam's nostrils, he became a living soul. You're not allowed till you get this law, and that's just the way Esau translated it. Okay, what's next?
What is it?
Again, we looked up concubine, and concubine is of unknown origin. So we don't know where the word concubine comes from. More than likely, it's the word Esau conceived of. Okay? You always got to remember we're dealing with a translation that the Illuminati Edomite has come up with. But you look up the word concubine, you'll see it comes from unknown origin. All right?
Abaya also, he put up there by Exodus 21, also concerns the law of 2 wives.
Okay, Exodus 21 also deals with the law of 2 wives. Okay? What's next?
It is providing for
That's an answer.
providing for what a man has already done. I don't know what.
Like I said to you, Tetrarch Naphtali, you go into Genesis chapter 2 verse 7. That's when the law was given to Adam. That's the precedent there. The law changes not. Malachi 3:6 calls Yah changes not.
Okay, Genesis 2, he said a man and his wife become one flesh.
Yeah, that's right. A man and his wife become one flesh. And if he got 2 wives, they become one. That other one becomes one flesh with him too. If he got 3 wives, that other one becomes one flesh with him too. Now, what's next?
Well, how do we know when they have tampered with the translation?
Well, again, you look at the overall book, Genesis through Malachi. That's what you got to do, Tetrarch Naphtali. I've said this in the past. I don't know how long you've been listening. You can't hang your hat on one verse. You got to take the whole book in the context.
I mean, but it just says that
You got to take the whole book in the context. You understand? See, I know what you, like I told you before, I know what you want. See, but it ain't got nothing to do with what you want. And it ain't got nothing to do with what I want. And I'm going to tell you, I only want the way of the Most High. All right? Simple as that. See, because I ain't freaked out by having a bunch of women. Because, see, I got one here. And I know what dealing with you women is like. So you understand? So multiplying 1 by 6 more, you got, or adding 6 more to it, and you got 7 or you got 8. I know how that's, that you got to deal with. You understand? That ain't no easy task dealing with 6 or 7 of you. Okay? But again, this is how you build a nation, and this is what's going to happen. So I say to you again, take the whole book into context. What's next?
I mean, she talking about tampered.
What's next? If you take it one line, okay. What's next? Those are questions to her.
Is the covenant and the law separate entities?
Huh?
No,
the law is the law. It doesn't change. The covenant was that we entered in with Yah to keep the law. That's the covenant. What's next? If a man only wants one wife, he can decide that, huh? But again, we see Sarai gave him Hagar, so he had 2 wives at one point, right? And then when Hagar was driven away for her iniquity that was seen in the child she was raising, she hid herself when she came back from Sarai until, you understand, Isaac they threw they threw the feast for him, and then Sarai saw Ishmael mocking him. Ishmael was 13 years old, so she knew the only way Ishmael could get this was from his mama, and that's when Hagar was discovered. She still had this nonsense in her, so that's why she was sent away with the boy. All right?
See, going back there, she talks about tampering with the translations, but it's 2 different, more than one place where it deals with the law of the wife.
Yada's saying here, you probably can hear in the back, she's saying, you're talking about tampering with the translation, that's true. And again, but there's a lot more places dealing with multiple wives. And like I said before, there's no way that the children of Israel are going to become like the dust of the earth for multitude, or like the stars of heaven for multitude, if you're dealing with one man, one woman. All right? What's next?
Yeah, like this guy says, a man can decide. She can get a man who wants only one wife.
Yeah, but I hear about the man might want only one wife. But like I said to you before, Yeshaya chapter 4, it's going to come to a point where you're going to have all of these women who are not going to have a man. See, because like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard this, you got many men. Again, you go to Yeshaya chapter 6, okay? Isaiah chapter 6, there's only going to be 1 out of 10 Israelite men coming back to Yah. 90% of the Israelite men are not coming back of their own volition. You're going to have a lot more women.
See, women are going to have, that's why you see what's going on with women now. I'm just isolating on women right now. Women are being whipped, and they're going to continue to be whipped into submission. Now you got a lot of women, they done gone off into dykeism, right? You understand? Because they don't have a man, because they raised with this same mindset. They want their own man by themselves. You follow me? It ain't gonna happen. So a lot of them gone into this, with the, this gay stuff. All right? But when the deal goes down, because these Israelite women and a lot of other women, they got to be whipped some more. You understand? That's why it says in Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 5, alas, that day is great. It's a time of trouble. Huh? You understand? It's even the time, and it should say Zion's trouble, not Yaakov. That's some more tampering of the book, right? Because you'll see Zion later on in the chapter. But Zion's going to be saved out of it. You follow? All right. Well, you're going to still have many people still here and various other places in the world who, of the children of Israel, that when they see this Jerusalem movement brought back, because their situation is so difficult, economically, ecologically, and every other kind of way, they don't want to come to Jerusalem too. They don't want to come to Israel. Like I said earlier, Ezekiel chapter 35, that's when they're going to realize that they are Israelite. When they see these elite coming and get people that look just like them, coming from same situations that they were, same community, shall I say, that they were in, and at one time were in the same situation before they turned back to Yah. And so they're going to want to come and be about Yah. That's what we see in Yeshaya chapter 2 and Micah chapter 4, right? Because all those people coming in that second and last gathering, what is called the second gathering in Yeshaya 11, they're coming out of affliction. They're not coming out of understanding. See, the only way you're going to be, and I've said this in the past, part of this Jerusalem movement, you're going to have a firm grasp of the book, and you're going to have to be in total submission to Yah. That's the only way you're going to get off those planes. And I say get back as being a child of Israel, but that's the only way you're going to get to Jerusalem, get to the land in this Jerusalem movement. As I've stated in the past, Ezekiel chapter 20, the 32nd verse through the 38th verse. If you're not really about Yah, and you come and get on one of these planes with the Jerusalem movement claiming that you about Yah, but you are a rebel or a transgressor, you're not going to make it back to the land. Yah going to get rid of you before, you understand, you get there, before that plane land. Even if you like Ossie Davis and get on the bus, if you dead in the seat when the plane land, all right? If you a rebel or transgressor. So we know that many of the children of Israel got to be whipped, as we see many of the people of the world who are eventually going to come to Yah, right? Isn't that what it's saying in Yeshaya chapter 2, Micah chapter 4? In the last days of what? The last days of the fourth kingdom of man. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, now, again, as we see in Micah 4, Yeshaya 2, what does it say? In the last days. The last days of what? The last days of the fourth kingdom of man, which we in today. And this is further on down the line. You understand? This is after the Jerusalem movement has gone back. This is after this third and last temple of Yah is built. This is after what you see in Malachi chapter 3. Yah has come in to his temple, huh? And the Levites are ministering to Yah in the temple. We done offered up a pure offering. It's been accepted by Yah, huh? And Yah says what there? That's when he's going to really up the intensity of his judgment, because he's upping it now. But it's going to be even swifter when this takes place, huh? Read Malachi 3 at the top there, huh? What does it say? He said, let me read it to you verbatim, because I don't want you to miss this, Tetra Natali. I hope I'm saying that right. Because I see what you want, Okay, behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. And Yah whom you seek shall suddenly come to his temple. You hear that? Even the messenger of the covenant whom you delight in, because when this happens, many people in the world are going to be delighting in the messenger of the covenant at this time who are calling him crazy and silly and stupid or whatever other derogatory remark they're making about the messenger of the covenant right now, right? Okay, like it says in Yeshaya chapter 53, they're going to esteem him smitten and afflicted to God. In other words, the nigga crazy, right? All right. But at this time, when it gets to this, they're going to be delighting in him, right? And it says what? Whom you delight in, behold, he shall come, saith Yah of hosts. But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire and like full of soap. Why you think Yah says that? Because he's all about the law, which you got different people, other children of Israel and Gentile and other people who don't want to abide by the law in its entirety. There's certain parts of it that they don't like the law of 2 wives. It's something that Yah has said in prophecy that they don't like. They want to have it their way. They're still holding on to some way of the heathen. You hear me? Catching that tally? All right, I'm going to go back and pick this back up. All right? Because he's a refiner's fire like full of soap, and he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. And he shall purify the sons of Lewi and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto Yah an offering in righteousness. You hear that? That's Zechariah chapter 3 with these men of Israel who know they Israel, who've been proclaiming that they Israel to the people around them. You understand? But they still caught up in Jesus or Yeshua, right? Just like you look at one of these rooms on the Pal Talk, every week it's got about 200-300 people in it. But what's the name of the room? What's the name of the room, Yah? Yahashua and Yahashua, they into Jesus, right? See?
Yeah.
Yah and Yahashua are real. Okay? They got 194 in there right now. All right? That's right now. Usually they got an overflow room. See? So they into the idol. You follow me? Still to this day. And so you know what they saying about this room. We crazy. I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? See? But again, you got other Israelites who know they Israel. They ain't even in JC. They know that's a bunch of garbage, right? But they doing what? They got parts of Judaism mixed in with the way of Yah. Huh? Or they not doing the Sabbath day correct. They talking about holy convocation. You're supposed to leave out. I mean, you know, the book says holy convocation, but what does that mean? It says in all thy dwelling. You gather around this book. That's the only thing that's holy. That's why, again, we take the whole book in perspective, not part of it, right? Genesis through Malachi. Now, I know when I said that, you got some of these JC worshipers, right, that are going to hear this or hearing it now, and they say, well, you ain't taking the whole book because you only dealing with Genesis through Malachi. I'm talking about the book of remembrance, Malachi chapter 3, 15 through the 18th verse. It has nothing to do with the New Testament. Again, I cite you, New Testament. In Malachi 3:6, Yah said what? I change not. Didn't Moses again tell us in chapter 32 that the children of Israel will eventually start worshiping new idols, newly raised up, not Yah, but devils? And there's all these people that's in the New Testament. Okay, so I'm coming back here to chapter 3, Malachi. And what does it say, verse 4? He says, then shall the offering of Yahudah in Jerusalem be pleasant unto Yah as in the days of old. So that lets you know this is the future, right? This is the end time, right? Or the beginning of Yah's kingdom, right? And as in former years. And I will come near to you to judgment. You hear this? This is verse 5. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, against the adulterers, and against false swearers, you know, liars, deceivers, right? And against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, saith Yah. Again, verse 6, for I am Yah, I change not. So you can't take what you want of the law like Saul and many others before us, like many today. You got to take it all. And if you're going to be about Yah, then you hold your peace, you submit and obey, huh? And if your husband's got 6 other wives and you going to be one of them, huh? Because at some point, Teacher Natalie, Yah's going to humble you. It's simple as that. Now, you can be obstinate, stiff-necked, and stubborn and recalcitrant if you so desire. You're only stunting your growth. Huh? You're only blocking yourself from being blessed by Yah to the fullest extent. But at some point, whether you come out with this Jerusalem movement, if you come in that second gathering, he will humble you. Simple as that. Because all the ones who don't make it in this Jerusalem movement, they got some more whipping to get. I don't want no more whipping. I want to end my pain forever. Isn't that what it say in 53 Yeshaya? With his stripes we are healed, because he don't like pain at all. What's next?
He was jumping away.
Okay, the screen is jumping on us, but you know what? I'm getting ready to call it a session, okay? Because we've been here a good little while now, and you know, all of you who got questions, if you want, you can call and we can discuss it. But you can look forward to save your questions if you want everybody to see them, because I don't have any problem about that. And save them to the next session. You know, I never know when the next session is going to be. And but you know, just stay tuned every Sabbath day. You know what time we came on today. So around that time, we'll be on. Just stay tuned and come in and check the the room on the Sabbath during the day part of the Sabbath, because we never do Pal Talks at the beginning of the Sabbath. And check it every hour. Now I would say about after 10, 11 o'clock your time. If you're on the East Coast, if you're in the Midwest, 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. If you're on the West Coast, y'all 2 hours behind. So, probably when you get up, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, something like that. And see if we're on. But if you miss it, it's no real big deal, because you can always go back on, because Yeshaya puts these up within about a week's time. He'll have them up, and you can go in and check them out. And again, the number's up there. You can always call me and talk to me direct, or you can call Yeshaya or Yedida, okay? And quite naturally, I know it's others that are always in the room, like Shahar, Yakoya, Yakob, you understand, Yakob, Yahadasa, and I know different people will be calling different ones. So, as usual, and always, it's a pleasure, and read, study, pray towards Jerusalem from wherever you are, and do what you read for Yah, our righteousness, Jerusalem, and the Holy See. Yah bless. Peace.